tax is a tariff.
I said to the consumers.
The tariff is not
U.S.
directly impacts the American citizen in every single case. It's not. If the market forces can get the raised price, it's going to raise the price and pass it on.
And right now, with the economy struggling, because it's struggling more than people believe it is.
By what measure?
It's been for years.
By what measure? GDP is up. It was up to 4 something. They're predicting that Atlanta Fed says it's going to be 5, maybe 6.
Right.
Wages are at 4.4.
Year, whatever.
Wages are at 4.4.
Right.
CPI is down. It was 2.7 at the end of the quarter. It's dropped to, I think it's 2.4 right now. Unemployment's a bit higher.
Okay, let's go to the decline, because I'm going to go back to the manufacturing decline. Yes, we declined in 2025 and 2026 at the very beginning. So from let's do the whole year. The prior year, 2025, job losses were between April 2025 and December 2025. All the way that time, we lost about 72,000 to 108,000 jobs, right? So there's a stagnant job growth too. So you can't say they created jobs, because when the economy is slightly declining, you're not creating jobs. That's why you have the market. That is why you have the market that you do have. Because the tariffs also create a strain and availability of cash by the companies that were paying the tariffs, at which they also limit the hiring and the goods from coming into the country. You had small businesses, as in the woman who was working on, there's several people who are working on Etsy that had small businesses, and we know that small businesses are the blood of this country, where they had to pay the increased amount on the tariffs. One example was, what was it called, rose gold, that this woman was making goods on Etsy. You can look up that little piece in case. She had a problem because the tariffs increased about 40%. We're not talking about the 15% that's part of the IEEPA tariffs that were now considered illegal, right? It was the blanket tariffs that were put in place, and she had to close down the doors. A lot of small business, because the profit margin was so slim, that they had to consider either laying off people or close their doors. And that is the reason why there was a there was a decrease in some of the job losses, right?
Okay, so you said that manufacturing is down. It's up 0.64% year over year. I think it's 2.4. So
look at the manufacturing decline in 2025.
Yeah, okay, you said 2026 is down, but 2026 it's up 0.6 already. I just actually looked that up. But what I will tell you is this: manufacturing. Everybody thinks big manufacturers. Do you know what percentage of manufacturers are over 100 employees? Like less than 17%. 93% I think are under. No, 70% are under 20 employees, and 93% of those provide health insurance. So manufacturing isn't these huge conglomerates like Apple that we need to bring back. Nails for homes. There was only one manufacturer 10 years ago. I don't even know where my nails come from now. Guess what? We can bring those jobs back, and they can be profitable. There's manufacturers all over this country doing it still and making great money. I can tell you, I run a manufacturing company. We do engineer wall fucking panels, roof panels, ag buildings, commercial buildings, homes. We do it all, okay? And what I'm telling you is, now, there's a decline. Now, I'll tell you this.
That's not true. The numbers on manufacturing just came out, and they're up. I don't remember the exact percentage.
Come on. Yeah. But they're not sustained. That was just based on January, and not even February's over yet. We're talking about the entire 2005. And your numbers, you've got to look at what's available, because there was a government shutdown and the numbers were not being produced. But nevertheless, when we're talking about manufacturing, you're looking at chemicals, food and beverage, and tobacco, and you have a small number that do computer electronics, which is about 6%.
And you're up 2.4% year over year.
Yeah, but the hit 6.6. Is that what Trump numbers told you?
No.
Oh, okay.
Just go look them up, please.
Okay,
Do yourself
whatever.
a little favor.
Oh, okay.
Whatever. Now, here's what I'm going to slap the living shit out of somebody out there, I know, because we heard for 4 fucking years. We had record growth. No shit, dumbass. We fucking shut the country down. But good God, let's let the Democrats get on TV and say,
I'm not
we had
picking
so
sides.
many fucking new jobs this month. Well, fucking let me shut the bitch down. I'll shut this fucking country down, and then every motherfucking day I'll set a new record when I open it. For fuck's sakes, it's not hard to say all these things that they've been saying for fucking 4 years, and then they say, well, he's riding our coattails. When something bad goes wrong, it's fucking Trump's fault. When it's good, it's the fucking last guy's fault. And let's be real. Whose fucking fault is it that we got 22% inflation in 4 fucking years? You just took fucking 22% out of every dollar somebody makes and fucking pulled it out of their paycheck. I hope you like it. Guess what? There ain't nothing about that economy that was good, but they told us it was. They told us the inflation was transitory. The fucking left economists, the left-leaning economists said, guess what? Inflation's going to be way up here this quarter.
So I guess we both can agree that the numbers are not good from either side.
We have to admit we were wrong. We didn't expect this. We didn't see it coming. You had the Fed not lower interest rates, and part of the fucking chair of the board wrote a dissent about it, saying we should be lowering it. But no, Powell didn't want to do it. Why? Fuck it, it's anti-Trump. We all know that. He's pushing that motherfucker hard to lower rates. Lower rates and see what happens. Because guess what? I love it when somebody says, well, when I bought a house back in this year, we paid 14%. Yeah, the house you bought was $62,000. Why don't you go see what it is at 6% when you're spending $500,000? Totally different fucking category. And this is why people are totally off. You can look at all the numbers back then. When it was 2 and 3% for freaking mortgage, house sales are going to fly. This is why prices went through the roof. Prices over doubled. On the water down here went from $1 million for a very nice lot to $1.25 million to now it's over 2.5 for any lot. And you got to tear the house down because it needs to be tore down. That's over double. On the Intracoastal, $5 million plus. This is what happens when you do things, and I thought it was bullshit. You should not have lowered the interest rates that low. There's a lot of things done throughout all of that. The $3 trillion stimulus package it totally destroyed us. We were at, 3.8 or 3.9 trillion, I believe it was, before COVID. They added $3 trillion, and we're actually above that number. We never lost that $3 trillion. It's not coming back down. They're just finding new ways to spend it because America knows we're already up to 6.8. Let's go to 7. And it's going there. This is what's happening. We got a government that's just sitting there spending money. And guess what? We want to blame inflation on the president? No.
After
This
1
goes
year.
into the people, right?
1 year.
What's that?
I'm
After
not
1 year
blaming,
of
I'm not
policy.
blaming, I'm not blaming one-on-one person, so.
Like you go to McDonald's and they hand you a meal. We're sitting down at a dinner. It takes time to get.
Hey, I'm not blaming just one year. Trump had a prior administration too. So nevertheless, let me correct real quick. Yes, Apple, but Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, and Netflix are all Delaware corps. And so what I'm trying to say is that most of the businesses are going to be Delaware corps. Why? Is because that's a corp, that's a state that doesn't evolve or pay where you have to deal with taxes, right? That was one of just like Nevada, just like Texas. It's either a choice between those two states. So I stand corrected on Apple, but I know that all my other tech companies and a lot of major manufacturing companies are Delaware corps.
Correct.
Now, about your let me
papers.
stand corrected too, and you need to correct yourself too. Manufacturing. Let to be very clear. Yes, 70% we got manufacturers, but you know what they are? You got 12% that are chemical. You have 11% that are food and beverage and tobacco. Of course we're gonna have tobacco. What? We created the cigarettes and the little vape pens, right? No problem. You got maybe 6% of all our manufacturing. You throw in TMSC, then you throw them in there? Yes, but we only have 6% of the global semiconductors, communication, and the medical devices, right? Transportation equipment. And that includes automobiles, aircrafts, Boeing. Yes, we have Boeing, but Airbus is in France, but we only do 6%. Now you have the common competition of electronic cars coming up where we got to compete with probably BYD that's going all over the world. that has stifled the competition of Tesla. But, Tesla's not the only electronic cars, but it was one of the ones that were breaking grounds. And now we're only manufacturing of all this what we're doing internationally and globally, 6% of all of transportation equipment, and then fabricated metal products. Let's just be real. I'm giving you a percentage. I'm not talking blankage. I'm talking machine shops, forged metals, because we had a lot of our steel industry that had suffered from truly, and I'll definitely cite on this, where the tariffs, where we had countervailance, where people were dumping bad steel in our country, right? So I understand that. You have to deal with countervailance, which are taxes to deal with people that were dumping, anti-dumping laws, right? So the manufacturing that you're talking about is very limited in scope. Where you're looking at chemical, food and beverage, computers, 6%, cars, 6%, fabricated metals, 6%. That's still not enough. But the reason why there's a trade imbalance and a deficit is because the U.S. is mostly consumers. And we don't manufacture. We buy.
And you're making the point for why Trump's tariffs are good.
No, actually they're not good. We're not good. Because if we're consumers, if the majority of our country is consumers,
then how do we bring more of it back?
No, you're not going to make it more back because nobody wants to pay.
Ever tried to since NAFTA? It is the one tool that one president since NAFTA has tried to do. Everything you just said is the case for why we should try the tariffs and see if they work.
No,
and
nobody wants to pay $4,000 for a cell phone.
To see if we can equal the balance. We should try everything you just
you're going back to mercantilism. Do you know what mercantilism is? Do you know what mercantilism is? We're going back to mercantilism. Do you know what that is?
I know America's number 4 in steel production, and you made it sound like we weren't building anything, but it's 53%.
I said fabricated metals.
I said, yeah, and that's 4%.
Okay, so what's your solution?
Sorry,
you're
What
anti-tariff.
I'm saying is,
what's your solution? What's your
I don't
solution?
think tariffs is the solution.
What's your
I don't think
solution?
tariffs is the solution.
What's your solution?
Yeah, how do
If
you
you
bring
have a
them back?
solution, sit down and shut up and
Yeah, I do have a solution.
What is it?
I believe in free trade agreements where there's a balanced trade where we agree to import certain amount of trade and a balance of having our farmers and other people exchange whatever trade that they have in return.
And that's what
we
the
have a
tariffs are
limit
doing.
on our
That's the
imports. You
leverage.
didn't let me finish. I thought you said I had to shut up. I'm not shutting up yet. You got it? Because I had a solution. All right then. So, the free trade agreement, where you have an agreement of what certain industries, depending on what our needs are based on the country, that we have a free trade agreement to go in and out. A blanket tariffs on country that I dislike just because I don't like your policy, which we call economic statecraft, right? You're using policies and money to get the things you need is not the solution. You've got to look at the needs of your citizens and the industry. A blanket tariff only hurts our citizens.
And how do you get them to agree if you don't have leverage over them?
We're the world's largest consuming market.
Yes,
no, then you don't do a free trade agreement.
How come the president has been able to do it? And why do you want to take away leverage? Why do you want to take away leverage? Don't you want to negotiate the best deal possible with the most amount of leverage you have to get the best deal possible for your citizens?
No,
but you want to take away that leverage.
Because another country would do a tariff against you. And then that means our farmers can't get their shit into their country. No. Go ahead.
I don't know what you want me to say.
No, I thought I heard someone speaking.
You want to take away the leverage. It should be targeted. You're right on some level, but you want to take away the best leverage that we possibly have, and you want to cite the things we have to suffer. I, for one, will pay the extra $1,200. I'll pay $12,000 extra per year to pay for the tariffs that it causes the consumers to pay more if it fixes the problem. And if you're not willing to, then fuck you, you're not a good American citizen, because
you don't tell me what I'm sorry, when did your family come here? When did your family come here?
Don't
tell me whether I'm a good American or not. No. Because my family's been here since the 1830s. I'm sorry, my family's America's been here since
before.
the 1830s.
And if
So
you
I'm a
just
good
care
American.
more about
I'm a
cheap
good
products
American.
from Walmart
I'm a good American.
than
I've got five
fixing the
generations
products
that
of this
died
country.
for wars on this country.
If you just
So
care
no,
more
I'm a good
about
American.
cheap products
I just
from
don't believe
Walmart
that
than
scrappy
fixing this
people.
country, and you're not willing to pay your share.
Oh, baby, I pay
then
my
I
share.
question
I
your-
paid almost $100,000 in taxes last year. What about you?
Okay.
I paid $100,000 in taxes last year. What about you?
I'm glad you paid $100,000
Yes,
in
but I
taxes
paid
last
my
year.
share. I paid my
Okay.
share. And I've got four generations
but
of
you
people
won't
that
pay an
fought in the
extra
Civil
12
War.
But you won't pay an extra $1,200 in consumer goods going
I'm
up.
American.
So you'll pay $100,000 in taxes, probably because you don't know how to not pay taxes.
No,
which
I
most
know
rich
not
people
how to
do.
pay taxes too. I have
Okay,
property that I
but
own.
the point is,
No, I write off my
you won't
stuff,
pay
but
$1,200 to
relatively,
try and fix the
no,
problems
relatively,
that you
I pay.
outlined.
That's pretty
Your
decent.
whole argument was that our manufacturing is not good, and we
I
need to
said our
fix that.
manufacturing.
And
You
if
can't. No, I said we
$1,200
can't
is
pray.
too much for you when you're willing to pay $100,000
No,
a
see,
year
you're
in
not even
taxes,
listening.
but
You only
won't
listen to
pay
half the
$1,200
comments.
in taxes?
No,
It's
what I
illogical.
said is you misunderstood. I said we can't manufacture everything in this country. That is impossible. We are not at the level, or we're good to do everything in this country. That is a fact. And now, if you want to live in your little la-la land to think America can do everything, then you go ahead about
I
your
never said
isolation
that,
rules.
and that doesn't
Well,
just
yeah, but you said
distract
we
from the fact
did
that you listen
75.
to all
Well,
the
somebody said we
America
did.
did.
We have about.
manufacturing. We're only doing
No,
this and that.
you misunderstood
So it's not
though.
about
No.
We cannot do
manufacturing.
everything in this
It's about
country.
choosing
What
what
can't we do?
manufacturing we can do and do what we should do. And if $1,200 a year is too much for you to pay, we pay $100,000 a year in taxes, but $1,200, let me cry over it when the tariffs are the leverage that you're taking
No, but I don't
away
agree
from
because I'm
zero
not
right
speaking for myself.
manufacturing
I'm speaking
back to
for
this
the
country,
average
which
American.
has already
The
happened
average American
by
can't afford
$1
to pay $12,000 or $12,000 a year, sir. I'm sorry, the average American can't pay the $12,000 a year.
Coming back, and all the areas we do want, because nobody's suggesting that all manufacturing should be done. Just the important things. But Miss $100,000 in taxes doesn't want to pay $1,200.
No, but see, it's not about me. See, that's the point. When you have compassion and empathy, you understand the rest of the people in this country can't pay $12,000 like you can, right? Because you think just because you can, everybody should do it. No, that's not the point. What is best for our citizens is that they should have the freedom of choice and buy what is best for them and their household. And I don't think it's fair or efficient for our American citizens to have to pay an extra 40% to 110%, which was on some of the products, on their goods that are going into their households. That is a fact.
Can I ask you a question?
All right, so is a person who has less money going to consume more than the person who has more money? No. The answer is no.
Yeah,
Because I'm going
but-
to tell you something. If you read the book and you read the fair tax, it explains all of this. And people want to attack the fair tax, and then they jump in it, and they only half honestly try to tear it apart when they don't really look at the embedded taxes and things. They forget about that completely in their narrative. But the problem is this. I know this because, okay, when we sell a building that's $10 million, a house, okay? That rich guy doesn't pay his fair share. Oh, wait. He's got the $10 million house on the water, and he's got 3, I'm not exaggerating, 3 condos in one building and 2 in another. I know the one we sold in a building, he was paying $200,000 a year in taxes. You know what? He bought that for his employees to use. Never got used. That's why he sold it. Didn't get used for 3 years. So he's paying and his main house is, I don't even know. I've never actually done my market on it, my market out in CMA. But I'll think it's probably about 30 million since his boat is about 150 million, right? It's a beautiful house. But he's paying on all of these properties, and he has 0 kids in the system. He uses one of his houses, and he's paying, I don't even want to guess what a total would be. I know in his 3 condos, he's got to be paying about $450,000 in taxes. So you're telling me that the rich man isn't paying his fair share? No kids in the system. He's rarely here. When he's here, he flies in, he's on his boat. He ain't using the streets. He's employing people. He's got people at his house all the time, maintaining it, cleaning it, taking care of it. He's got a staff 12 on his boat. Full time.
And your point is?
So my point is the rich are always going to pay far more in the tariffs than the little guy. So guess what? You can compensate for that. You can even do things like the fair tax and said, hey, we're actually going to give a kickback. These little stimmy checks that Trump was talking about, you could do that to the people at the poverty line, and you can find out you don't even waste, they found this out, you don't waste a dime trying to find out who's at the poverty line. What you find out is where's that line in each state. Every person in that state gets that amount. And people say, well, why does the rich guy get the $142 to cover that taxes? He's going to tip that the first night he goes out with his boys to the steakhouse. He's going to give that tip to the freaking waiter because he's going to spend far more than that. It's irrelevant. It's about saving money. Send it to everybody. It nullifies the taxes. It nullifies the tariffs. And guess what? It doesn't hurt them. It helps them more than it ever helps any of us, even in the middle class. It helps those at the poverty line.
So you think so you're speaking trickle-down economics,
we
right?
We don't want to have solutions. We always want to attack everybody's way unless it comes from our side.
I didn't say it was right or wrong. What I'm saying is trickle-down economics. That's what you're speaking of right now, right?
I'm telling you, there's ways to do this, and I'm telling you, he's right. If you and him are trying to compete, and I'm sitting here going, well, wait a minute.
I'm not looking for competition. I don't care. I'm just telling you, tariffs were not good for the average American.
Because guess what?
I'm just telling you that tariffs is not good for the average American.
One for you for 38%. Where the fuck? Who's going to be manufacturing and sending it here? And you know what? India. Everybody's always worried about China. Oh, India. You know them. Turkey. You know them. Both of them are trying to work out deals to start doing more manufacturing and taking it from China. Who does that advantage go to?
Yeah, because the tariffs are too high to import their shit into the United States. So what they believe is that they begin to isolate U.S. So once we become isolated and they create trade deals. See, you're not understanding. See, here's the problem.
What happened when China?
Here's the problem. U.S. is pointing their guns at several different nations, right? See, you can't pick a fight with everybody. See, what you don't understand is you can't pick a fight with everybody because at some point you will lose.
Because guess what you do?
You can't pick a fight with everybody because at some point you lose. So this current, what's going on is we're picking tariff fights with everybody. And you know who's going to lose? Is our citizens.
What did the UN do the day after Trump said we're out? What did the UN do? I can tell you what they did without even fucking hesitating. If you know,
tell me what they did without fucking hesitating.
Thank you for admitting you have no fucking clue.
No, and I don't need to prove my knowledge to you. See, I'm not in a little my penis world that I gotta prove how big my dick is because I don't got one.
You were in that.
I don't got one. No, okay. So tell me, you're just mad because I make over my money, right?
Problem.
Oh, bitch, you're just jealous. Now you got some hate going on here. You got some hate.
Because America fucking literally pulled out in the next motherfucking day, 193 motherfucking letters went out saying we're broken, we're out of fucking business.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the average citizen, though. I'm being real.
I'm talking about the European Union, you dumb fuck.
No, I'm talking about the average citizen. Because what happens is, what you don't understand is
no, what I don't understand is they're broke without us.
That's your assumption. Because, see, what happens is they can create, like in Davos, and other conversations that they've been having, even in Munich, when after Rubio made his speech, or did you see the speech that Rubio made? No, you didn't, right?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you're too dumb for that too. Okay, so what happened was that they're going to make their own free trade outside of us that may exclude us. And like I said, you can't pick a fight with everybody. Because when you're picking a fight with everybody, just because we're a superpower, someone will lose.
Who are they doing it with, China? Are you too stupid to fucking remember what they said about it when China came to them?
Oh, but China did come. But they're now doing deals with China, right? But didn't they do deals with China now, aren't they?
You know what
they're doing deals with China?
No, they told China.
They're doing deals with India.
You know why? Do you know why?
And they're doing deals with Malaysia.
They told
They're doing
China to
deals
fuck
with
off
all.
because
Everybody's
there is no
doing deals
fucking
now.
competing against them.
And
so that's
Trump
why
is
Germany
pissed
and everybody
off.
else said,
And
guess
Trump
what?
is pissed off,
Fuck
and he's now
off.
telling them they
Fuck
better buy
off.
from us.
So then
They
China
better
went
buy.
elsewhere, and China couldn't get it done, and then China came to the fucking table and bowed to fucking Trump and said, all right, fine.
Actually,
Guess
no,
what?
did you ever see?
Europe said
Actually,
no.
Xi Jinping,
Europe
you know what
said
he's doing?
no.
He's laughing. Do you
Europe
not see his
said
face?
no.
Because the
Europe
one thing
said
China
no.
said was, they've
Europe
been around
said
for
no.
2,000 years.
Europe said
They
no.
know how to do patience.
Europe said no.
You know what? China
Europe
said they've
said
been
no.
around for 2,000
You know
years.
why Europe said
Do you
no?
think Trump's going
You
to
know why
break
Europe
China?
said no?
Trump
They
is
built
only in the
Mercedes,
office
BMWs,
for the
of
next
course.
3 years.
They
You
don't
think
want
they're going to
Kiev.
break China?
You know
You got
why
a
they said
dictator
no?
going against the United
Do you
States.
know why they said
China
no?
is not going to break. They've been around
What
for
happens when
2,000
China
years.
loses
They're
us?
going to be around. They've been around for 2,000
what
years. They'll
happens
be
when
around
China loses us?
longer than we will.
What happens
so
when
we need to
China-
learn how to
Bullshit.
play nice in the
Where's their economy at?
in the play yard.
Do you know what's happening to their economy? They're
Well,
fucking, the real estate
you know
market
what? We
is
still
tanking.
need to play nice
And
in
this
the
is where you don't know
playground.
what the
Why,
fuck you're
what
talking
if
about.
other
China
people
relies on
don't
us more than
play
anyone.
nice
I
with
do.
you?
I
What
do.
if the other people don't play nice with you? You still going to play nice?
When you don't play nice, then you do you don't do tariffs. You do trade agreements, right?
What trade
You create an
agreement?
incentive, but
What
you don't
trade
have
agreement?
to. Just like sanctions exist. I'm not against
What trade
sanctions.
agreement do you-
I'm not against sanctions. I'm not against export compliance or trade compliance or regulatory compliance. What I'm not for is tariffs that harm our everyday citizens.
Well,
That's
tariffs
it.
are not necessarily harming us. We're forcing other people to lower their trade barriers. Because they've been
Thank you.
erecting trade barriers left and right and in all kinds of names. That's why we need to fight back.
Thank you.
I disagree that everybody has a trade barrier because just because somebody doesn't want to have modified GMO meat into their country, I think they have restrictions and
Is
standards.
a Jeep Wrangler?
U.S. would like to export
is
their
a
beef.
Jeep
I'm just
Wrangler-
I'm giving you an example.
In-
No, I'm not rambling.
Is it Jeep
I'm not
Wrangler
rambling.
modified
No, I'm just being
fucking
honest.
meat in their system?
Some of the trade barriers that exist have to do with the
so let's
quality
be
of
honest.
the meat or the
Wrangler
quality of the
has
product that's going into
over
countries.
100% fucking
Exactly.
tariff on it
What
when it
about
comes
the trade
in.
barriers for cars?
China literally nails the shit out of our cars so people don't buy them. So why
But
the fuck
don't
did
we
do it
literally
back?
nail the shit out of Chinese cars so that we don't have BYD on this market? We
Show me
told
a basic-
Canada
show me-
don't import
show me
BYD
a
into their
$48,000
land.
car
We're
in
telling
America that's
other
100,
countries
you're paying 100
don't
for.
do
Yes,
this.
because they
Please
did
show
it
me
to
a
us
$40,000
first.
car in their country we're paying 100
Okay,
for.
well, but we tell other countries don't do this. Otherwise, we're going to raise your
Yes,
tariffs and we're going to cause you harm.
China
Oh,
did
come
it
on,
to us
please.
first.
Yes, they did.
Okay.
They raised the tariffs on the freaking on a Jeep Wrangler was the one that I used to specifically looked up, and it was right around like $48,000 at the time I did the research, and they were paying over $100,000 if they wanted to buy one there because China wants them buying their stuff. So literally over twice the value. So yes, should we tariff? Yes. Show me a car in China.
Actually, no. Why don't we make Americans buy our
Jesus Christ,
stuff?
You just can't fucking stop. Now,
I'm just saying, why can't you just tell Americans to buy our
Well,
stuff?
how do you do
Listen.
that?
Can't you just mandate Americans to buy our
How do you do that?
stuff?
Is that
Hey,
capitalism?
you guys are
That's
big-
because
hey!
that's one socialism. That's all
No,
you guys
I'm
want.
just saying. No,
That's all
actually,
you
it's the
want.
right that
Who's the
I'm
threat
not.
to
It's not
democracy?
right or wrong. I'm just letting you know that certain countries or certain administrations right now are buying into certain companies and telling them that they need to now operate in a certain principle. You
Okay,
think the
so-
TikTok deal? We're not a free market anymore. We're doing TikTok.
Free, whatever,
come on.
free, bribery, whatever. No, I don't know how you say it. So
No,
I'm
I
just
don't need
fucking
you to
saying
know
because
it.
I haven't heard you say it. But here's the deal: if China, I don't want to fucking know
Oh,
it. I
see,
don't
there
give
you
a
are.
fuck. It's
You're
fucking
now
fucking
doing
shit
personal
you up tomorrow. I
attacks.
don't care. No.
Personal attacks are a sign of insecurity.
There's no insecurity. It's your fucking attitude.
See,
It's
there
fucking
you
just
go.
shitty. You're fucking.
You gotta control
you're angry,
yourself.
you're bitter.
Breathe
Angry,
in
You're
and
angry.
exhale.
How come you can't shut the fuck up and listen?
Breathe
No
in.
wonder you're fucking single.
And I'm not single, actually.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
You wish I
just
was.
checked on you.
You're probably single. See,
I
that's
just
where
did a
you
background
go.
check on you.
You're probably single and been dumped about 500 times.
Yeah, not quite. Been in 3 fucking relationships, and this one's the last.
Oh, that's the only one. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And how old are you? 58?
I'm
70?
Yeah, I'm 72, and with the same woman 41 years. So now you can get on your knees. And do
No,
what you should be doing.
what?
You shut the
Farting
fuck
in your
up and
fucking
listen.
face? Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you probably do that. And that's why your man
No,
went after
my man,
the other man.
my man
The
is
fact
stuck.
is China did it
He's
first.
a wonderful
Yeah, your man did do it. I look.
He's a
But
God-fearing,
nothing
wonderful
before that.
man. He wouldn't waste my time. He wouldn't waste his time with you.
I know he wouldn't.
No,
waste his
not
time.
with you.
So,
No.
no, I hope I'm not gay, so I mean.
But
he
see,
is,
the problem is that you're deflecting. Isn't that
no,
Darvos?
I'm not deflecting. Is you want to go there.
That's
You want to be
Darvos.
personal.
That's Darvos.
You want to be a childish
You
little
deflect.
shit, and you don't want to answer
You
why the
defect,
fuck
you
literally
attack,
said.
and then you victimize yourself. Okay.
Why do that? Why do
Dargo.
that? When the reality is this: China did it to us. We started doing it back, and then fucking liberals got mad because we did it back. This is how fucking mind-numbing it is to even listen to a liberal. So let me just say this: that fucking Bree decides to start charging $200 an hour for that fucking blowjob, but the girl next door is charging.
You're so misogynistic. Does your wife really love you, or is this your third or fourth marriage? I'm sorry.
Been married once, but you can keep fucking trying. So I know that.
Fucking
What did
trying
you
with
say?
you?
What did you just say? Was
You're so
insecurity? That's what
misogynistic.
you just said a minute ago. Insecurity. At least you admit you're insecure, and I love.
Oh, I never
Because
said I'm
you're saying
insecure.
You are. You just said
baby,
that going
this is
into
one
attack
woman
was
that doesn't
insecure,
give a fuck
and then you
about
went
what
into
you
attack.
think.
So the best
Dude,
part about
this
it
is one person that.
you literally just said you go into attack.
No, you just said something about me. No, when you're saying something about me, I'm responding. See, you're not that smart.
No,
Because
I'm
if
smart.
you say something about somebody,
I'm on this app.
expect them to respond, right?
So no, you don't say a fucking word. You don't let somebody finish. I was going to try to tell you that China fucking tears.
I heard that 3 times already.
Our shit. Yep, and you can't fucking.
No, I already heard that, and I said you can do sanctions, you can do whatever, you can put people on entity lists, but what you can't do is I don't think the tariffs are something that is healthy. Go ahead. I'm sorry to continue to talk, James.
No, I was just curious. So yeah, China put tariffs on us first. So you don't think retaliation tariffs are a good thing?
I don't think retaliation tariffs are a good thing. They create an inefficiency, and even though there's the Taft-Hartley tariffs that happened in 1929, early 30s, that dipped the American economy. Whether there's a direct causal relationship remains to be debated, but that dipped us into the Great Recession, along with the stock market crash, and then the retaliatory tariffs during that time period. So you got to be careful in the balance of the economy. When you have a devaluing dollar and you have tariffs hitting back and forth, and then you have a very volatile way that you don't know, you have declining employment and other risks that are out there, you don't want to tip whatever the situation is, our economy into a recession or a depression, right?
Yeah.
So
Another question.
China. Well, let me respond to the China question. Like I said, it is not efficient to hit tariffs because in the end, our citizens as a democracy pay. Now, I don't know what China does to its citizens. I don't think they even actually I do know. They don't give their citizen choices as elaborate as we do. So when our citizens go to the market and they go to Walmart or they go to Target or they go to any other consumer retail store that has had a bargain price, right? When you get tariffs, it hits them. So that $12,000 that William was willing to pay at one point, our average American citizen can't pay that. And that's what we have to be reflective on.
No, I understand where you're coming from that. But I got another question for you. So you understand that if China produces a lot of stuff that we need, manufactures a lot of stuff that we need, right? And if they ever went to attack Taiwan, we would be at war with China. How would that impact our manufacturing needs at that point?
Name what we automatically have to get from China. We have to.
A lot of our medication.
We cannot. I'm just saying what.
A lot of our medication that we get from China.
We can get our medications also from Netherlands and Europe.
Yeah,
right?
That's the point. That Netherlands, Europe, they're also giving up their manufacturing to China.
But that's why I said to you, okay, but Hanson, that's where I said to you, you can't pick a fight with everybody, because when we do these worldwide tariffs, we're picking. See, the logic doesn't make sense. We're picking on 139 countries. But yet, I'm just throwing that number out there. I think it's significantly less, but it's still high up there. We're picking on random countries, but see, all they have to do is United States. So the odds of spreading the damage is greater on us than the other way around.
Not necessarily. Just because the number of countries, if there are a number of countries, the size of the economy is much less than the U.S. The U.S.
But it would depend.
Can afford.
But it would.
So I'm saying that the evidence is using the premises, the number of countries. That's not the relevant quantity here. It's the size of the economy.
The size of the economy. True,
yes.
But then that means United States, being as large as we are, shouldn't have to pick on the small ones. But when we're the small ones, if the United States is not largely their export partner. But when you begin to raise tariffs on countries that United States is not their number one partner, you're creating friction that doesn't exist. So when the United States went and said, "Oh, I'm going to now do Vietnam, and I'm now going to do Malaysia," a lot of the trading partners weren't necessarily the United States. They had large partnerships and trades with China. You are now causing a friction where, United States citizens, where we had essential goods coming from Vietnam or Malaysia or even Singapore, now have to consider, let me see if I can find another outlet for my product that now the United States has become very unfriendly towards me. The trade agreement that we negotiated about a year ago or 3 years ago, even when someone had brought up in our argument the USMC, which is form of NAFTA, right? We negotiated that. Trump actually negotiated that in his first term. Now he blew up those terms and those conditions and those trade agreements. So by putting tariffs, you're now not only causing harm to our word as a country, because we're inconsistent with our trade agreements, because that's what it is. It's an agreement. Now we're now going to levy tariffs against you. Shows that you're inconsistent and I can't trust you. So it's best to find reliable partners. And the one thing that the market doesn't like is uncertainty. So people begin to move they don't want to bank their money against the US dollar. They start looking at gold reserves, and the petrodollar becomes weak.
The premise is wrong, because the previous premises that if we're on the same playing field and people can make their choices, the thing is, we are the most open market by far. Even after the imposing tariff in the world, and China is not open market, and precisely where we have the trade friction with China is precisely because they reneged on the you talk about the trade deals, and they reneged on the trade deal, biggest trade deal, WTO. And it's reneged on with China, with America, and with Europe, and everybody. And then also, Europeans are also reneging on their trade deals because they're erecting the trade barriers. And so we're just pointing out this deficiency, to say the least, if not the renegation on the trade deals on their part. And we're just saying, well, here's the medicine. You brew it for yourself. Take a sip of your own medicine and see what it tastes like. And if you don't do that, then we're going to renege just the same. And either you break the trade deal with us, or you mend your own behavior. And that's the purpose of this you can say friction or whatever. It's because they erected the barrier, and they the treaty with open behavior and covert behavior.
Okay,
and that's the point.
I don't.
This is like game theoretic tactics, because they are not observing the free trade agreement.
Okay, I disagree. First of all, when you said that U.S. is the most open market, it depends on how we define open. If we look at open in terms of zero, one moment,
Low tariffs, very low tariffs.
then Singapore has zero to no tariffs. It's extremely low in its regulatory barriers. Then you have Switzerland.
We're talking about European Union, right? And you
No, I'm just Ireland. Ireland has a low tariffs.
So don't shift.
Ireland has low tariffs.
Yeah,
Right? They're part of the EU, not in England, not the United Kingdom. I'm talking Ireland.
Yeah, like Germany.
Yeah,
France.
which I said Ireland.
Yeah,
Ireland.
France.
Ireland's in there because they didn't Brexit, right?
Ireland is a small country.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is openness can be defined, and the United States oftentimes is not ranked as the largest in openness. But nevertheless, going back to the original argument on if they did it first, therefore we're doing it retaliation. When you have an agreement, they did not break the agreement. It wasn't until and I'm not saying who's right and wrong.
First thing is the agreements were unbalanced in the first place.
Okay, so now you're going to revise it and say it was unbalanced. Okay.
Tariffs, not only higher tariffs, but also they had the non-tariff trade barriers, left and right, the obvious covert and overt trade barriers.
But we have sanctions, right? And we're driving all the Wassenaar and all these other countries to comply with U.S. So we have sanctions. So just because they have trade barriers, we can put sanctions against them. Like we do with Iran. So we still use certain tools.
You want to hurt the people in foreign countries instead
I'm just saying.
The tariff is a better, more open.
Sanctions are brutal.
Yes.
But tariffs are not friendly either, and it could be brutal to those countries that rely largely on them.
Tariff is more. I mean, first of all, we don't have the kind of overt trade policies as other countries. I mean, covert and overt the trade policy, and this is probably the only and open tools we have in our toolbox to force its change in whether it's foe or friend's behavior.
We have other tools besides tariffs. It's basically economic statecraft, right? That's what we call it.
You've been saying that for 15 minutes, but you still can't define your incentives other than sanctions and tariffs.
No, what I say is I leverage, if I am dealing with a harsh country, and I told you this already, this is nothing new. I said it earlier, I would leverage sanctions. Whether it's financial sanctions or hard sanctions that can be close to an embargo. That's what we've done for years with Cuba. I'm just being real. That's what we did with Cuba. That's what we did with Venezuela. That's what we do with North Korea. That's what we do. Tariffs. Again, attacks to our citizens. I'm going to be consistent. It's attacks to our consumers.
How are you going to put sanctions, say, China and EU?
You know what we've done with China? We put a lot of the companies that we feel that are bad actors or entities that act in a certain way, we put them on an entity list in the United States. So an entity list tells us that we are not going to do business. It doesn't mean, or we limit your business, or we limit what you're able to export into our country. If we also have problems with a certain entity, we have countervailances tax or anti-dumping laws, so that if we feel that someone is undermining our ability to, or importing stuff that we feel is an unfair or imbalanced trade, we will hit them with countervailance or anti-dumping laws, so that they don't dump and put our businesses out of, our companies out of business. Oh no, it's very different. Anti-dumping and tariffs are very different. Because it's also industry specific, and it stops people and companies from dumping and putting U.S. companies out of business. And it's targeting. Tariffs tariffs put U.S. companies out of business, which is the opposite.
So did we
There's
still
a lot
get
of
some
importers.
steel coming in when we did that, or does it prevent all of the products from coming in?
Actually, we have anti-dumping laws for U.S. steel, so that Canadian steel or China steel.
All of the products from coming in? Does it prevent all of the products from coming in?
It's targeted to a certain industry, but it's not a tariff. It's not a tariff. Again, see what you see the difference. No, anti-dumping hits the companies. Anti-dumping.
Incentive we have. You're not even smart enough to be making your own argument
Oh no, I'm actually very smart to make
smarter
it.
than you
I don't need your
said almost
validation. You're the one
everything.
without the degrees, and you're the one. I don't care. I don't
Yeah,
need to
so the
worry.
thing is anti-dumping or the sanction on particular
Or the
companies
countervalence. I
applies,
said countervalence.
applies to when one company or two company
Exactly.
does jump. Yes,
Exactly.
But the thing is, what if the whole country has a policy of doing the same for all companies? What are you going to do? Of course, you can do, well, all your companies, yes, we can do the 301, the sanctions on every company. But how is that different from a tariff?
It is different because, again, it's specific to an industry and it's specific.
Yes, I understand, but I'm just saying the whole.
And it's different from a tariff.
So
because the difference.
You have the sanction on the 1, 2, 3 companies. So let's say if the industry 1, 2, 3 and 100,000 companies in this industry all doing the same thing because they're under the same policy of the government, and doing the same thing. It's a uniform same thing. Of course, you can apply the 301
Countervalence.
laws to all companies. How's that different from this sanctioning the whole industry?
Because it is very different. Because again, when you sanction a company, it impacts the company that is the bad actor. But when you do a tariff, it does not tariff the country. The country's upset about it, but in the end, when you have a price markup, let's say I do I charge $1,000 for an iPhone. What you're looking at is that it's the consumers that are importing that the importer that is now John. Let me finish. John Schmo. Cell phone company on the corner of your block right there has to now import a whole bunch of boxes.
Question.
I am. I said that's the difference. I did say it's the difference. No, I'm not. Dude,
Listen to his question
and I said the difference is that the consumer pays. Are you a dumbass?
Yeah, well, whether
the consumer pays versus the company.
Let me,
the company is not paying. When I do my remedy, the company pays. But when you do the tariffs, the citizens of the importing company, where the prices are flowed down to, are paying.
Not necessarily.
Yes, unless you're in most cases they are.
The manufacturer can lower its price, and the consumer can the sale price can raise its price. So it's it can do both ways. And then the thing is my question is the 301 sanction is a pinpointing a company. Well, it can be one company, two companies, but what if the whole industry is doing the same thing, and every company in the industry is doing the same thing? Are you going to pinpoint every company of this industry, or are you going to sanction the whole industry? What's the
Well, in the 301 section, to be very clear, so I can make sure that everybody understands, that's an industry specific, right? So it authorizes the president to adjust the imports, right? So when you're talking about that, and that's basically reciprocal tariffs that apply to fentanyl or anything that is dangerous that comes into the country to prevent the importing of it. See, that's different than the blanket tariffs that were applied to a country, right? Again, I'm not, and I didn't say I never said.
Let's say if we.
It is different.
If we
because there's the IEEPA tariffs.
You didn't answer my question. Let me restate my question. So let's say we focus on one industry before we focus on the whole country, and on one industry. So the one option is to apply a tariff, whatever you say, to the whole industry of this country. And the other one is using Section 301 to apply to every company of this industry. And what is the difference?
There's actually a big difference, because I think you're misunderstanding the 301 section. When you're doing a specific country, because you're penalizing them, tariffs will not necessarily be the best solution. You might as well block them if you don't want to do business with them, or your trade agreement with them, right? To limit what they're allowed to import into the country. So no. So when you're doing a tariff specific, the intent of a tariff is to either penalize that industry, which is the case of the Section 301 tariffs, which deals with the product like the fentanyl, which is encouraged. But I believe the blanket tariffs, like I said, and I'm not changing or deviating, is a hazard to our citizens. That is it. Now, if you're trying to protect an industry, I did answer the question. No, you guys don't like the answer. No, you don't like the answer because you're not smart enough to read the answer to understand the difference between 301 and a blanket tariff. No, you don't know the difference between the 301 and a blanket tariff.
I do. You don't understand his question.
No, what's the 301? What's the 301? What's the 301, William?
So let me pose the question again. So whether it's 301 or any other laws we can apply, you're previously advocating for sanctioning individual companies.
You can, yes.
Right. Okay. So what I'm saying is, when you try to sanction the whole industry, whether you apply, one option is to apply a blanket tariff or whatever you call it.
For national security reasons,
penalization.
Yes. If it's a national security.
For whatever reason, let's say. But we're just trying to see the difference, right? So and then the other one is pinpointing individual companies. So now when we decided that this industry is applying the same uniform wrongdoings, wrong policies, harmful policies to the U.S. As a whole industry, when the one option is to apply a blanket penalty to the whole industry, the other one is pinpoint companies and sanction individual companies, right? So, and when we have determined that every company in this industry is doing the same harm to the U.S., one option is a blanket penalty. The other option is applying individual penalty for every company in this industry. So what's the difference?
Well, here's the difference. This is where I wanted to make sure you're clear. I said the blanket tariffs. I'm going to go back because there is a difference. The blanket tariffs, which were the IEPAs, which is what Trump did on Tariff Liberation Day, right? That is not okay. But the difference between the sanctions that I would do in place would be for national security reasons. If an industry is causing a harm, which is similar to a Section 301, it's actually Section 232, where there is a national security threat. So if fentanyl is coming across the border, or our lumber industry is in peril, or steel is in peril, then the tariffs are justifiable only in that term because you're trying, or you lose countervailance or anti-dumping laws to prevent that. But that is a choice for tariffs at that point, which is Section 322. That's the difference, right? The difference is A, national security reasons, or the authority, which is the 301, for unfair practices. That is very limiting and is not going to benefit because, again, that's where you target the specific country. That's the difference.
We can do the national security reasons for both the blanket tariff and the...
No, I wouldn't do a blanket.
No, I'm saying that. What's the difference? I mean,
the difference is a blanket tariff.
So same national security reason or unfair practice, and I'm one blanket tariff and the individual sanctions on all companies of the industry. What's the difference?
Okay, sanctions don't levy a financial penalty per se to the importer.
So
right?
Sanctions meaning that
sanctions,
you blacklist doing no business with
that's the best way to say it.
Why did we do that? So if that's the difference, then I think the tariff is better, because tariff you have a gradated, gradual and gradated penalty. You don't have to raise it to 100%, either zero or binary, 0 or 100%. We can, because you're you have a panel, you have a threat to national security, and then we may still want to do business, but if you raise the price and all that, then we can do that. So this is a much flexible tool than the sanction.
I don't think so, because again, there's 3 different types of tariffs, or 4 actually. You have the IEEPA, which is similar to like the sanctions. That was what, and that's the tariffs. That was the blanket one that Trump was doing. That is not good. I don't see that.
So why
because
not good?
again,
Because I'm just saying that. Because
well, hold on.
Hold on. Let me pose the question clear, because you didn't answer the question.
Okay.
So the sanction is either 0, no penalty whatsoever, and 100%, meaning that no business deal whatsoever, and then the tariff can go from 0% to 2%, 1%, 52%, 65%, 100%, 200%, until no business is done. So we have a gradation all the way. So it's much more flexible than a binary tool.
I could agree with you that it could be more flexible. The problem is that the current implementation by which was taken was not flexible. You had a minimum, you did not have a minimum tariff at Tariff Liberation Day, nor on the existing tariffs until recently, where all of the tariffs were administered at least above 25% and higher.
But that's a choice, right? But the sanction is even worse, because that would be completely.
You can always take it off.
Yeah,
the sanction you can always remove.
Completely cutting off the trade, meaning.
Oh no! You just cut off the company.
It will be infinite, either 0 or infinite tariff, right?
No,
so
you can sanction a company.
25 is I can decide where if he sees fit, it's 10% or 25% or 30%, 50%. That's a very flexible.
But then it becomes arbitrary, and it creates distrust, because when you begin to have a gradient and a variation of tariffs, and it may be on a different product or wherever it is, country of origin of XYZ country, it becomes inconsistent, and you don't have an agreement. That is
you were arguing for trade deals, individual.
No, what I'm saying is that's why I'm arguing for trade deals, because tariffs, if you just have a tariff and you move it on the gradient, William, you're not following. If you have a trade deal, you are binding. You have an agreement that is binding. It is in force, right? But when you have a tariff, that's not necessarily a trade deal.
Yes, and the tariff is the leverage to get the trade deal.
Yeah, but Trump went back and changed his tariffs to France 3 or 4 times. Trump changed his tariffs to China 3 or 6 times. Yeah, I think you're missing the point. Trump went back and changed his tariffs to China several times.
But you can be arbitrary in a trade deal. How can you be arbitrary in a trade deal but not a treaty? And how can you not see
you did not understand. I said you can be arbitrary in a tariff. I didn't say a trade deal.
You said you can be arbitrary in a trade deal earlier.
No, you're missing. No, I said in a trade deal, which is a tariff agreement, I said you have consistency. It is in force. That is the problem, is that Trump then introduced, and not just Trump, other people did it, arbitrary, like, I'm going to now raise a tariff. Under what condition? What is your justification? Now are you pissed off with me because I didn't vote at the UN Security Council a certain way, or I'm now going to support X, Y, and Z, and I'm now going to support this, now I'm going to raise your tariff 50%?
So is your opposition to tariffs because of the motive or the incentive?
No, the inconsistency of it being applying. I'm against tariffs because it's a tax.
Ask the question first.
Yeah, I said I'm against tariffs and I don't have to spell it out to you, William. Unless you want me to. Parfoncez avec toi alors, parce que vous êtes très bon bête. Et quand tu dis les choses comme ça, vous êtes vachement comme les malades et comme les bêtes. No, I told you over and over again. I told you over and over again. It's a tax to our consumers. And our people do not need to have arbitrary cost rules on down to them. It's a tax to our consumers and our citizens. And they don't need to answer, William. You just don't like my answer. William, you just don't like my answer. I still feel like it's a tax to our citizens. And that is it. I do not care what you think. It does not change the Supreme Court decision. It's still a problem. The tariffs are still a problem when it's not applied in a certain way. It's still a problem. William, until you can get to the news, a tariff is still a problem. A tariff is only good when you're doing it as a Section 301, a 232, or a 122. Okay. William, you're not very bright. Understand what a tariff is, and understand how it is applied. And I told you the IEEPA tariffs were not okay. Actually, no, I'm not, dear. You're emotionally unstable, dear. No, I'm sorry. What do you do for a living? 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 What are you, a roach killer? Does that? What do you do for a living?
Why won't you let me finish? It's pretty simple. You can just be quiet long enough to let me finish the question, which is, are you against the tariffs because of the motivation that somebody uses to apply them? Or are you against the tariffs because that they are incentive to get a trade deal?
They're not really an incentive to get a trade deal, to be very transparent. If they were, then there would be trade deals in place that are not met, and that they're not. There were illusions that they were doing. They were not signed. So I'm against tariffs because, again, you asked me the question, I'm wrapping it up. I'm against tariffs because it is a taxation to our citizens or any of the consumers that end up paying it in the long run. That is it. I've been consistent for the last hour.
On the consumer.
Correct. And shouldn't a sanction be reserved for punishing countries for bad behavior?
But isn't
on a
that
global
it?
scale?
Can you just tell them that they were doing bad
Don't
things
we
in China?
reserve
See, you're inconsistent in your argument
countries
because
like
you justify
Cuba
tariff
and
as a way to implement or to sort of influence their behavior. See, now aren't you you're kind of double speaking here?
No,
you're not
I'm not.
consistent with
I'm
your.
not.
Yes, you are.
I am not.
You're trying
I'm
to say
saying
that tariffs should be used. What are the reasons why one should use? Why should people use tariffs? Why should our government use tariffs? Why should our government use tariffs?
Cuba, Venezuela. When we overuse the word sanction and apply it to trade deals instead of using it to punish countries for what the world considers to be bad behavior, because you're more comfortable calling it a sanction. Isn't that kind of overblowing the word sanction? Shouldn't we reserve that for countries like Iran, Cuba? No, we should just call it a sanction, right? So let me ask you a follow-up question. So you said why you're against tariffs. So had the tariffs led to trade deals when you claim they didn't, but let's say they had led to trade deals, would that have been a proper incentive to use if it resulted in a trade deal?
No, I said no because in the end, the tariffs rose its cost to the consumers.
Okay.
Wait, what? In the end, it raises price on the consumers. Is that what you said?
Yes.
So basically, your reason for against it is because it is a tax on the consumer, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the reason.
Hanson, real quick. I do agree with the fact that they can adjust the price upstream, right when they right when they have the deal with the seller at the very beginning. But that is rarely done, and it's not done because it cuts into the margin oftentimes of because a tariff is not necessarily always planned. It could be impulsive. It could be whatever the situation is, and that is what causes the margins for companies to fall because they don't plan it in their budget that they usually would do in the long term. So
they can lower their manufacturer can lower their price. Then cutting the margins. But if they still survive, they'll do it. So there's no reason there's no reason that they couldn't do it. And then also your previous reason for being against tariff is because of tax. But the thing is, sanctions is also a tax. So you should be against sanctions as well. Right? I don't know. Did you hear me?
Previously, she made the argument it's not taxing the same people, it's taxing the foreigners, not the American citizens, was her
No,
previous
but the thing
argument.
is, that's the same thing, right? I mean, because
I know, I just, she got really silent, so I was telling you what her answer was
Right,
before.
I know, but
we're just repeating.
Yeah, I understand, but I want to point out the logical contradiction in that our argument. If she's using that, then I mean, sanction basically is infinite percent tariff, and so that will also definitely it will be even more cutting to the tax those consumers even more, because so sanction is basically infinite percent tariff, and then tariff any tariff as a finer percent will be better than the infinite percent.
I don't agree, again, because the tariffs is paid, like I said. I do believe, like I said, you can have a sanction and it can also affect or ban a company that you don't think is doing good business, or it can also impact and influence a country to have a positive behavior. The tariffs, though, in the end, when you roll out a tariff, and I will continue to uphold this, it ends up impacting adversely the consumer in the importing country.
Hang on, Hanson or William, can I ask a question? Hanson or William can answer this. What affects the price of a product, let's just say in America?
The free market!
Okay, and so for prices, if we limit something, if we put sanctions on something and limit the number of, say, something is, let's just say it's eggs. We got plenty of eggs, but let's just say we sanction the country that's got sending eggs to America, right? We sanction them, and now we have a limited supply of eggs. What happens to the price of the eggs?
That's exactly my point. Because sanction is basically the tariff, an infinite percent tariff, and the any other finite tariff would be less than infinite. So
yeah, but that's not necessarily the case, because when you sanction a company because of behavior that you feel,
it doesn't. A company.
Or a country. You can sanction a company and a country. You can.
We sanction a company?
You can sanction a company. They're on an entity list. That's what they call sanction. You have a sanctions list of entities. You can look it up. So when you do that, there's still unlimited amount of other choices out there. So eggs, you don't always have to get eggs at one source. So what I'm saying is that I understand your argument, Ice, makes sense. However, because of the diversity of the market, it is not a blanket from, let's say, we're cheese that comes from France or whatever the selection of cheese. It's not everything, absolutely everything that is coming in that's been selected that comes into from France that we're now going to do an increase at 40%. Right? It's not. And the cheese is not it's not applied equally. Or what I'm saying is that there's an issue there, and you have other choices, but it hurts those consumers that when you have a tariff at 40% for France on their cheese, they're now going to pay a 40% augmented price.
Well, your same argument applies.
Eat American
cheese. The same argument applies.
Go ahead, William.
When the supply of cheese goes away, you can always seek other sources of cheese. So the same argument applies. And then the sanction is basically the infinity percent. The consumer pays the price even higher than the 40%.
I still disagree, but I apologize. It's now 1:30 my time. I've got to get to bed. I disagree. I disagree because
One last
It's not
question. Have
because
we
some
ever
sanctions.
sanctioned a country but a company but not a country?
Hold on.
Have we ever sanctioned a company but not a country?
But this.
Yeah,
whether
you
it's,
you can sanction. We didn't sanction fully China, but we sanctioned
Tell
Huawei,
us a company.
right? I'm saying is we didn't sanction China, but we sanctioned Huawei, right?
tariff. How does the 40% tariff is a higher tax on the consumer than the infinity percent tariff on the consumer?
Repeat
Well,
your
if we look
question.
at cheese, cheese is
I said,
number one
yeah,
producer of cheese in the
doesn't
world.
matter. Cheese, okay, cheese company.
But we're number one producer of cheese in the world, so we
Yeah,
can,
just confine this question, right? Cheese company, the French cheese company, one particular French cheese company, we can apply a sanction on this French cheese company. And then the other option is 40% tariff on the French cheese company. How does the 40% tariff on cheese company is worse than applying sanction, which is infinity percent tariff on this cheese company? How's
Because
higher?
I'm going to go back to our original argument. Very good question. Your original argument was that if they had bad actors, right, that acted adversely to the national security or other concerns of the country, of our country, then your goal is to either have punitive measures. So that means you punish them either with the sanctions, but doing a tariff, again, because you're directly punishing the company versus punishing our consumers that may have the augmented price.
Is a company,
I gave you the response. You may not like it.
Well,
that is my response.
Because he's asking
But I have to
question,
go.
not
It's
philosophy.
11:30. It's 1:30 my
He's
time.
asking you a
Sorry,
math
I've got to get to work in the
question,
morning.
not philosophy.
It's 1:30 my
You're trying
time.
to give him
If you want to
philosophy.
argue, reach out to me on LinkedIn.
Why would anyone want to interact with her?
well.
She's escaping. I mean, guys, don't. I'm trying to back her into a corner. Don't mess it up.
Yeah, you have way more patience than the rest of us.
Yeah, but the
Your
thing is,
tone didn't even go on. It's like, damn, dude, you were in the bed.
Yeah,
Anthony.
William. All right, hold on. Let me finish.
Yeah.
Because I want to. How you back someone into a corner is you set up a question that is very clear cut, and then it makes no set. Stand all the exits and see how your opponent wiggle and squirm. But that takes a little bit of time. So please, because but she I think she's already feeding the heat, so that's why she is good.
Yeah, I know. I do the same. Ice does the same. We had backed her into corners, multiple corners, all night long before you came in, right? So, but
Yeah,
but,
because
yeah, she just it's one of those.
Yeah, because if you not setting up this cage and leave all the exit open, then your opponent can squeeze through and in and out and then out. There's no way. It's like what do you call it? Hitting a whack-a-mole. Whack-a-mole, yes. Whack-a-mole. Need to playing the close all the exit and slowly squeeze.
Yeah, so that's what my point earlier. I mean, we were talking. She doesn't. We can't manufacture, and I think it was William who was trying to explain how many trillions. And the reason, this is what I love, is when they say, "Show me proof, show me." You literally had leaders of countries standing there saying, "We're going to do this." Now it takes time. What they don't understand is you got to get permitting, licensing. You got to buy lands. You got the infrastructure to put in. It takes time to get this done. They think this stuff happens overnight, right? Number one. Number two, they're also very aware that in America, everybody that loved this earlier when they truth and everybody was trying to argue, oh, I'll bet you money that it flips at the halfway point. Every president it does. Every single, it's only not done it like twice. So it's like, are we really hedging our bets on that? And all it takes is Trump to do one thing that really surprises people, opens people up, shocks people, something in the right moment. Maybe he exposes something, and then people are like, okay, I like him.
You mean
The political
shutting down the cartels in Mexico, freeing Iran, and a GDP that's at 6,
Right.
and a CPI that's at 2?
So
That
William,
might work.
William, I don't know if you were on before when I said that we had a discussion, and I said, listen, if they were complaining about when he had said something about going after the cartels in Mexico, and I said, listen, this woman, if she's smart, she has to come out and say, you can't do that. But meanwhile, she gets on the phone and says, let's do this, but I have to publicly be against you or they'll kill me in 2 seconds.
Of course, yeah.
And yes, so she clearly did exactly what I said and said, help us, give us the intelligence. That way it doesn't necessarily look like you're involved, which we shouldn't have even exposed that we were. We shouldn't have even said that we had intelligence to give it to them. We should have just let them have the glory. But, they can't do that. We got to open our mouths.
Yeah, that's Trump. Come on, you think Trump would do that?
Right, exactly. And it should have been silenced. But here's the deal. They make one mistake in killing an American. You remember what he said last time? They killed an American family in a van, if I remember right. And they gave the cartel like 48 hours to hand somebody over who did it. And they did. They handed over like 2 or 3 guys because they were like, we don't want these guys coming across the border. And they knew Trump would. And trust me, if they do harm somebody down there ain't going to be an ask. It will be Trump. And clearly, we are right now, I guarantee you, and before, drones are flying over. They're tracking people just like they knew where Maduro was, just like they knew where Bin Laden was. They monitor these guys. They know what clothes they're wearing. Like, they literally rebuilt the house, that Maduro was in training. This stuff is crazy, the intelligence that they got.
For sure.
It's going to... And so now... But the only thing is we also got to remember that side of the aisle, they literally were out in the street protesting no kings, no dictators. And then we took out a dictator and they said, release the dictator so he can go back and dictate the people who were celebrating that he was no longer a dictator. And it was limited in Venezuela, but those people came out and said, why? Their families were here down in Miami. It was like a World Cup event, man. They were partying, celebrating, literally. The Colombians that I know very closely want America to go in and get rid of the guy that's in there because the cartels are now the guerrillas are taking root again.
They were celebrating too because the amount of Venezuelans that are in Colombia, Peru, even in Chile, all 3 of those countries were secretly like, yes, because they have a huge problem with Venezuelans migrating to their country and causing all kinds of issues that we would link to our illegal.
Right. And the one thing I laughed at is somebody was on here was arguing about we gave Argentina $23 billion. And I was like, it wasn't just a gift. We're getting beef exchange. Well, why don't we have our own beef? Because beef in America, the cost has gone through the roof. I mean, we're paying for burger what we used to pay for steaks, right? So we can bring in Argentinian beef, and that's a way that they can pay us back for the $23 billion. If we didn't do it, China would.
Okay, but do you know why our beef is so high? There's 4 companies are run by Brazil, and the 2 that do it control our beef industry. And it's not the price of the cow, it's the price of the slaughterhouse, because the Brazilians are manipulating it.
And I can believe that, I mean, right now there's a massive, Smithfield's actually moving one of their plants, and it's a multi-billion-dollar deal. But, of course, they're moving it from a downtown point in that city. It's where I'm from, actually, where I moved here from. And this, Denny Sanford gave like $50 million to buy the area and it would be a great area once they move that out of there. But now you've got people who are upset, but they didn't want to let that out of the state just because of the economic impact of that plant, because Smithfield, as you know, is freaking huge, but they're owned by a Shanghai group, if I remember right.
That's the third one is owned by China. Hanson, I got a question for you and for you guys. Did you guys hear a few weeks ago, Trump said, hey, if you are in the Chinese government or military and you want to come talk to the CIA, we're like open for business. Did you guys hear that little blip?
It was advertisement specifically directed at Chinese nationals.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you think there was a link between that and a week later, the purge?
Well,
Do you think maybe there was a coup afoot and he caught wind of it?
yeah, I don't think that's because of that. This is like this is one thing linked in this in the whole operation. I mean, this is. I mean, the thing is, it basically sows suspicion among the high officials in China and all that. So, I mean, I don't think that is the one that precipitated that. It must be just one of many big operations. So it does. I mean, it's a convergence or confluence of many events, and then of course Xi Jinping is a very suspicious person, and he basically purged everybody in the military commission, the high military commission. So except one guy who's doing like what we call it political stuff. All the professional military men have been
When the Iranian president went to Azerbaijan, and then suddenly when he came back, he got offed, which seemed highly suspicious to me. Like maybe we had met with him and had something going on. Like I talked to a friend of mine who's from Hong Kong, and we were theorizing that perhaps there was a coup afoot, and that he got wind of it. Or it's like you're saying, he just got extremely paranoid and had been wanting to do it for a while and felt like he had
that could be. There's a lot of rumor about the rumor swirling around about coup attempts and everything, and counter coups and everything. So yeah, I mean that nobody knows exactly what's happening, but definitely Xi Jinping's position is weakening, and he's taking out all the whole military high commission.
Yeah, I keep praying for a revolution. Tiananmen Square Part 2, 2 point.
All the generals, not only the military commission, all the generals. We've got 4-star generals, 3-star, 2-stars, and he took out like the whole high command, the command.
Yeah, I remember that. I know she's in the room. Well, I was cool spending time in a room with you. I don't know. remember you, but it's good to have spent time and meet you.
As well.
Pleasure.
And I know you brought up a certain person that I said wasn't real. And if you want to have that conversation like offline or something, I'll tell you what I know or what I've heard.
All right.
But my suspicion is a clerk, very knowledgeable, absolutely, not questioning what he says in the analysis. But the people that I know that just didn't believe, and he said some contradicting things, that did deep dives on it, have come back and said he's likely a clerk.
Yeah. No, the one thing that, and I did notice, the reason I didn't back
But
was,
what times I've said that.
yeah, no, that I have a guy down here that's a federal judge that I met through another good friend from back up in South Dakota, and I'll talk to him about it typically first because he's here, and then I'd always run it by, and they're pretty much always on point with each other. There's a couple times there's a little bit of an understanding difference, or a, yeah, but this could happen, and then, you know, he might say, well, no, we can't look at it that way, you know, like Abby was bringing up the second weapon thing. Well, you can't automatically assume that he has one, but you can't automatically assume that they're not a threat because maybe somebody, you know. So there were some differences in how the judge themselves would, you know, allow that to be used in a courtroom. So it was interesting because, you know, it's like, okay, well, I know this guy and this is what he's saying. He would listen to that argument and allow it because, hey, we don't know. You know, you can prove there's a case where it happened, and I explained that, you know. So yeah, no, I could do that. He could definitely do that as well, you know.
Yeah, his analysis is spot on. He just, like, he gets heavily offended if anyone knows the law or counters anything he said. Like I got on his bad list the very first time where I said something. He said something. I said, no, actually, this is the law. And he goes, well, only if you live in California. And I'm like, well, I do. And you said earlier, you do. You know, to this effect in other rooms. Suddenly some hot chick approaches me on Instagram. It's like, hey, you know what? Send me pictures. What's your number? Where do you live? And I'm like, what? like hot women don't just come out of the blue and take me, right? so, you know, it's kind of like, you know, but I won't say anything bad about his analysis, but when people like run to him, I go, hold on. It's not much different than the guy who calls himself a doctor, Adams, who isn't a doctor. It's like, okay,
right, yeah,
right. But you did mention it, so I just wanted to be like, it's not just it's not my opinion. There is some people who really, really looked into it, and back when Roger got doxxed, two guys were trying to dox Bryn around that same time, and I don't even know who those two guys were or whatever it was. I got something sent to me really, really detailed where she literally went through, because she would just hang out in these rooms and listen, and so she had listened to Bryn talk for hundreds of hours and literally could be like, well, he said this, and he said this, and she added up all the things he had said about himself and then went to profiles on federal judges and literally tried to match up what he had said to every federal judge, because she had gotten into it with him when she corrected him and she was right about something legal, and he was like, no, and then did what that lady just did. She backed him into a corner, because this lady's like, she just level shit. Like, she's on Hanson's level for sure, right? And so I trust her opinion, but his analysis is spot on, right? For sure.
Yeah, because I was impressed when he was on with everything. So typically, what I'll do before I call my friend up down here, I'll look so with the Epstein files, I started reading the laws on it, and then I was like, all right. So I reached out to this guy. I started talking to him. I was upset. Like, by the time the conversation was over, because he did say, he goes, they're not going to bring any charges against anybody. You know, they killed the man, or he suicided himself, whatever. He goes, but he's gone. And he goes, the next thing is you could maybe try to validate some of it if Maxwell was present. Well, both of them said the same thing. We won't validate somebody who's a felon that has something to gain when you wouldn't release names to save yourself during your trial. Now what's making you change, right? So he just went through all of it, like video evidence. And then I went to to him on here, and I said, all right, let's hear your analysis. Almost verbatim, a few differences, few things that one would say I would allow this, but I wouldn't allow that. And it's a judge, their opinion. And it just, when I got done with the conversations with the two of them, I was mad when I talked to Bren, and I'm sorry, but I was just like, when I got done hearing him explain it, I was pissed because I was like, this is for real. Like, they aren't gonna get anybody on anything unless new evidence comes to light and new material evidence comes to light. And it's like, this is bullshit because they're all gonna get away with it, and everybody's like, oh, release them. Why? What's gonna happen? Nothing. Britain's finally doing something, but what are they claiming? Oh, it's because they gave files, right?
Nothing to do with the actual charges. Something else.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a term. Go ahead.
I fully agree with you, and I would put thing on Bren to be like 75% he's not, and maybe 25% he is.
Yeah.
But either way, even if he is, then he's an absolute liar on a whole bunch of other stuff, right? But yeah, Bren has a way of breaking it down, but he also has a way of just rambling on and on and on, and not letting other people talk. And it's like, you're not the only person who understands the law or has a perspective. And I think I've gotten banned from any of the rooms that he goes into because I haven't seen about this happen in a really, really long time. But yeah, I nothing's going to happen with the Epstein files other than the likelihood right now is Trump is using it in a Hoover kind of way. Like he's using it as leverage to get whatever he can. That's why we didn't get the other 3 million files. There's some dealings going on of, well, I won't release this or I'll redact that. A bunch of shit's probably going down in that regard. But nothing's ever going to happen on them. But this none of this is new. I mean, Hoover did exactly the same thing.
Well,
right?
The beauty to me was the words of Kamala Harris that she just used right before that when they asked her, well, why didn't you guys release it? She literally said, because we didn't want to interfere. We wanted to let the DOJ make that decision. Then as soon as they're not in power, they were all about trying to force the DOJ to make that decision. And to me, that's where the problem lies, is now your standards change. And my biggest thing is pointing out the hypocrisy. And I loved it, like earlier when Fritz was like, the whataboutism. And then he literally turned around and did it like 10 minutes later, 15 minutes later. And I was like, the whataboutism is showing the setting of the standard that you guys have set, I've literally used verbatim quotes from them, and then they're like, well, why do you got to go do the what about? No, I'm using the quotes then versus now. Now it's different because what? It's the person is different. Now, if we want to be genuine, we hold that same standard. Like I said earlier, there's times I laugh when Trump says something, it can be funny. And then there's times where I'm like, dude, shut up. What's her name? Christine, no. I don't think she should be. I don't think she should be posing with a gun, doing the stupid shit she's doing. I don't think she should be paying herself for the ads. I don't think she should have opened her fucking mouth either time after the shooting. She should have been more controlled because we know we're in a divisive situation. So restraint is required, and that's the one thing that all holds true across the board. But you would never hear the left jump on the Joe Bidens or the Obamas for the things that they failed at, and it's like, that's where it drives me crazy. It's like, let's just be at least honest with ourselves, It's like when people claim, I love this one. I just listened to The View I saw a little clip of The View, and there was like, well, see, we're only mentioned in there because of this and this and this. And it's like, oh, so we're supposed to believe you're completely innocent because your name's in there, but because Trump's he's completely guilty. And when you ask these guys to prove that somebody did something, and I've said this before, have you ever been to Bergdorf Goodman? If you go in that store, you ain't walking anywhere without the hyenas on you. You can't move. Now imagine being the most famous person in New York City walking in. It seems pretty made up, and you couldn't even tell within a year or two what year you were raped, supposedly. And before you said it wasn't rape, and then it was rape, and it's convenient to not know when you were raped because now they can't, subpoena witnesses that were working that day. There's a lot that goes into it, but they hold to that narrative. And I was like, I don't care. I mean, there was talk about young boys being brought in for Obama from Secret Service people. I'm going to take that with a grain of salt until it's proven. Well, Because I'm not going to be a freaking GOP lapdog that says, "Oh, well, see, he definitely did it." You know, it's like, come on.
Yeah, it's the same. You and I think very, very similar. And the Maxwell case ended a year before, so they could that was the only outstanding thing. They could have in the last year released the Epstein files and didn't. And I went after truth with it's not whataboutism, it's history. And this is how I always try and corner the left when they do the whataboutism, or the right for that matter, when they do it, is if you want to claim what we're talking about is whataboutism, I'm going to say, no, it's history. And if you don't understand the history, by what lens, what filter are you making your judgments if you can't compare it to historical facts and events that happened? It's not whataboutism, it's history. And usually they don't have a response to that, right? But I'm with you 100% on almost everything you say. It's like when people talk about Trump, I'm like, have you ever been to New York? Have you ever met a New Yorker? He's just a New Yorker to the extreme.
Oh, yeah.
That's all, right? And people are like, what? No, I go, look, half of what he says is bullshit. So what? Half of what he says is truth. Go off of the truth. Learn to discern between the two. Blah blah. Right? And I have found that the left is way more hypocritical right now than the right. But I argue with the right just the same. Like there was a couple of times in here where somebody said something. It might have been you. Said something. I was like, wait, no, that's not true. Like you said you were going to go find something. You never came back and found it. I don't remember what it was, but I was like, no. I remember what it was. It was Bush that put in the 100-mile and the 2-week rule.
No, I did put that in. It was Clinton. Clinton did it in 96, I believe.
No. Okay, we're going to have to search right now. I'm going to stop driving. No, Clinton put in the IRA. Bush created in 2004, and I forgot what it was called. He put in an EO or a policy, and that's what gave us the 100-mile rule. And within 2 weeks, prior to that, Clinton was doing them all at the border. All of his expedited removals were at the border itself. So if they caught somebody crossing the border, they just took them right back across the border. It was Bush that put that in.
I thought Bush extended it further.
I'll pull over in a minute and I'll go search and I'll absolutely admit if I'm wrong. Right? But no, my understanding is that was Bush. And then, but when you look at, and this was the thing about Trump getting rid of the 2-week and making it the 2 years and expedited removal anywhere in the country, is the IRA and what Clinton passed didn't define that. That's how he got out of that rule.
So what it's saying here is, so this doesn't attribute it just to Clinton, but it started in the Clinton era. The 100-mile border zone, federal immigration authorities like ICBP have enforcement authority within 100 miles of the U.S. Land and border, blah, 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 blah. The authority isn't just a Clinton-era law. It was part of an Immigration and Nationality Act that enhanced by subsequent Clinton-era enforcement policies. But the 100-mile has persisted, so we know that. I mean, it was, but I thought it was grown. I thought it was grown after Clinton to more. Here, let me just see.
Okay, but not in relation to the expedited removal with due process. That was what Bush put into place. At least I understand.
No, he extended it. Here, I'll find out here. Bush extend.
Because my understanding is that is why Trump was able to rescind it, was because it was not in the original. And then it comes down to, if you've been here for over 2 years, you have certain rights. And that's why he did it. He got rid of the under 2 weeks and made it up to 2 years.
So no, it wasn't Bush. It said Bush did not extend it. So it stayed 100 miles. He strengthened border security.
Okay, the 100-mile thing existed long before even Clinton. That's been in since like the 50s or some shit like that, right?
Yeah, that was
the 100-mile. Yeah, the 100-mile aeronautical thing or whatever. But in relation to expedited removal, because we didn't have expedited removal until Clinton passed the IRA, right?
Yeah, they didn't give due process if you're within that. Yeah.
Okay, so the due process.
That was 1996. Yeah.
Right, and expedited removal goes to 96, but expedited removal and no due process tied to the 100-mile rule. My understanding is that happened under Bush, and like he passed this thing. I don't remember the name of it, but it was like 2004 or something like that. And I could be absolutely wrong. I've done
Yeah.
deep dives on a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, so the full name is the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigration Responsibility Act of '96. President Bill Clinton proposed to toughen U.S. immigration enforcement, reduce illegal entry, and streamline deportation. The removal due process, expedited removal. Expedited removal allows immigration officers to deport certain non-citizens immediately without full hearing before the immigration judge initially applied. So, but I know Bush did something to. He extended, and it might not have been the distance, it might have been the reach that they could do it in, you know, as far as the means, not just,
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. He linked it to the 100 miles.
but that was under Clinton in
already
96.
existed.
Yeah, so that was in 96, but the due process, removal process started in
It
96.
linked the expedited removal.
Yeah.
Yeah, the due process and expedited removal started in 96, but it wasn't tied to the 100 miles or the less than 2 weeks. That came in the 2004, and it wasn't a law, it was like a policy or
It
whatever.
says here, those caught within 100 miles of the border who had been in the U.S. for less than 2 years. So he had it as 2 years and 100 miles. And so maybe it was Bush that moved it to 2 weeks. I don't know. But that doesn't make sense. What?
Yeah, I know Bush did the 2 weeks, but my understanding is all of Clinton's expedited removals happened at the border itself.
No, this says within 100 miles here, so.
Well, okay, hang on. I stopped and I'll look. Give me a second. Because I try to get my facts right. If somebody brings me new evidence, I'm like, okay, hold on. Let me look. Because my understanding is if you're using the real name, it's the IIRI. Yeah. Okay, that didn't it didn't put the 100-mile rule in. So when Bush did what he did, he was combining two things. He was saying, okay, this 100-mile rule exists and expedited removal exists, so I'm going to link those two together. Was the way I understood it.
Okay, so here's what it says. It says Bush administration expanded expedited removal to include more interior areas, not just immediate border zones. Results, immigration officers could deport certain non-citizens quickly without a formal immigration court hearing, even further inland. But it doesn't give a mile range. It says more inland. So
that's what I'm saying. That was the 100 miles.
Well, Clinton put in the 100 miles. It was in before. So the removal of due process was under Clinton. Bush extended it into inland more. Under Clinton, it was just that 100 miles in less than 2 years. But he doesn't say 2 weeks. It says less than 2 years here as well. It says Bush did not create the 100-mile zone. That came from the Clinton-era statutes. Bush expanded where and how expedited removal could be used, particularly into interior areas, and strengthened the overall enforcement. The Clinton-era law provided the foundation, operationalized, and broadened it for national security and interior enforcement purposes. So I thought I would like to know how he expanded it to inland. Like, you know, it just seems weird to say inland because you can't.
He didn't. That's what I'm saying. Where are you getting this information from? He didn't. If you look at Google or ChatGPT, Clinton's expedited removals and how many of them were done directly at the border. That's what I'm saying is what you're reading actually convinces me that the research that I did before was accurate. So Clinton had expedited removal and the 100-mile rule existed, but it was primarily had more to do with how they could stop people. It's like, have you ever been to California and coming up from San Diego where they have that little thing where they stop you? And they could kind of check you. That's what was falling under the 100-mile rule under Clinton was they had I forgot what it's called, extraordinary powers, I believe it's called, within the 100-mile zone for certain activities that they did not have outside of the 100-mile zone, which basically circumvented the 4th and the 5th. Right? And so they were able to stop you, ask for papers. They didn't even really need reasonable suspicion. It was just kind of like, hey, there's a bunch of brown people. Let's stop them, right? They had what they called extraordinary powers within that 100-mile zone. But all of Clinton's expedited removals were at the border. What Bush did was he took expedited removal and expanded it inland to the 100-mile zone and put in the less than 2 weeks.
So it says that he deported 12.3 million people, according to the Nonpartisan Migration Policy Institute, but the majority of those deportations didn't happen under expedited removal. Around 11.4 million. I'll just move 11.4 million of the deportations were returns, while immigrants generally chose to leave.
Yeah, his expedited are around 1 million. Almost everybody says. A little under, a little over.
So yeah, Clinton enacted the expedited removal. It sounded like the 100-mile thing was actually in place before Clinton. Just the expedited removal was done to it. Yeah, that's all it really says, even under the law parts.
Yeah, my interpretation of my understanding is I'm searching right now to see is that Bush took an existing law or existing thing, the 100-mile and the expedited removal, and he put it at the 100-mile. That's why it's telling you it expanded it inland. That's what that was. And what I found from doing a bunch of the different research is the way they report the stats is so different that it's nearly impossible to compare stuff. But okay, here's what came up when I put it into Google. It's actually a common mix-up. Bill Clinton created the expedited removal law, but George W. Bush was the one who implemented the specific 100-mile and 14-day rule. Because when I typed in the
rule, so the 100 miles was there before Clinton, even though is the way it sounded.
Right, the 100 miles existed because what happened in the 100 miles was that extraordinary powers. So they had the ability to pull you over and do things that beyond the 100 mile would be a violation of the Constitution. But they could do those things within the 100 mile because of the 100 miles existed prior. I want to say it was the 50s, you named the bill or whatever it was, right? But it was decades before, long before I believe even Reagan, right? And so the rule existed, but it wasn't tied to expedited removal. It was Bush that tied it to expedited removal because what Clinton was doing was basically like they came across the border patrol just said, nah, you're going back.
Yeah,
right?
so 1946, the Supreme Court passed a statute of U.S. Customs and Border Protection the authorities to stop and search all vehicles within a reasonable distance from the border. Shortly thereafter, the agency defined the distance as 100 miles. So then all that Clinton did was enact that if they were within 2 years of being in and they were within that area, they could still deport them without due process. So yeah, and then I don't know, I haven't seen what I thought it was 2 weeks. I read somewhere maybe that was under Bush it moved to 2 weeks. But 2 years is, I think, still probably the law because that's a little more lenient, Yeah, so that's what it says under the Supreme Court.
Well, what it was under Clinton was if you couldn't prove you had been here for at least 2 years. That's why Trump went back to that.
Yeah.
Right? So you had to be able to prove you had been here for over 2 years illegally under Clinton. And Bush changed that to 14. And tied the expedited removal to the 100 miles on top of the extraordinary powers. And again, I've had this conversation and argued with people going like back and forth, and it's like there's so many different twists and turns and nuances that it's like I've thought about doing a documentary about all of this stuff and spent probably 40, 50 hours going down so many different roads. Yeah. Right. And this was one of them. Just like were you in the room when I was reading off what due process is?
Yeah.
I was like, hold on, because I found, and I had this conversation one night. I was talking to Abby. I said, Abby, can you name the due process rights? And she named them, although she named them differently. She used probably the terms she learned in law school or whatever, right? But it did take, with all due respect, she's phenomenal. But it took her a little while. She had to be like, okay, let me think about this, right? Like, they're not common. And most people, when you say due process rights, they think they have a right to a free lawyer. It's like, no, you have the right to a lawyer. You do not have the right to a free lawyer. But most liberals will jump on, well, due process rights are being denied. And it's like, okay, at what point are they exhausted? And they go, well, what do you mean? They're never exhausted. Or you go, do you not understand the difference between substantive and procedural? They're like, what? Yeah. Right? And they don't dig into it enough. And I haven't found, I need to go and look for, because there obviously was case law that defined what they are. And I haven't tracked that down. Like the Gardner, Plumhoff, and Graham test are the three that I went and did the research on after Good got shot. Because I actually, when I started on that, I actually thought, okay, the first shot justified, the next two weren't. And then I was in a room, and people were going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I was the only one who kind of brought up those three things, those three laws that applied. And some guy then kind of goes, well, okay, William, but can I explain something to you? And I said, sure. And he said, do you know how long it takes for the human brain to react after you've made a decision? And I said, no. And he said, it's less than a second. And I had already done the timing and everything, and I instantly went, oh, fuck. Right, because then that actually becomes the justification for the next two shots, because what he was saying is you can't, your brain cannot process the car has moved, I'm no longer in danger, in the time that it would have taken him, because everybody who's anybody knows, double or triple tap, right? Like, right, like, one that had two to center mass, like, and I've argued with people about that, right? But I looked at that thing and said, okay, yeah, but he should have adjusted after he fired the first shot. And when I found out that just the biological aspect of it, and I suddenly went like, oh, okay. And the other one is really, really fucking complicated, but I still come back on the fact that he didn't get into the prone position.
Right.
And there was absolutely a time in which they had his hands, and then there was a time when they didn't have his hands after that. So he could have easily been reaching for a gun. Now, both of them are sad situations. We can look at both and be like, shouldn't have fucking happened, right? But most people don't even know that the whole thing started down the street at a donut shop where ICE had a guy they were trying to get out of there. They had arrested the guy, and they couldn't get out of there because protesters had him blocked in at the donut shop, and that's why they called in CPV. So the idea that CPV didn't come and push him and all the other people off the street, and that had been going on for 5 or 10 minutes prior, right? Like, were you the one who said something about body camera footage?
Yeah, so there was
because I haven't seen that.
There was one. Well, I think, I'm not sure which one are we talking about, Renee. That was actually the one he was holding, so I don't know that it was actually body cam. It was him holding the phone.
Oh no, I thought you were talking about Preddy.
Oh, Preddy. I'm trying to remember. There was a view. There was one. I don't remember if that was body cam where they were pushing him up on the sidewalk before.
Yeah. Okay, I've seen all of those angles, and the one that I'm still looking for is there's a woman. I forgot what they call her. I think it's the black jacket woman. But there's the angle from the car. There's the angle from the pink hair to the pink shirt girl.
Yeah.
There's the angle from the street, across the street, and then there's the one from inside the barber shop.
Yeah.
Right? And so I've seen all of those, but in all of those videos, there's a woman walking around with a black jacket on that's filming that A, would have been close enough to actually hear the audio, and B, probably has an angle that we haven't seen that might show additional stuff.
Right, and they're going to ping, they're going to find out any numbers that were in that area and find out if there's videos on those phones as well. It's no different than the case that happened in Frisco, where every kid's phone that was there was taken, and they can do that legally, and they can literally say, you are not allowed to post that on social media, anything else, and you can't. You're legally obligated, because it hurts both the client or the defense and the prosecution when they do that, because you don't want a tainted public jury. Now, we know we largely have one in most cases,
Yeah.
But, because I had my son, he had not even heard about it, to be honest with you. He just doesn't, he's not into the news and all this at all. And so I said, I'm going to send you a video and I want you to watch it, but I got to promise just to watch it once. And then I want to hear your thoughts. Because I said, everybody else gets to watch it. Oh, now I see this. Oh, pause, back up. We've all done that. And that's not how we have to look at how a police officer or an ICE officer reacts. We have to say it's in the moment. And when people say, oh, it was like 2 or 3 seconds later, the shots, no. When the gun was pulled, the guy took 1 step, 2 steps, the gun fired. How fast do you take 2 steps when you're running? Pretty quick. You know, it's literally a fraction of a second. And I said, so this is where it comes in. You know, it's going to be, okay, who fired? Where were they at? You hear gun, and it doesn't matter if the guy's saying I got the gun away. You're hearing gun. Now, you can have the procedural flaw. We might have that, but you're not going to put a guy in jail for a procedural flaw. You know, the guy who pulled the gun and ran away, you know, shit, it accidentally misfired. Well, why did it misfire? Well, that gun doesn't have a safety, number one. Number two, you put a hair trigger on a gun like that, you know, one that has a 2 or 3 pound or 4 pound pull, because I'll tell you what, my SIG doesn't have safety on it, but it's got an extremely long pull. Why haven't I put it on it to accidentally pull? You know what I mean? So it's like, I didn't put it on. So, you know, there's going to be a lot of things like that guy can be like, I bumped the trigger. If you bump a trigger and it fires, shit, you know, it's an accident, you know. But
so has that been proven that it misfired?
Yeah, there's a picture where you can actually see the back of it.
No, I've seen it. I just haven't. There's a lot of people who say that. I just don't know if there's actual backing up evidence other than that picture that you've run across.
Yeah, just the picture, and then if you listen to, there's one where you can hear it, and you hear the gunshot, and then you hear the bang, 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 you know, and people always want to say it's excessive, and I'll boil it down to this. There was a case in Florida where they asked the sheriff why they shot the man 53 times, and the sheriff says, because we ran out of bullets. And if you kill someone with one shot, you kill them with 53, it's irrelevant. They're dead, right? I mean, the bottom line is if a man's pulling a gun on somebody, you make sure the person's dead. If you've got 10 officers and they pop off 5 rounds, or 12 officers pop off 4, and one pops off 3, one pops off 5, he's going to get a lot of bullets in it. You know, I mean, it's to me, that part is irrelevant. To me, it's like anybody who carries, and if you have a concealed permit, you should have taken a class, and they will tell you, if a law enforcement comes, you let them know you have a gun. You know? I'm not legally required. You don't have to be legally required. It's called responsibility. And from the left, especially, you wanted harsher laws. You wanted stricter guidelines. You wanted these things. And now you're the biggest 2A advocates in the world. But the bottom line is, if you look up what it takes to go from a protest, you heard me earlier, to a riot, he shouldn't have been there with a gun. He should have left, put the gun down. But what I found interesting is when I found that about, they literally showed the screenshots and the captures of the chat. Someone was in the signal group, and that, I think it was Austin Q, if I remember, they showed where he was. He was then on location. He's like, I'm on location. 10 minutes later, and Alex Q's no longer been found on that chat. He was very active in it before. So, you know, that at that point, they were like, we think we know who Austin Q is. But there's going to be a lot that boils into that. And
wait. What is that? I have no idea what you're talking about. Please explain in detail.
Okay, so they had a signal chat. I think you heard about that, right? So the signal chat actually can now be used as violation if it's interstate and they're, you know, coordinating people from coming from other places. That's illegal to do. You can't do that. I found this all out in studying it. So now he was on this Austin Q was on this chat. And they literally show the location he said he was at on a picture. They show his location, and then they show the location of the ICE agents at the same time. Austin Q gets called and says, this is where the ICE agents are. Here's the license plates, blah, blah, blah. He says, I can be there. And I don't remember if it was 10 or 15 minutes. 10 or 15 minutes later, literally, he's just like, I'm on location. Several minutes later, he's shot, and there's been no more Austin Q on signal at all. So they're believing that, you know, Austin Q was Alex Preddy. And yeah, so that's like, you know that they're going to be digging into all of this. And the guy then, you know, you look at what he did the week before when he was literally kicking the car, spit on an officer. That's assault.
Yeah,
you know?
Plus he begged him to come attack him.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but these people are doing this and antagonizing the situation. That already crosses the line. You cannot interfere with, intervene with. You cannot put these guys in where they fear their life. When they're hearing they're going to be killed by many people, I'm sorry, when somebody starts approaching you, you take exception to it, you know? Do you think Secret Service asks any questions? If Trump is 30 feet away from me and I reach into my coat, what do you think Secret Service is going to do to me? They're roughing me up.
Oh, you know? For sure. Do you know about the 10-foot rule?
What's that?
Okay, so here's the thing, and this is what I wish ICE Watch would teach their people, right? But they won't bring up the permit thing that Abby was talking about. Okay, so obstruction of justice, and these are the two biggest things that people just don't understand when I say they're obstructing justice. They're protesting, they're illegal observing. No. Okay, so obstruction of justice, there's this thing called the 10-foot rule. You were supposed to stay 10 feet away from them. Within this, if they walk towards you, technically you're supposed to then back up and be 10 feet away from them, right?
I think I remember reading that now. Yeah.
Okay. You cannot get in their pathway, and you cannot be in between them and what they're going toward. Like you can't get between them and the person
Right.
they're after. You can't stand between them and their car, right? And obstruction of justice qualifies if you are honking a horn or blowing a whistle. If the agents cannot hear each other talking to each other,
Yeah.
obstruction of justice.
Right. Yeah, when I was reading through all the details, this is where I have to laugh at people because they read one thing and then they read something completely. I'll just go back. One I had to break down was, the Frisco case, right? This is where people think that, this is the way it is because I read this. No, when you go to a self-defense attorney in Texas and you look up on their website, I went to several of them, like probably 5 or 6 of them, and almost every one of them, I think every one of them, on the front page had a list of things that you had to meet in order to be able to use self-defense. And people were like, well, this is one of them. I said, no, you didn't listen. The self-defense attorney, this is all they do is self-defense, says you have to meet all of these. And if you don't meet one of them, self-defense is out the window, right? And this is what people miss when they're trying to read the law is what the law is saying has to be met. And again, you and I both said it earlier. The car was moving. I think I looked it up and I think there's like 60 some different charges where a car can be considered a weapon or you can be charged with a felony for driving at somebody, putting people in harm's way. There's a whole list of these things. And so a car is a deadly weapon, and the woman put the car in reverse, almost ran over her companion, and then started to go forward, almost hit it. I'm assuming it was a Fed's car, because it was like a silver Explorer. But if you watch that video, she almost hits it. That's when they finally start to approach. When it goes around her in front of her, they start to approach then. Because now you almost hit a federal vehicle. And so they went to approach at that point. And that's when all hell breaks loose, But to me, it's just like, I told my son this before he started driving. I said, listen, I don't care if a cop accuses you of anything. I don't care what it is. Do what they say. Get out, get on your knees, lay down. You call me. We'll deal with it later. I just want you alive.
For sure.
Don't argue.
It's called the talk in certain circles.
Yeah. In criminal justice class, they brought in a guy who's done like the most interrogations. He's like over 5,000 or something like that, right? But he always told us, never say anything. Nothing. I don't care if you have video footage of the guy across the street shooting somebody. Don't say, I've got video footage. I didn't do it. You shut up and you ask for an attorney.
Yep.
And he literally brings this guy in and he goes, I knew I was getting confessions. I have to do this. I got to make sure in case there's anything. But then we get people to admit they did something they didn't do just because they want to go home. And I was like, how can you live with yourself as an interrogator knowing this guy didn't do it, but he's saying it, But that's the thing is if the people listen to the Miranda rights, because they'll say, oh, but they said this or that. No. The Miranda laws the rights are very clear. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the
With
court
an
of law.
emphasis on will.
Yep, and there is nothing that says will be used to help you. If you say something that is used to help you, that doesn't get to be used. And it's like, so it's so clever, the way it's all done, but people are naive to it, and it's just like, learn to just shut up, man. Be cooperative and say, I'm sorry, what am I going to do?
I forget the exact term, but there's this term that they use of implied consent, I believe it's called, where basically if they can trick you into giving them consent to violate your rights, it's this trick that they use, and I believe it's called implied consent. But on the Renee Good thing, the two things that I always point out to people when I kind of try to back the corner is step in front of her car. If you look at the multiple angles, when she backed up, she changed the position of her car. He did take one step, but he taking one step and her car moving angles is what put him in front of her car. Because I always say, well, he stepped in front of her car. The other thing is, somebody had pointed this out to me, and I went back and watched the video and went, holy shit, I never saw that before. Is when she first starts to go forward, her wheels start spinning.
Yeah.
So he probably would have heard her, the wheels spinning. She probably put more gas to get over the wheels spinning.
Yeah.
Right? So if that engine revved,
Which gives panic. Yeah.
Right? And then I point out those two things, and usually that's when the cognitive dissonance, and they just like, I'm a this, I'm a that. The names start flying.
Well, and anybody who's watched enough, like Investigative Discovery, Forensic Files, they start looking at shootings and suicides and where's the gun laying, because the instant you suicide yourself, you don't lift your arm and throw the gun. It literally goes limp and drops. There's a certain way a gun's going to fall. And you don't, when you get shot, you're killed. You don't just keep your foot on the gas. You're not all tense. Your body's going limp. You're dead, right? She hit that car going pretty fast. So she's like you say, it makes sense now, because I was like, damn, she got some speed up. But like you say, she was on the gas pretty good trying to get it moving. Once it got momentum, it took off, and she smashed that other car, and that's the thing. A police officer has to look. If you're slamming on the freaking gas and there's people around, you're a threat to other people, can't do it. It's just insanity to me.
Well, that's the Plumhoff rule, which is, it's a 10-second rule where they can keep, if you fled in your car and you're getting away, everybody goes, oh, well, once they're away, you can't fire. Well, the Plumhoff decision, I don't remember the other person in the case, is Plumhoff versus some state or some shit. That gave us the 10-second rule, which is essentially, if they believe you are still a danger to either the public or another law enforcement officer, they can keep firing for 10 whole fucking seconds.
Yeah,
which is another reason why, like, the second and third shots kind of qualify and make it, it's a sad case, but it's justified.
Yeah. I showed one, and I had to find the video. It took a while, but I had to show it because people said I was full of shit. And I was just like, no, because the first time I saw the video, I was like, dude, this doesn't look good. And then the camera footage from another officer, the one who shot, his body cam footage came out, and they were detaining this guy, and he throws the gun on the ground, and they had a hold of him, and he was fighting with them kind of, right? So each guy had an arm, and he started moving his arm back behind his back, and he had leaned forward, his shirt came up, and he saw the gun he was reaching for, and he yells gun, and he pop, 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 3 shots at him right between the 2 officers. So he's confident in shooting, right? And he killed him, and everybody was just like, listen, they shot an unarmed man. No, that video showed he had another gun. And this is something you can't discount. If you've ever wrestled, if you've ever been in a fight, if you're on his left side, you have no idea what's going on his right side. You know what I mean? And then right before he gets shot, the reason I showed that picture, I think I had a clearer one up from the front before, but you see he's getting up on his knees as they were moving away, and his hand was going back to the right. Was he reaching for the gun? Don't know. But his hand was going back to the right. If you can't see what he's got there, but you yelled gun, you heard shots, and instantly you react, that's what they're going to use. And Renee Good, that case ain't going to do anything. The state will try to bring charges. Nothing's going to happen. My buddy's just like, listen, federal judge is going to say, federal courts are going to, the feds are going to get involved and say, let's look at that. We'll look at it. No, he's got, the supremacy clause is kicking in. The 8th Circuit said, hey, we support this. And the Supreme Court, they tried to go and appeal it, and the Supreme Court wouldn't even hear the case. The Supreme Court literally said, we won't listen to it. We trust the 8th Circuit's decision. And so they let the 8th Circuit stay with, hey, reasonable, fear of bodily harm or death. And you can't argue now because the Supreme Court said, no, we stand with the 8th Circuit on it. and we won't change that. And so it's like people can argue and complain. You know, like I said, I think the guy that hit Freddie in the face, that dude's going to get some assault charges.
For
He's gonna
sure.
hit a guy in the face. You know, my thing is they're going to be able to say, you know, people can say what they want, but if I'm a defense attorney for this guy, I'm going to be like, listen, he's dragging this woman in the street as we're trying to get him off of her. You could say he was trying to help her. Why would somebody help her, hold on to her so she's dragging? She's getting drug on her ass into the middle of the street. What was he grabbing in her bag? I don't know. You know, we don't know. Let's be real. These people are not friendly. What did they have in their bags? We have no idea, you know? And that's the thing that, you know, if I'm on a jury, I'm going to look at it as I want to see the truth. I'm not going to say just because he's an ICE agent, I'm going to let him off. If the guy was an asshole, he's going to see trouble. I'm looking at those going, reasonably I could see that, you know, in the heat of the moment. You get to see the video once. And if I'm a defense attorney, that's what I would do. It's like, you get to watch this video once with me right now. And then I walk you through, what did you see? You know, did you see this, 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 and this? Now you get to see it from a perspective or a spectator's, you know, perspective. You don't get that benefit when you're in the heat of the moment. And that's where I think it's going to come down to what charges he gets, you know. But he won't serve long if he gets anything. But
yeah, but I think that may not go to criminal. I think both cases are going to end up in a civil court, and I think a sympathetic jury is going to pull just what they did with OJ, same kind of thing. But I don't know whether that particular one aspect of it will end up in a criminal court or not. But if it does, it's definitely clearly a conviction.
yes, in a civil court, yeah, I don't know how that'll work out because I think he'll probably still be protected because of the supremacy clause because he was doing his duty. Now, would ICE maybe pay some sort of settlement? Maybe, but I mean, unless he gets charged, if he gets found guilty by the courts, then he acted outside of his jurisdiction. Then they can sue his ass, but they'll never get anything out of him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the supremacy clause, I don't, or his immunity, I don't see how that matters in a civil case. In a civil case, it's like, do you feel like they violated his rights? Yes or no, right? It doesn't have the same burden as criminal.
Yeah,
so
but
I can't see how they couldn't bring it to a civil trial, whether it has merits or not, whether it would succeed or not, whether they would find it to be, you know, immunity applies. I can't see a jury doing that.
Yeah, I don't know. That would be an interesting one.
Yeah, that's a question I would ask Abby if she was like awake.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that would be a good one to know how that would work out with civil. Because I thought I looked it up, and I just honestly, you know, you read so much. You know how it is. You start digging so deep, you're trying to remember it all. But
I started putting notes on my phone.
right.
Like literally, if I had to, I could go in and dig up so many different things. Like the thing we were talking about earlier, I have entire notes on expedited removal. That's how I was so certain. I was like, no, I did the research on this, right? Just like a bunch of other things that I've like. I could get into, I mean, I know most of it by memory, the difference between the two warrants, the 200 and the 205. The 200, basically, when they come with the 200, it basically means there's due process rights still entitled.
Yeah.
The 205 warrant means they're not. They've been exhausted. It's either a final order removal and absentee, or they're doing it under expedited removal. And then there's, I mean, I've learned all the different stuff from USCIS to, I can't tell you how many people do not understand that if you cross the border illegally, you are not entitled to asylum. End of story.
Right. Yeah.
Right now, your lawyer can file a waiver and basically it's a forgiveness, and I forgot the number on that one. It's the same, what is it called? It's kind of the same thing that the USCIS uses, which basically says, well, we know that our client broke the law, but we want you to just kind of overlook it. It's like an exemption kind of thing. And if your due process rights have been exhausted and you're in court and your lawyer pulls out a stay, which somewhere I have the number on that form as well, pulls out a stay and your reason is for an appeal and you've appealed at the BIA, then they can't challenge that because there's two ways to appeal. So if you appeal at the BIA, it's a whole other entity, right? Whereas if you're trying to appeal in the immigration court itself, the judge can say, no, we don't think that you can be, like, we're going to still deport you. We'll give you your appeal, but you have no right to stay pending that appeal. Whereas if you file in the BIA, then supposedly they have to give you the stay if your lawyer knows this is shit. Now, under the Trump administration, who knows if they're actually following that procedure. But like I learned all the different aspects of it, like from no matter whether you're on the right side or the left side of the issue, right? I looked in all the different stuff, and I have notes on my phone. Like if somebody called me and said, my girlfriend just got arrested, she's a legal immigrant, I'll be okay. Here's what you got to do. This is what you're supposed to have. This is what you're supposed to do, right? Because I dive deep into shit. Like I wanted to ask Abby about. Did you hear about the Beery case? The Liam Ramos. Do you know what I'm talking about? The 5-year-old kid?
No. Oh, is that the one where the dad ran?
Yeah. Okay. So the judge wrote this ruling, which basically was backing up what the Democrats have been trying to say, that they want to move immigration from civil to criminal. They want to take it out of the executive and move it to the judicial. And his ruling basically, they let the father go based on that. And then he brought a total violation of church and state, said orally in God, and I don't remember the exact wording, but he literally is quoting like biblical scripture practically within his ruling. But his ruling was a clear attempt to legislate from the bench, because his entire reason for letting the father go was basically saying this should not be in civil, this should be in a judiciary, right? The way that he wrote the ruling was like trying. It was almost like he was begging to have them reverse it, go to the district or to the circuit court, and then potentially the Supreme Court. So they have, and the Democrats have been saying that for a while now. They're like, look, this should not be under the executive. This should be under the judiciary. And it's like, okay, but then that makes it no longer a civil issue. That makes it a crime.
Right.
Now all of a sudden we're going to have due process issues. Now all of a sudden they get rights to a free lawyer. Right? So what's that going to cost and all these different things? But
oh, God, can you imagine?
It'd be a clusterfuck and a ton of fucking money.
Well, okay, so I have to laugh because...
it would never happen, but that's what they're pushing for.
Right. Was it DeSantis, I think it was? Didn't he fly in the immigrants to Martha's Vineyard? Because it's a sanctuary city. And they literally had them out with less than 24 hours. And they were literally telling them, if you leave now, we'll get you a lawyer and tell you what you have to do. And it's just like, so you're literally teaching these people how to break the law, number one. And all these people should have said, no, we like Martha's Vineyard. We're here. Do you think they really wanted to be herded back into the chaos that was New York City or wherever they were sending them? It's like, Martha's Vineyard, no, find a place to put us here, But no, those rich people and those Dems, they got them out faster than they could ever imagine. And I had to laugh at that because I was just like, thought you were a sanctuary city. You sure were very good at it.
Yeah, I think it was Abbott that was sending him to New York, and then DeSantis was like, hey, I'm going to try that.
I thought about buying some buses, actually, because I was like, you could probably get a hell of a contract that was going on.
I find the hypocrisy to be so, I can't tell you how many liberals do not understand that the Democratic Party used to be anti-illegal immigrant.
Yeah.
Cesar Chavez, anti-illegal immigrant. There's clips out there of Clinton, both Bill and Hillary, Obama, and maybe even Biden, all saying legal immigrants have to learn English to become a migrant.
Yeah.
If Trump said that, they would flip out.
Oh, yeah, right.
How dare you? Right?
But that's why it's so unnerving. That's why, the difference is we are just, racking our brains. Because, look, I'll even say it, Fetterman right now. He says it. This doesn't make any sense. He can't make sense of what they're saying. Bill Maher, he sounds like a GOP fucking person half the time because...
And they're both traitors.
Yeah, they're traitors now. And it's like, I loved it because they had asked Reagan one time, "Why did you leave the Democratic Party?" And Reagan stopped and looked back, and he goes, "Excuse me, I didn't leave the Democratic Party. As a matter of fact, go look at my voting record. My voting record's still exactly the same. The Democratic Party left me." And it's
I
been
use
this
that line
gradual-
all the time. I used it this morning when I woke up on Instagram.
Yeah, it's like you guys are so far left that even Bill Maher is calling you a Fruit Loop. Even John Fetterman, I can't wait to, you know what I said, because Trump's got the hockey team coming. I said I would put the hockey team in the seats of all of the people who don't come. So that way they'll stand up and start, clapping right in the middle of all the Democrats. And it's like, I don't know. I think, I love the fact that Trump is kind of a smart ass.
I don't think he has that power. That would be Congress. That would be
it'd be
Mike
hilarious.
Johnson. I think that would have to do that.
Dude.
But yeah, that would be hilarious.
Yeah, because then it's like, what, you're not going to stand up and cheer? And I'd love to see these hockey players, because hockey players are probably the most humble athletes I've ever met. Sold one's house, and I would show up, I'd knock on the door, and they're like, "Stop knocking on the door, your family, just come in." I was like, "Nah, I can't do it." It's just weird to me. I'm from the Midwest, or I was military, so I was all over the world, but from adult life, high school and adult life was from the Midwest, and it's like, you just don't do that, and so, but just how easygoing they are. But man, they're down home boys, and so they were all like, when Trump said that, they're all like, we're in, down here when they got the Stanley Cup, they're letting people literally drink, shoot shots, drink beer, slam beers out of the Stanley Cup. They don't care. They took it out in the ocean. They're down at a little bar called Elbow Room right on the beach. The next morning, people are lining up at 4 o'clock in the morning to get their picture taken holding the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, but didn't they get a lot of heat for that?
Oh, they complained a little bit about it because somebody dented it, but they said it gets dented all the time and they fix it. So it's not a big deal. They're like, whatever, so.
I thought it was like the Canadians or somewhere were like, how disrespectful to the Cup at some point.
Yeah, and then they win it again and do it all over again. They just don't care. They want, and you know what? How many of their fans have got to hold the Stanley Cup, have got to drink out of the Stanley Cup, have got to do those things? None. But in Fort Lauderdale, you could go anywhere and that Stanley Cup's going to show up one day, because they do it for weeks. They bring it out into the public, and I love that, because it's like, it's a different mindset. And, those boys were immediately, we're in, and I love that, because for me, I kind of lost interest. I like watching the Olympics because it is one of those times when you're like, we're united about one thing at least, right? And then when a few of them started running their mouths, it's just like, done watching you. And it's not about, I don't want it to be political. I'll watch. I cheered for other nations when they were people were overcoming the dude, when somebody is killing it, you just got to give them their credit. There's this one woman that was skiing, and I was like, dude, props to you. You're freaking badass. And then you hear her story. That's what I like about the Olympics, and then, but these boys, they didn't come out and say anything negative. All it was about Team USA, and I love that, and we need just more of that, because, I think if people would start working together instead of being so divisive, we could get shit done. But unfortunately, we talked about it earlier, all it's about is gaining power and maintaining power. I brought it up earlier. What's the threat to democracy? Socialism. Right? I mean, we can't argue that. And which side wants that? Did you ever hear when they took Hitler's voice, they used AI to put it into English, but used with the same emphasis and stuff? He was promising, housing and free this and free that, and that's what the Germans were cheering for.
What do you think socialism is?
What's that?
What do you think socialism is?
Socialism is when the government is taking control of things. Socialism would be taking over industry, essentially. It's a pathway to...
Where do you get this idea from?
What's that?
Where do you get that idea from?
Where do I get the idea that socialism is that?
Yeah.
Well, we
Reading
can go
on
off
it,
the
I've
definition of
actually been in a
socialism.
socialist country called West Germany, or East Germany. I've seen how it's ran, so I look back at that as a socialist. I guess that was almost borderline communist, really.
No, but how do you get in other words, political terms are extremely contested, right? And so there's
Yeah.
a lot of ambiguity over how terms are used in different senses and according to different people's ideological preferences and so on and so forth. So, if you're going to understand like what you might call the ideological core of some doctrine like socialism, what you need to do is get an idea of like the social movement that word's associated with, the political philosophy behind it. It wouldn't just, you wouldn't just be able to get a good understanding by going by like, oh, well, I lived under some regime that called itself socialist, and that's what socialism is.
No. What I'm saying
That's
is
kind of
socialism is 100% when the government is in control. And
well, yeah, I'm just asking you to support that with some evidence from the study of socialist ideology.
Well, are you talking clinical definition or the colloquial?
Clinical? What is we're not talking about medicine, buddy.
Okay, the dictionary version of it or the colloquial?
Well, going to dictionary is also not how you study political ideology. I just told you how you would do it, right?
I
Would you have that kind of
define it
evidence?
as exactly what I just said, because I go by the definition. I don't want somebody's new age version of it. I'm going to go with what it is when the government.
First of all, I didn't say anything about
collectivism.
new age. I think you're just abusing that term. But then the other thing is
No,
like,
because can you define it? Because I can tell you what it is. I mean, I told you what it is.
yeah, I'm just
It's a
saying. I
collective
think you
ownership.
don't actually.
You know what?
I think
That's all
what
I
you're
need to
working
really
with
say.
is a sort of meme understanding that doesn't come from an actual study of the ideology.
That's exactly what it is.
Okay,
The
and I'm
core-
asking you to
the core-
support that
core
with something
principle
from.
of socialism
I'm asking
is
you to
collectivism.
support that with some scholarly evidence, and not just, well, I lived in East Germany.
What evidence do you need that when you have
I mean, I
countries
told
that-
you, right?
So listen, what country out there has on socialism with collective ownership has built up a society?
What is collective ownership?
I just fucking told you.
So what so what country has existed where the government intervenes in the economy? Literally all of them.
No, not when the government owns it. That's what this is about. The key industries are all owned by the government in socialism.
Yeah, so why is that?
Am I wrong?
Yeah, I'm
Hold on.
still waiting for the.
You seem to have all the answers. Tell me where I'm wrong on my
Well-
understanding what socialism is. You want an example? I'm telling you what the exact definition
I
is.
didn't ask you for an example. I asked you for
You-
some evidence on your conception of socialism. That's it.
The evidence is the exact what I just said. We literally
That you
have
lived in
our
East
government
Germany.
telling people.
The evidence is
No.
that you lived in East Germany, not the study of socialist
No,
ideology.
I lived in West Germany. I
Just that
went
you
into
lived
East
in-
Germany and I watched how they
West
lived.
Germany was not socialist. West Germany was the half that was aligned with the West.
Dumas,
It was openly
listen.
capitalist.
No shit. What did I say?
Then why the fuck are you citing that as evidence of
Holy fuck,
socialism?
you kind of can be a dumbass, aren't you, right now? Because you didn't listen. What you just said is I lived in East Germany. I said I didn't live in
I
East
think
Germany.
you're just saying that because
I lived in West Germany and went into East Germany and saw it. I've seen what it is. It's
Okay,
a
so you
government
went
rule.
to East Germany and that's your evidence.
I saw what government rule is, yes. You don't have the freedom
right.
to go places.
So the way that the argument works then that you're making, right, is you assume from the outset that socialism is when the government controls stuff, right? And then you go to East Germany once and it claims to be socialist and the government controls stuff.
No, I'm telling
so
you, I just see
it's
the evidence
basically
of
like a
collective
circular.
ownership.
It's basically like a circular argument.
The Soviet
What
Union
actually
was.
studying
Cuba's
the phenomenon
socialism.
you're trying to talk about.
Are we going to argue that Cuba's not socialist? Tell me how Cuba's doing.
But
How about Venezuela? Do we want to go into there?
yeah, I don't think you have any idea what socialism is. The point I'm making to you.
No, I just literally explained it to you. It's
Well, I literally explained how what you
economy
just.
is
I
owned by
literally
the government.
explained how your
You can't
argument
fucking
was
tell me how
circular
it's
just
wrong.
now, so you can't
Tell me
win
how
that
it's wrong.
argument, right?
You want to run in circles. Tell me how the fuck my
You're
definition
literally
is wrong.
making a circular argument, buddy.
One argument.
Yes, one
Socialism is
circular
collective
argument.
ownership that the government has of all resources in production. And there you cannot prove me wrong because I want to see you. But you got fucking theory. You
What do you
can't.
mean? There's no society in which the government controls all resources. What are you talking about?
Really?
Yes. Even in the Soviet Union, people had like their own possessions that were outside of state control. You just don't know what you're talking about.
State possessions. Did they own the oil? Did they own the natural resources? Did they own production?
Right, so
Did
it's
they
not
own all
about
that?
whether the government controls everything, right? So just pointing out that you're being really sloppy. But then the other thing is like, okay, I'm looking for an argument that validates this idea that socialism is when the government controls stuff, right? And instead of giving me like, an argument from the study of socialism as an ideology, right? An academic argument.
So
right?
hold on.
With
This
scholarly,
all came off of one thing.
no, I'm not gonna hold on. with scholarly evidence, right? You gave me a circular argument where you just assume that socialism was when the government controls stuff, and then you look at these regimes around the world, right? You went to one of them, right? And they say, oh, we're socialist, and those regimes, the government controls stuff. Although most of the economy in Venezuela, by the way, that you cited is private, right? So it doesn't even fit with like this silly circular argument that you're making. But then the other thing is like, okay, so like the main issue now is like, you started with this conception of socialism. You didn't evidence it. You didn't justify it in any way, right? And then you just circularly applied that to whatever regimes claimed to be socialist. And you weren't even consistent. And you weren't even consistent in that application, right? So
you're trying to spin the shit out of it, and you can't. You fucking dancing in a circle, trying to say I'm dancing in a circle. I told you what.
And now I think you're just doing no you stuff.
No, you just can't fucking say what you want to say.
Yeah, you literally just said no you. That's epic, bro.
That's epic. I like it. You're fucking brilliant. Now tell me why the fuck the socialism is not something that the Democrats want. Tell me that when they want to give
first
free
of all, you
things
have to
away,
understand what
it's a
socialism
democratic
is.
socialism is what they're going to say they want, right?
Well, first of all, you'd have to understand what socialism is.
And Venezuela is a socialist country, by the way.
It's a socialist country. So
it is.
Didn't you just say that socialism is when the government controls the main industries?
They do.
Okay, in Venezuela, most of the economy is private, so you don't know what you're talking about.
Let's see your evidence. Let's see your evidence. Every major industry in Venezuela is.
We can just look it up. We can literally just look it up right now.
I will right now.
How much of Venezuela's economy is private?
National major industries, especially
approximately 70% of Venezuela. Shut up. Approximately 70%.
State-run social programs with redistribution policies, emphasize anti-imperialist left-wing rhetoric and public ownership. These are typically cases associated with socialist-oriented governments. I love when you're so fucking. No, but you're so fucking scared of listening. You know why?
Are you scared?
Hey, you socialist. I know you are. I know you're scared.
Are you scared? Are you scared of me reading this to you?
I'm reading it. I'm reading it, dumb fuck.
No, I'm reading it. You want to hear the evidence that you asked me for?
I'm reading it.
Instead of just filibustering? Hey, you want to hear it? Are you scared?
No.
Are you scared?
You asked me,
and
I'm fucking telling you.
Let me read it.
Hey, dumb
You're not
fuck.
scared, then let me read it.
Let me read it.
You're
dumb
not
fuck.
scared,
I'm
then
looking
let
at
me
it.
read it.
I am. Expanded state-run social programs and redistribution
Come on,
policies.
buddy. Stop being
Emphasize
scared. Come on, it's
anti-imperialist
gonna be
left-wing
okay.
rhetoric
Just because
and
you don't
public
understand
ownership.
socialism
These are
doesn't mean
typical
you're like
cases
gonna die or
associated with
something.
socialated,
Just like suck it up, have some
socialist-oriented governments.
humility, and let me read the
Why
evidence
some
that you asked
analysts
for.
say it's not a pure
Why don't you let me
socialism,
read the
though?
evidence that you asked for? Why
Economists
don't
and
you let me
scholars
read the
often point
evidence
out
that you
that
asked
much of the
for?
economy
Hey,
remains
buddy,
in
why
private
don't you let me
hands.
read the
Retail,
evidence
service,
that
and
you
small
asked
business.
for?
The
Are you
state did not
scared of
fully
the
eliminate
evidence?
private ownership.
Are you scared of the evidence? Are you scared of
or
it?
established
Are you
worker-run
scared of it?
enterprises.
Are you
Some
scared of the
critics argue
evidence?
Venezuela's
Are you
economy
scared
is
of the
better
evidence?
described
Are
as a
you
mix
scared
of
of
state
it? Are
interventionist
you
system,
scared
not a
of
fully
it?
social
Are you scared of the
command
evidence?
economy and
Are you
classified as
scared
defined.
of the evidence? Are you
What
scared?
this means,
Are you
government
scared of
describes
the
itself as a
evidence? Are you
socialist and
scared
has
of
used
the evidence?
socialist language
Are you
and its
scared of
policies.
the
By its own
evidence?
definition,
Are you
it
scared of
defines
it?
itself as a
Are you
socialist
scared of the evidence?
policy.
Are you
Many
scared
aspects
of
of
the
economy
evidence?
and socialist
Are you scared of it?
economy,
Are you
society,
scared of the
state control, and
evidence? Are you
redistribution.
scared
I
of
know.
the evidence?
And then here's the deal.
Look, why don't you
can't
just want to
shut
hear the
fuck up to
evidence?
hear it.
You asked for the evidence,
Venezuela's
you don't want to
government
hear
has
it.
been socialist idea
Like,
and
come
many
on,
other
buddy.
policies
Why
under
are you
leaders like
scared of the
Chavez
evidence?
and Maduro.
Why are
But the
you
economic
scared of
practice,
the
some
evidence?
experts argue
Why
the
are
country
you
did not
scared
fully
of the
implement all of
evidence?
its classical
Why are you
socialisms
scared
and the
of the
economy remained
evidence?
partly socialized.
Why are you
So
scared
there
of
we
the
go. I
evidence?
just owned your fucking bitch
Why
ass.
have you
I
scared
just
of the
owned
evidence?
your bitch ass.
Why are you
How does
scared
it
of
feel
the
to have my
evidence?
dick in your mouth?
Why are you scared of the
I
evidence?
just fucking
Why
owned
are
it.
you scared of
Piper
the
just got
evidence?
owned.
Why are you
Piper
scared of
just
the
got
evidence?
owned. Piper
What?
just got
You can just let me
owned.
read the evidence.
Piper
It's
just got
okay.
owned.
It's
Piper
okay.
just
You
got
can let me
owned.
read the evidence.
Piper just got owned.
You can let me
Piper
read the
just got
evidence.
I'm not
You
going to
can
stop
let
because
me
I don't want to
read
hear a
the
fucking word
evidence.
you're saying.
You can let me
Because
read
you're an
the
ass.
evidence.
You're nothing but an
You can
ass.
let me read the
Fucking
evidence.
dumbass.
You
You're
can
a
let me read the
dumbass.
evidence. You
You're
can let
a
me read the
dumbass.
evidence. You can let me read the evidence. Right?
Nah,
So
you're a dumbass.
approximately, hey, don't be
You're a
scared.
dumbass.
Don't be scared.
You're a
Don't be
dumbass.
scared. Don't be scared.
No, I
Be
just read it.
scared.
If you
Don't be
didn't listen,
scared.
then you should
Don't
probably
be such a
just,
scared
shut
little
the fuck up.
bitch. Come
I
on.
like it. I
Don't
like
be a
little
scared
bitches
little
like you.
bitch. Don't be a scared little bitch. Come on.
Oh,
Don't be a scared
yeah.
little
I was
bitch. Come
coming
on.
all
You
over
can't
your
have to
face
name
like a
Lisa
little
and be a
bitch.
scared little bitch. Come on.
Little bitch.
Come on.
How you
You
doing,
can't
little
be a
bitch?
scared little bitch. Come on.
Oh, little
Come
bitch.
on. You can't
Little
be a
bitch.
scared little bitch. Come on. Come on.
Here we go.
Let me read it. Just let me read it.
Here we go.
Look,
Ready?
you can just let me
Are you
read
ready?
it.
Are you ready?
Why are you running? Why are you
Piper?
running?
Piper, are you ready?
Why are you running?
Piper?
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 You ever
Piper?
seen that video? Why are you running?
Piper?
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 Why are you
Piper?
running? Why are you running?
Piper?
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 Why are you running? 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 Why are you
I've
running?
never had this.
Why are you
fucking
running?
conversation I just had,
Why
and I'm
are
not
you
gonna have
running?
another second of it.
Why are you
You
running?
So,
Why are you running? Why are you running? Why are you
Piper,
running? Why are you
I'm
running?
just gonna turn the
Why are
volume
you
down so I
running?
can hear you.
Why are you running? Why are you running? Why are you running? Anyway, so approximately 70% of Venezuela's economy is private, with the oil industry being the primary sector, accounting for a significant portion of GDP and exports. The economy has been heavily
all of it. You dumb fuck. What else?
So
did
what
it
you're
say?
saying is that
What
a
did it
70...
say?
Hey, Buster,
What
can I have
did it
bond?
say? What did it say?
Hey, Buster, can I
What
have
did
bond?
it say?
Hey, but I just...
did it
You
say?
were
What did I
talking
read?
while I read it. It says approximately 70% of Venezuela's economy is private, you fucking idiot. And that's what you were so scared of letting me say. It's a good job. You played yourself.
Okay, but there's a little bit of nuance to that. I put it into the chat.
Once.
Well, 80.
Won the debate. You schooled their asses, Piper. Well played. Well played.
90% of the oil and gas is state-owned. 100% of the mining is state-owned.
Toy boys, right?
95% of the retail is
All right, James, I appreciate your enthusiasm. What are you saying, William?
Okay, so oil and gas, 90% is state-owned. Mining is 100% state-owned. Banking is mixed. Retail is 95% private. Telecommunications is mixed.
Yeah, so
So
if your
your number
definition
70,
is...
your 70% could be accurate, but to say that it's privately owned without acknowledging that there are two
You realize
major
there are
portions
state-owned
of it that are
enterprises
state-owned.
everywhere in the world, right?
Correct.
Right, so just there being state-owned enterprises is not proof that it's like, the economy is controlled by the government, right? If you have a 70% privately owned economy, it's not a command economy, right? Which is what your buddy was identifying socialism with, right? So clearly he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Another thing, Piper, socialism does allow for free enterprises, right? Albeit regulated. And the reason why they do that is to protect the consumer, i.e. citizens. If you look at America, right, corporations are meant to milk the last drop of blood from American consumers. And why? Because the American government does not care about American consumers. If they did, they would not have repealed the Dodd-Frank Act, right? And they would not be destroying the EPA. What have you got to say about that, William? And ISIS run away. What have you got to say? And if capitalism is so great, why do you have tens of millions of Americans living in abject poverty, including children, and your national debt deficit is approaching $40 trillion? You are creating a debt and passing it on to future generations that did not cause that debt. So and you say America's great. When was America great, right? Define great, and for whom was America great? America was never great for women and black and brown people or gay people. So who was America great for? For white Christian men. That's all. What have you got to say to that, William?
Did I say anything that you said, or you just came up to attack me? And you're making assumptions about me.
Listening to you and ICE distort, for example, what happened to those two American citizens, right, that were murdered by ICE. One of you said...
If you want to discuss that, I'm at the end of my night. About to go sleep.
Why would I discuss anything with you when I hear you lying continuously? I've never heard Piper lie. narratives about the protest. Look, what does your Constitution say? Does it say that only American citizens are afforded the protections of the legal protections of the Constitution, or does it say all persons? What does it say?
It says all persons, but that does not mean everyone has due process rights. If you understand what expedited removal is, then you'll know what I mean by that. But if you came up to attack me, I'm not really in the mood to be attacked. If you have an issue with something I said, name what you said, what you think I said that was wrong. But I'm not in the mood to sit here and argue with people. I've been in the room arguing with people all night long. And I'm sorry if something I said offended you, but please don't make assumptions about me, my political views, or anything. If you have an objection to something I said, state what you have to object.
It's outside their adjudication, outside their court, right? When they went for the immigration hearing. Why is it that ICE agents, right, are not only covering up their faces, they are not showing their badges, they are refusing to provide their names, right? And they're not telling other people where their family are located. America under Trump has become lawless. If you don't like the way America works, the way to go to and do that, right, is to work through Congress and the Senate to change the law. But let's talk about Venezuela, right? For Trump, right, to have done what he did, he would have needed congressional approval, which he did not get, or even ask for, right? Dude, how can he
did not understand the War Powers Act. He did not need congressional approval. All he needed to do was notify Congress within 48 hours.
He needs, look, dude, even when George Bush, I didn't like the man, but at least he sought congressional approval to do what he did in Iraq. Not only that, he went right to the United Nations Security Council and presented his case. The case got rejected, but the two redeeming things is he tried to do it through. Look, dude, Trump has set the precedent, right? So what if China decides to kidnap the president of Taiwan, or Russia decides to kidnap Zelensky? Because their rationale will be, if America can do it, so can we.
Then I would suggest if that's what they want to do, they should go ahead and do that. But you made a false statement. If you understand how the War Powers Act worked, he did not violate the Constitution.
Not need congressional approval.
The operation was over before the 48 hours of him having to notify them. If you understand how it works, he has to notify them within 48 hours, the congressional leaders, and he has to give them details of the operation and the justification for the operation.
We can do that before
I don't want to sit and argue with you about anti-Trump. I get you. Trump. I think he's a criminal. I didn't vote for Trump. I'm not MAGA. I'm not your enemy, and I'm not going to sit here and argue with you point by point. But I am the kind of person who does know the law, who does the research, and can actually prove you were wrong about something.
No, you don't. You don't know anything about. Are you a scholar in law? Do you have academic credentials, concerning the? Okay, let's say you know the law, Mr. William. Explain to me what it says in the Second Amendment of your American Constitution. What does it say?
What does the Second Amendment have to do with anything?
I'm trying to measure the knowledge that you claim to have over American.
I'm not going to sit here and argue with you.
Don't need to stop that.
I've been up for a very long time.
I want to gauge how much you know about the American Constitution.
Having a conversation with somebody that I had talked to in the street.
You were lying on stage, and nobody calls you out.
Tell me what I lied about.
Until Piper, how did Piper manage to silence you bitches in a few minutes?
He didn't.
He did. That's why ICE ran away. That's why you
couldn't speak.
That's why you were so quiet. Because you know that I know, so we both know, you and ICE, William, are hung like church mice.
What did I lie about?
No, dude, I heard
You're making an accusation that I lied. Tell me what I lied about.
Menacing about what happened in Minnesota. saying
What
that the
happened
woman.
in Minnesota is an opinion that you might have that might differ from me. If you want to talk about the law, you have to look at the Graham test, you have to look at Plumhoff, and you have to look at Gardner. Are you familiar with those cases?
Tell me Plumhoff and Gardner. What do they say?
Are you familiar with those?
I just asked you to tell me what do they say.
Are you familiar with those?
Good. I'm speaking English, and English isn't my.
Are
my
you familiar with those? So it's
asking
you that
you
doesn't
to
know
tell
the
me what
law,
it
and
is.
you just want to
I am
argue.
asking you
I'm
to
not
tell me
going to
what it
argue.
is.
You just want to argue. I don't care. You don't know the law because you don't know the three case laws that apply to both of those cases.
I don't
And you can't tell me a single thing that I lied
because
about.
I read books.
So go
You would be
learn
lost
the
without
law.
Google CBT.
Uh-huh.
You'd be lost.
Gardner.
Nah,
Graham
William, did you forget your balls in El Segundo? Try and speak a bit more clearly.
I see. So all you have is insults. You can't tell me what I lied about, and you don't know the law.
Support Trump,
You have a good night. I don't support Trump. I didn't vote for him. I'm not MAGA.
You are the enemy of decency.
No,
You are
I'm
the
not the
enemy of
enemy of
decency.
decency.
Americans are good and decent people, except you fucking
so
Trump
am
and
I.
me two-legged cows. You're fucking traitors.
How am I a traitor?
You fucking support a traitor, a legally held
James,
sexual
I
predator,
didn't
right?
vote for Trump.
Legally held sexual predator. That's the
James,
person
I
you want
didn't vote for Trump. I
Did you
don't
vote for him?
support Trump. I'm not MAGA.
Vote for him.
I
I didn't
disagree
hear
with
you.
over
I did not hear you
50%
calling out
of what he
lies.
does wrong.
I never heard you
I
confront
disagree with
on his
over
lies.
half
So
of the
who's lying?
things
You
he
or I?
does. I don't support
You did
him.
not
You're just an
confront us
angry
about his
man that
lies.
wants to argue and fight with people about a country you probably don't even live in.
I've been to fucking
I
America.
get
You know what I
it.
say in America? I
All
have
you
never
have
seen
is
white people
insults
suffer like that
and hate.
in any of the 54
And I'm trying
countries
to
I
wind
have
my
visited
night
around
down.
the world.
Okay? So
The
if it
country
helps
fucked.
you to
You
attack
ask
me,
Europeans, do
you
you
can
want to
attack me.
immigrate to America?
But
All
you
of them
can't
say
tell me
no.
a single thing
They
that I
say
lied
no.
about. You
The
don't
only
know
people
the
who want to
laws
go to
that
the
apply to
country
the
are
conversation
Africans
we're
and
having.
poor Central
You
and
don't
South
know
Americans.
Gardner. You don't
Nobody
know
wants to go
Plumhoff.
to your country.
You don't
No
know the
one.
Graham test.
No one wants to go to your country. No one.
Good. Don't come here.
Why would I come there? In fact, you know what we should do here in Europe? We should do what you Americans do. Let the European Union also demand 5 months, right, of social media posts before that you get a Schengen visa. How would you feel if we did that to you?
I'd be okay with that.
You fucking idiot! You're a
If
very
you-
direct and special kind of stupid. You really are.
I'm not attacking you personally.
You're
If
traitor to America's values.
No, I'm not a traitor to America.
Scumbag.
If Europe wants to do that, they're welcome to do that. Now, if you want to ask me, do I agree with that being the U.S. policy? Shut up for a second, you motherfucker! If you
I'll
want
make
to
your
ask
mother
me if
bark
I
like
agree
a
with that as
fucking
a
dog.
policy,
Your
the
mother
answer's
should have
fucking
swallowed your
no,
ass.
you asshole! I don't
you
agree that
screaming.
America should be asking for 5
do
months of
nothing,
social
William.
media. You
screaming
fucking
that you're gonna do
asshole!
nothing.
But Europe has the right to do whatever the fuck they want, the same as America does. So I
Bend
support
over,
Europe's right to
bend and I'll
do it
fuck
if
the
they
shit out
want
of you.
to. But I
will
don't
fuck the
support
shit out
it
of
as
you, William.
American
I
policy,
will fuck
and I
you like a freight
disagree with
train
that
and
policy,
make
you
you fuck
fucking
like a
asshole who just
How about
came
that?
up here to argue and attack and
That's
rage.
exactly what I
Your blood
did.
pressure going through the roof.
exactly
Are
what
you
I did.
angry, you piece of
You fucking
shit?
raising your
You don't
voice
know
like you
shit about the law. You don't know
idiot.
shit
Stop
about
being
to
sick with
insult
yourself.
people and just
Stop
talk
using your
over
mouth
them.
as a sex
You
organ,
are
William.
absolutely
Stop
a piece
using
of
your
shit.
rectum. Stop using your rectum as a semen depository. Stop doing that. It's not nice. Fucking folks. My work is done.
Yeah, good job.
To the rest of the thing, I apologize. But these fucking shit. How can you be living in America, right? Where the women of America today have less reproductive rights than they did 50 years ago. I thought America was founded by refugees for other refugees. The way these pieces of shit talk, America was founded by white Christian men for other Christian men. What kind of convoluted logic is that? Don't like gay people, don't like brown people, don't like black people, don't like people who disagree with you. I mean, if somebody had told me 20 years ago, this is going to be the America of today, I would have bet $100,000 or euros and tell them you are talking shit. But look what it's become. European countries, including my country, they don't trust America anymore. Because, is he NATO's friend or is he Putin's friend? Tell me, which is it? Do something and vote during the midterms to end this madness. I want America to be as it used to be, Its power was, creating consensuses, right? Multilateral consensus before they acted. That was America's soft power, right? Now America is losing its influence over its most trusted allies, NATO. When America was stacked on 9/11, did Putin send troops to Afghanistan to help America? No, your NATO allies did that because it triggered Article 5 of the NATO Constitution. An attack on one is an attack on all. Why are you betraying us? That's what I want to know. And you're betraying the American dream. Diversity is a good thing. Isolationism is bad. Right? A culture is a living organism. And in order for it to survive and thrive, it must be, have access to outside influences. If it doesn't, it decays and dies. So what if America's going to turn brown in 300 years? So what? None of us are going to be alive, so what difference would it make? And would you love your grandchild less because it was brown or black or white? No. You love yours unconditionally. Straight, gay, whatever. Acceptance is total. You had the balls. I mean, you were very assertive, telling lies. You and William bouncing lies off each other. It was like a circle jerk, like being in the Caucasoid cave. But now you're in the audience. I don't have mods. Why don't you man up and bring your ass on stage so you and I can debate this? Oh yeah, I forgot. You don't have the balls to do that. You talk from afar. You talk the talk, but you don't walk the walk. I mean, your portrayal of what happened to that poor woman and that poor man in Minnesota, the lying was unbelievable. Why is that some American stupid people like ICE have so much confidence when they don't know anything? How can you be stupid and confident at the same time? How the fuck do you do that? Don't you get tired of people calling you stupid, ICE? Come up on the stage, big boy. Let's see how big I know your balls are small, but seeing as I'm only a voice emanating from my smartphone, it shouldn't be too scary. You're good, man. And now what's up, ICE? I'm on stage. Let's talk. What's up? Tell me again what happened to Renee Good. Tell me exactly what direction. Was the car going towards the ICE agent or was she pulling away? Let's see. Go for it. I'm listening. Tough now, are you? It's nice when you're in a circle jerk with your fellow Nazis, but then when you get challenged or called out, you fold like cards, you cupcake princess. Fucking big mouth, no brain, no balls. So you came onto stage to be quiet, you little Caucasoid. Not so assertive anymore, are you? You assume that nobody can read a book. You assume that nobody does research. So you think by telling lies and embellishing, you're going to get... You know why I don't lie, ICE? because it takes too much fucking work. Because I have to remember the original lie and each lie I tell after that. That's why I don't lie. I don't lie because I'm not a coward and I fear no one. And unlike you bitches, if somebody asks me a question whereby I don't know the answer, I will say straight up, I don't know. I'm not going to pretend that I know. You would be lost without ChatGPT. Lost. You would have nothing. When I was growing up as a young man, we didn't have Google or the internet. I had to read books, right? And the good thing about that is I can remember in fact, most of the shit that I read for me to pass my exam, right? You bitches have fucking Google and the internet and ChatGPT, and you're still fucking stupid. How does that work? How does that work? That's it, right? Fucking telling us how the American police system works. Mr. Ice, can you tell me the difference between probable cause and reasonable articulable suspicion? Mr. Law Enforcement, Mr. Ice, I know everything. What's the difference?
Listen, child. Are you ready to listen?
Only if you're not going to lie.
Are you ready to listen?
Dude, you know what? I'm not stuttering. You stutter.
Yeah, you are stuttering. You're like, are you going to listen?
Let me help you.
Running your mouth. I'm not going to have a conversation with a dumbass that's just running.
Why would I have a fucking conversation with a lying cretin like you?
Because you're a lying prick. Everything you said is bullshit. You're nothing but a TDS
fucking ripped your balls off your body.
Like a little bitch.
I ripped the balls off your body, and you ran away back to Brokeback Mountain.
Because that's what we do. We rip the balls off. I'm going to rip the balls off, you little field balls. I love all your attacks. You don't know me from Adam. You come on here and talk shit like a dumbass.
Dude, you're lucky in real life. I will piss in your mouth and you will do fuck all about it.
I love TDS.
I would piss in your mouth and you will do nothing about it. You're not a gangster. You're not a man. I bet the only person that you have sex with is yourself.
365.
Yeah, the only person.
Trump lives in your head 24/7, 365 for what, 10 years now?
Oh my God,
10
that you
fucking
get
years.
laid. The reason why you don't like black and brown people is because they got bigger dicks than you have, and they give white women better orgasms than you can, Ice.
This man literally put his dick in your mouth and said, don't take
They
it out for
fucking
10
make
years.
white women sing nursery rhymes. Why didn't you buy Viagra and up your game?
James.
Up your game.
James.
You've never been on.
Like to be so
You've never lived in another country.
You don't even live in this country. And you're on
I've been to your country several times that I have family living there, from Oklahoma, Texas, Baltimore, California. I go on even
fucking on an app bitching about America, and your country's doing
what? If you were in front of me, I'll face your
Your
face.
country's doing nothing. They're not preventing genocide in fucking Nigeria or anywhere else, wherever it's
at least
happening.
my country gives
They
all of us citizens
Gaza.
health
Why didn't they go
insurance.
help in Gaza?
At least my country,
Why didn't
we have
your country go help in Gaza?
homeless children like you
Why
do.
didn't your country go
We
help in
don't have
Gaza?
the death
Your country was the one that was sending the children.
like you do.
Your country
gay
is the
people
number one
rights.
in the world at fucking
Women's
pedophilia.
reproductive
Number
rights.
one country in the world.
Who are you? Who are you
guys
to
marry
tell
young
other women what they can or what they can't do with their women? Who are you?
This is the reality that we live in.
What you can or what you can't do with
And
the woman?
here's the deal.
What are you?
It is
Are you
so
ever going
much
to get hurt?
fun just listening to you
Are you
bitch
gonna- are you ever gonna
about
get
Donald
hurt?
Trump in America.
Fuck Trump. Trump lost his hair
Trump.
and his fucking teeth because he
Donald
was
Trump.
whilst he was being violently
Donald Trump.
and vigorously skull fucked
Donald
by
Trump.
Vlad the Impaler Putin. Trump
Donald
is a Russian
Trump.
bitch.
Donald
Trump sold Melania to Epstein,
Donald
and Epstein
Trump.
sold Melania to Trump.
Donald Trump. I love these stories. I love these stories. And here's the funny part. He's the most investigated man in the world, and none of this came out. And you don't think the Democrats would
Kingdom
release
of
it?
Norway,
Dude, I've never seen anybody as quiet as triggered as you. You're the most TDS person on the face of the planet, I think. And I'm so happy to get to hear you
Genius
explain,
fucking
because nothing is
bankrupted
more
the
enjoyable than
casino.
true
How the
TDS.
fuck do you
You
bankrupt
can
the
sit there and
casino?
say, hey, I don't agree with him on this or that, like I did with maybe Biden.
Bankrupt more than
But
6
I didn't give two fucks about Biden 99.99% of the time. I might make fun of him when he couldn't pull a chair across the beach. But, that's what I did. I just laughed a little. You know what? I didn't wish he was dead. I didn't call him Satan. I didn't call him all these names. I didn't need to. But see, you're here complaining, acting irrational. I've never seen anybody act quite as irrational as you, James. It's kind of entertaining. You know,
I'm not the one
I don't know what it's like to be a Nazi.
which I said
I don't know what it's like to
in fucking
I don't know what it's
Minnesota.
like to be a Nazi.
I don't support that.
But it's kind of funny to listen to you. I mean, it really is. I mean, you should just get a little bit of a German accent when you speak, so then it would just, I know exactly what it's like to
You ran
be
away
Hitler
from Piper
ranting,
within
raving.
5 minutes. Within 5 minutes of Piper coming on stage, you ran away. You didn't even know the difference between socialism and
Are you angry
communism.
about that?
That's how fucking stupid you are.
You lost the
And that's
war.
something you know. Don't
You
explain
couldn't
what
win a war against a fucking field mouse.
You don't know anything.
I know everything.
You
I
just
just told you everything
know
you need to know about you.
Tell us again what happened.
You literally hit every single clinical framework
What
for
happened?
a mental illness, and that mental illness is CBS.
Tell us
And
what
people
happened.
like you, wait and see. They're going to literally say it because you guys 10 years from now are going to still bitch about Donald Trump. And I'm going to laugh my ass off
Go get yourself.
you will be 92 years old and still be like Tourette's.
I hope it's you personally coming to
Do you
do
have
that.
Tourette's? Dude, do you got Tourette's?
No, but I can
I'm
give a woman an orgasm. How about you?
You do? You do have Tourette's?
Make a woman's world shake like an LA quake. How about you?
I bet you haven't been in one in a long time.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm nearly, I'm 60 years old.
It's okay.
Look at me in the picture, 60 years old.
Sheep and goats don't
Now,
count.
look,
Sheep and goats
imagine
don't count.
how I looked when I was your age.
Yeah, well, you
Imagine how I
look goddamn scary right
If my
now.
profile picture was taken when I turned 60 last year. What do you look like? What do you
I'm
look like?
sorry, dude.
What
Really?
sorry?
You're
What sorry? My skin is still tight. I weigh 196 pounds. Three. I can do all the things that you can't. You can't. I've never called other men to
See what AI
protect me.
says about
I've
it.
never called
Like a
911.
homeless dude, you're
I
angry.
take care of my own shit. I take care of me
Yeah,
and
you
my
don't. You're here bitching about America. You should be taking care of your own shit. You should be less angry.
My children are taken care of.
Why are you so angry?
They
Why are you so
work.
angry, James?
American,
Why are you so angry?
American people are a decent people, and they deserve a
Why are
better
you so
life.
angry?
No
What
fucking
did America
trade
do
that
to
Trump
you?
is giving them.
Did America steal your ball and take it home?
You're almost 40
Did
trillion
America
in
steal
debt.
your ball and take it
What
home?
about what's spending?
Did America steal your ball and take it home? 'Cause I can look for it.
That he
Here,
gave
let
to
me walk out.
Argentina.
Maybe on the canal, on the ocean. Oh, something's about to come up on the ocean here. Maybe on the canal, I'll see the ball floating and I can
He
see
gets
it.
that 40 billion and he gave to Argentina. How
I
can
gotta
you
send you one. Amazon's about $1 for $3. I mean, I know it's hard where you're from.
can't count? You
You
don't
don't know where you come from. Let's be real.
Blanchard, mother
Hey, go ahead.
Yeah, come on.
South in India as
Yes.
well.
More. We need more.
You need Blanchard. I'll fucking make your mother my dick with the
You look
lollipop.
like a homeless. Go shave your beard, man. Shave your beard. You look like a homeless. Fucking
And
homeless.
you look like a fucking coolie running in front of a rickshaw. What's your point?
Fuck off, bro. Fuck off, bro.
What's your
Yeah.
point? What's your point?
Off, bro.
Your Ganges, your holy river, is the fucking most polluted river in the world. And you bitches don't bathe in that.
Double
drink
this, man.
You bitches don't bathe in the most polluted river.
Did
and
you
call it
fall
God.
in his river?
You don't care of your bodies.
Did
You
you
just
lose
throw them
your
into the Ganges with boats.
Huh? No.
I went to India. I saw people sitting in the streets. I've never seen that in Africa, but I saw that all over India. So don't tell me how wonderful India is. It's
You
a
have
piece
no
of
right to come into our country, you motherfucker.
came to your country and I saw what a fucking shithole it was. And I decided never to go back there again.
Homeless, not back.
Well,
Motherfucker,
my
homeless.
country doesn't have millions of homeless
Fucking
people,
dude.
suffering people. How about India?
Bro,
How about
look
India?
at you, bro. Look
India's
at you.
got
How much do you earn, bro? $1 a day? How much do you earn, bro? $1 a day?
Oh, me, bro, you band short.
Fuck off, bitch.
Yeah, you know what? You know what I'm gonna do? when I come to India, I'm gonna fucking create a cow fucking fast food chain and make you
No.
bitches pay.
How come you come to India, bro? You fucking homeless. You don't have money to buy a plane ticket.
I've got 3 properties fully
Fucking
paid.
asshole, yeah.
I don't have debt of any. You know what my father taught me? You know what my father taught me?
Come to India and...
Guys, can you do one at a time? Otherwise, we won't hear anything.
I don't give a fuck.
Also, Nicholas Andrew is asking if you're here.
I don't give a fuck what you think, Gabby.
I know, but like we won't hear anything.
James,
Only
James is a motherfucking nutbag.
James, answer me.
Your mother, hey, your mother's got dandruff on her back and her legs.
Fuck you, dude.
You fucking Indians
This
are
motherfucking pals, guys.
Maybe smoke a joint or something.
I smoke joints every day. You
James,
fucking
what's your home address?
like
Where do you
this.
live?
Well, how can you have fucking dandruff on your mother's mustache is thicker than yours? Why is that? You fucking hairy chimp.
What's your home
Fuck
address,
off,
bro?
bitch.
Like,
Yeah,
James,
fucking hairy chimp.
motherfucker, hooligan James.
Motherfucker, you banchod, you motherchod, you banchod. Puta.
Not Futa, bro. It's Fudi. Your mother's.
I just want to remind you, we are just on a social media chat app. We don't need to get that angry.
You don't give
Have a
a
normal conversation.
I don't give a fuck what
Tell
you
this to James.
Donald
James.
Trump.
You're yelling at your phone for
I don't
two
give a fuck
strangers.
what you think, Gabby. I've told you that before. I don't like you. In fact, no, it's not true. I love not liking you, Abby. I've told you this many times.
Who do you like?
wait, are you gay?
Not you.
James, how much do you love Donald Trump? Honestly, tell us.
Donald Trump is like a stubborn strain of fucking syphilis that won't go away. That's Donald Trump. Is that clear for you?
So you're gay. Alright, James?
I'm gay enough to make your mother fucking scream like a fucking dingo. Take that to the bank. You, right, and your Spock-pointed ears. Fuck all 3 of you.
You don't at all sound hateful, James. Not at all.
What's that?
I'm saying you don't sound hateful. Not at all.
I'm direct.
Yo, James.
And you know what? I don't hate anyone. I don't hate Muslims. I don't hate Jews. There's certain policies I dislike.
Sounds
but
like
I
you
don't-
hate everything. You hate life.
Sounds like you that's right, dude. Like, your bio doesn't make sense
It
if you're acting like this.
It sounds like you've never given yourself an orgasm. Even though you swallowed.
I have.
No, you have not. Come on now. The last woman to look at you was your Mima. Come on now. We both know that.
Dude.
We
Have you
both
ever,
know.
like, try to, like, jerk off and then, like, at the same time, like, just about...
You
James,
just
do
understand.
you know that fascism lines with the left
and then
more
you
than it is the right?
A bit of advice. If you treat women with respect, you have more chances of getting laid.
Hey, wrapping their head in sheets isn't respect. Stop, James.
Oh, I'm not Muslim. I'm not a believer in religion. I'm not. Why would I?
Stop.
For no reason.
Stop living the denial, man, dude. Just stop.
You know.
Donald Trump.
What's your home address, man?
Especially you white incels. You know what would impress me? If you go into the projects and say what you say here on Clubhouse. But you'll never do that. That's the difference between you and I, right? There's no difference in my personas on Clubhouse and in real life. I am like that.
Wow.
I am like this in real life. I'm fucking direct and I make no apology.
You're damn lucky you don't live in America, because you wouldn't be like this.
Dude, you American bitches only feel safe when you call other men to protect you or you fucking buy a gun. I'm old school. When I fucking go to battle, I do it with my fists.
I bet you
Not
do.
with other people's weapons.
Where are you from,
Don't
James?
Your old man
be a
can go
man.
to battle with
from the Netherlands.
Funny sh-
Don't be, the guns are for cucks.
Donald Trump would kick
You
your
need
ass.
to be safe in this life. You know the only things you need to be safe in this life? Having respect and manners.
And you got none.
You seemingly don't have any of those things going for you.
Well, I mean, I can't imagine, right, being an American parent
Did
and
you
having
just
to
say
worry
you're vegan? You have vegan American
child.
parents? What happened to you? Now I'm starting to understand.
Shootings great that have taken place, and look at all the laws. What has changed? Absolutely nothing.
You're eating
And
that.
that's-
You're eating that synthetic beef, aren't you?
It's great. No, unlike American products, aren't allowed to enter the European Union. You eat garbage, I don't.
Did
No,
you
I really
balance
don't.
all
I
the
eat really well. I eat
burgers
a lot of nice steaks, and yeah, it's amazing. Sushi.
Steaks with
James,
cinnamon.
why do you have like a shitty accent, like a shitty English accent?
Why are you stupid, Richard?
I won't like this, but I'm asking you the question. Can you please answer?
What, me having an accent, does that diminish from anything or take away anything from what I'm saying? So
yeah,
why would you,
actually adds to it.
why would you care what accent? You can understand English, and I'm assuming I'm
You
speaking
don't speak
English.
it very well.
I speak it better than you.
Oh, they don't speak it. It almost sounds.
don't live in the U.S., right? You live outside of the U.S.?
I live in the Netherlands, but I have a lot of family, including cousins, aunts, and uncles living in America, yes.
So if, as an outsider, I'm very curious, as an outsider and you're looking at America and you're looking at Trump, what, in your opinion, is the most, your top issues of your frustration towards Trump?
So, Bima, we've spoken before, and I know you're honorable. So let me try and answer it this way. As a foreigner, as an outsider, looking into America, at America, from the outside, I see that all Americans love America, but not other Americans. And the reason why I say this, if all Americans loved other Americans, all Americans would have affordable health insurance. Things like that. I mean, my kids, I was lucky, my father was Dutch, so I came here when I was a very young boy, but I had 3 children, and luckily in the country where I lived, right, I was able to give them the best that I could give, right? And all I want is for other children to have that chance.
But
But
why?
here,
But why do you look like you come from like the Caribbean?
Your first statement was really powerful. Could you what was it you said, that all Americans something, but they don't like each other?
yes, all Americans love America, but not other Americans.
Yeah.
Because it did.
Yeah.
All Americans would have health insurance, and more, even, just as important as health insurance, all American people ought not be homeless.
Yeah. I think when I hear that, I agree with you. I agree for different reasons, though. I'll tell you. I think the same. I definitely the left and the right, because that's really what I feel when I think of America. There was a point where I felt like I was a true American and I was inside of it. But for the past maybe about 10, 15 years, I feel like I've been an outsider looking in. And that's given me a particularly privileged position to be able to look at everything with a little bit more, sorry, Nicholas, I think there's a feedback coming from your thing. Thanks. My brain can't handle that. I appreciate it. So it gives me a little bit more, I don't have identity tied to either side. And so I see how both sides are so incredibly just exhausting. With the healthcare, I agree. Oh, hold on. Sorry, Gino. I'll try to wrap it up.
About both sides, what you gonna do? What you got plotted out?
Oh, thank you. I'd love to grandstand and soapbox about my stuff, but let me just get this out to James real quick. So, James, the left.
On either side. So whose side is you on? Because I think the Bible say all men are liars. You on somebody's side.
Yes, I'm on humanity's side. Yeah.
Well, that's on left and right. Humanity is on both sides.
No.
So hold on, man, it's not good. And
Gino, I appreciate it. We could hold on. Let me just learn this real quick.
You said you ain't on no side, but you on humanity's side.
Right, that's correct.
So who make up left and right men? Correct humanity.
Right. So.
Right. So how you?
Okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna go on keeping it talk.
All right. Thank you. So no, that's a great point. So yeah. So I'm on both sides. Exactly. That's exactly right. So I'm on humanity's side. So James, so this is what I just wanted to land with you. So the healthcare thing, I totally agree with you. And I think most Americans would also want the same thing. Like if we just had an ability to sit down and really talk about it. Same thing with education. But the problem is because both of our sides, both the left and the right, are so divisive. For example, Gino, I'm sorry. I just want to get this out to James, and then you could take over. I promise. So both sides are just so divisive. So, for example, with the healthcare, they have they've over the years they've condensed their positions, and they're complete opposites. If you were to Google or ChatGPT, and you were to look at Gino, please, I don't want to be rude, but it's really difficult. James, if you were to look up the top 10 most concerns for the Democrats, and then the top 10 most important concerns for the Republicans, you're going to see that on both. That first of all, they're different, and then they're completely different, and then they're on the opposite sides. Gino, please. Gino, please.
Please, somebody up here tell me what make them better than Trump. Give me one thing.
Did you not?
You told that let the woman speak. You sound like Trump. Yep.
And you sound like a field nigga. What's your point? And you sound like a house nigga, a field nigga. What's up with that? You sound like a field nigga. I'll fucking cut you out. What? You think you be the first fucking black American man that I beat his ass?
People kill each other.
I'll fucking hit you so fuck you bitch ass. You think that you're surrounded.
You young people kill each other.
Fuck you and your albino ass.
Right,
fucking purple gum having hoe. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
You, brother.
Go make me a sandwich, hoe. Go make me a sandwich, hoe.
What man doing to your race of people?
Go pick me some tobacco, hoe.
We love our neighbors ourselves.
You gonna get some tobacco, hoe.
What you complaining for, James?
Go pick me some tobacco, hoe.
You sound just like Trump.
Shut your fucking skank ass up.
Yeah, see?
Fucking no education.
You ain't no more different.
Fucking
be all the same, liars.
You can't even respect women, you fucking disrespectful dog. You interrupt a woman when she's speaking, you fucking dog.
What is you?
You lucky that I'm not in front of you, because you know what I would do? I would bend you over the table and fuck the shit out of you, Gino. I would fuck the shit out of you, Gino. I'll bend you over a chair and fuck the shit out of you. And now what?
You want me to give you my address?
And now what? Go
you want me to give you my address?
Tobacco, hoe. Make yourself useful. Go make me a sandwich. Go make me a sandwich, Gino.
See, I'm your slave. That's what you want.
Go make me a sandwich, you fucking house nigga. Go make me a sandwich.
Okay, brother. What kind of sandwich you want?
I'm not your brother. None of my ancestors took a boat ride like yours. Fuck you and your brother.
Your kids is 99.9
Fuck you.
Your kids, if you go get a DNA, your kids 99.9 too.
You don't even have your
surname, brother. 99.9.
The difference between
us is I take care of my children. You 99.9 a man. You 99.9.
I don't need other people's money to raise my children. I raise my children by myself with my own fucking money. You know what?
Where your money come from?
That's your money come from. Being a man.
Where do your money come from?
Nothing about.
Yeah.
So you're not a man. You're not a man.
Come from?
My money came through my education and me working. Where did your money come
what country you? So what country you live in?
So, okay, you first tell me about your history, and I'll tell you about mine.
Okay, I live in the United States. What country you live in?
I live in Europe. Hey, you live in Europe. You live in? What hood you live in? What hood you live in? What project you live in? What section 8 do you live in?
Do y'all steal and kill over there in Europe?
We all what? Speak English, you fucking cretin. It's the only language
in Europe, man.
And you can't even speak it.
Do y'all kill? Do y'all commit adultery?
Yes,
we commit adultery over here.
Yeah, but you know we don't have.
I'm asking you, brother. What's more different than Europe?
We don't have a crack or a methamphetamine fucking epidemic like you guys have.
We don't have that. The coca plant been here. The coca plant been here.
Hey, James, hold on. I just want to ask Gino something.
He told you to do the medicine. He didn't take the alternate into cocaine, though.
There's a few more cucks like you on stage.
Into cocaine.
I don't take cocaine. Why would I take cocaine?
Who make the medicine, James?
What James?
Cocaine?
Go fucking pick me some
anybody who take any medicine is a dope addict. They take a man-made drug. Anybody take an aspirin, anybody take any medicine, you taking the same drug.
My ancestors never took a boat ride like yours. My ancestors never took a boat ride like yours.
If you take any medication, you's a crackhead.
It's
You is a crackhead.
You take any medication?
You are a crackhead. You fucking
Whoever takes medication is a crackhead.
You is a crackhead. You is a crackhead.
You take the aspirin, you
don't
crackhead.
even fucking speak English.
What's the difference between marijuana and aspirin?
The only language you speak.
What's the difference between cocaine and aspirin?
Even though it's not my fucking mother language.
You got a man-made. You got man-made.
Stupid.
Rubbish.
Seriously, serious question. Beamer. Serious question.
You know,
Why
people
are
don't
Americans so
understand
fucking
what
stupid?
is they doing in Europe?
Why?
They
Why
killing
are
you.
Americans so stupid? Why?
Why is Europe so stupid?
I would date it back
So
to
what
the
makes
Prussian
Europe smarter
education
than
system that
America?
we adopted, James. Our education system wasn't meant to produce intelligent Americans.
You's a
It was
liar.
specifically
You's a liar.
intended to teach, train, and indoctrinate us to be good slaves for the
they thought you to be
machine.
evil.
That's true. That's what Bertrand Russell says.
So evil ain't talking.
I would love to hear P-Mars. I would love to hear P-Mars.
Mute your mic, please. Whenever other people are
Why
talking,
you want this
stop
in the
talking.
news, Mike James?
Stop.
You scared of him, sister? You scared of
Stop
James?
interrupting people.
Oh, he agreed with you.
Mute your mic.
You mute yours or throw me out. You don't rule me.
Yeah, I do.
Go home and tell your wife and your children. You got a wife and a children.
You
obey you. Do your wife and your children obey you?
You are my cabana boy, Gino. Gino, you are my cabana boy.
You brother.
You are my cabana boy. You are my gentleman's gentleman. You know, you're a cabana boy.
Gino, did you drink water yet today?
Sexual need of mine.
on your kids.
You ungrateful skank.
Go take a
You
nap,
fucking
guys.
skank.
You don't rule your household. Don't none of y'all rule your
Who
household.
you is? Who you
Nobody rules their household.
is?
Rule
Where
it.
you is?
Go rule it.
If you take medicine,
don't rule your household.
You fucking can't.
I'm a crackhead. Okay, you take an aspirin.
Can do. Gino, is there anything that you are good at? Because it's not looking great for you.
Evil. I'm good. Lies.
You are not evil.
The Bible says all men's are liars.
James, are you saying that because
You're not a gangster. You're not a gangster. Shut the fuck up. You're not a gangster.
I ain't never said I was a gangster.
So then what's up? What's up with the
you a gangster?
people talk?
What you say?
I don't call myself that, but other people.
Yes, you is. You from Europe. Y'all gangsters too. Y'all take stuff and go to war and take people's shit too.
Y'all,
Take shit.
I don't take shit from anybody. I
America,
don't
anywhere,
need to.
Mexico, all around the world, they steal shit from people.
So, okay, what do you black people do?
All
You
around
fucking
the
try
world, people come
shit.
Gino, who stole your hairline?
Just like the Europeans.
You fucking want to preach to me
Just
about
like
more.
the
Gino, what European
Just
stole
like
your
Trump,
hairline?
just like the Mexicans, just like everybody else.
And just like the niggas in America. Yeah,
Just like the
them
Europeans.
too. Them too.
Just like the Europeans.
And just like the black people. So what's
Just
your
like
point?
but y'all stealing from each other, ain't?
How am I stealing from each other?
Europeans.
Look, I don't need to steal.
Hold on, the Europeans
My
died over there.
parents gave me a
Do
good
another European
education.
kill
And
another
because of my
European.
education,
Hold
I've
on,
always
do another
managed to
European
work
kill from
with
another
a good
European.
salary.
Do
It's not
another
my
European
fault.
lay down with another European.
It's not my fault that you were too stupid to graduate high
James,
school.
you the same.
That's you.
So what?
The only way you can go to college, Gino, the only way you can go to college, Gino, the only way you can go to
Name one thing,
college, Gino,
Name one
Gino,
thing.
the only way you can get the only way you can get into college is if you go to college to be a janitor.
The thing about the Netherlands is
I don't need college because I got the Bible.
You can't go to college.
So James,
We want to
so what's 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3?
You ain't the crackhead, James.
What's 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3, James? What's 1/3 plus 1? What's 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3?
You sound like an Alabama country
What's
coon.
1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3?
Look, you sound like an Alabama country coon.
Number of a man, mark of the beast.
You sound like an Alabama country coon.
as good as the
Plus
Ravens.
1/3 plus 1/3.
1/3 and 1/3 and 1/3. You
Look
need
at
to
that,
crackhead.
sister. Y'all
I've got another question for you, black Americans.
Go ahead.
Why can you not pronounce the word ask? Why is it axe?
Because I'm not perfect.
Axe is what you use to cut down a tree. You fucking
Can
I'm not
we
perfect.
end this racist
Because I'm not perfect. Are you perfect?
bullshit?
James, you
What
perfect?
the fuck? James is like more racist than me.
Hold on, I'm asking James, is he perfect? Because I'm not perfect. Is you perfect, James?
Did I claim to be perfect?
Shit.
He claimed to be gay.
Yeah, you claim to be perfect. You damn right. You said you don't think you're perfect.
You talking about everybody else?
Let's be honest. If you bitches had the chance to move to Holland and get a Dutch passport, you would leave America yesterday. We both know that.
Where I'm gonna go?
Well, we have high taxes
Where
here,
I'm
so
gonna go,
I
Jane?
wouldn't come.
Don't nobody want my black ass.
No, the Netherlands is
Where
full.
I'm gonna
Don't
go,
come.
Jane? Don't nobody want my black ass.
Abby, an Arab woman,
Don't nobody
Abby,
want
an
no
Arab
nigga.
woman is saying,
But you
I am not
you
Arab.
wanna go,
Don't
Jane?
insult me.
Don't nobody want my
Don't
black ass.
insult me by calling me a filthy Arab.
North African trash.
Where I'm gonna go?
I'm not Fatima, dumbass. I'm Abby.
The Africans don't want my black ass.
You're a dumbass, Abby.
The Africans don't want.
I'm a Zeke. I'm
I'm not Amazigh. You're confusing me with someone
Nobody
else.
want my black ass, man.
Oh yeah, you lived in Belgium.
Yeah, that one is the
Nobody
Belgian.
want my black ass. Y'all have that
profile.
Oh, you was in Belgium?
You're just a big.
Jane, you can go all around the world, can't you, Jane? Jane,
I've
you
been
can
to
live
53
anywhere
countries
around
around the world, Gino. How many
Because you're
countries have
European.
you
You
lived
can
in?
go anywhere you want. I can't do what.
So what's stopping you as an American from visiting other countries?
Remember you said I was a nigga, stupid, dumb. I ain't got nothing, no education.
Yeah, but no education, but you waste your money and
You
buy
never call me a filthy Arab.
buy fucking
You gotta have
for
some
your
education.
children.
Go somewhere.
James, you live in a content country.
It's expensive to go to Europe. It costs thousands
Hey,
of dollars.
Pumas,
to go
you know what
there.
the difference between
You gotta have some money.
PMAS calls everybody gay, but then somebody had a recording of PMAS masturbating on
it ain't no gay
Saturday
people over there
for
in
other
Europe.
men.
It ain't no
Do you
gay
deny that,
people in Europe.
PMAS?
That's waste.
James,
Well, you're talking to me?
This is the one who
Gay
knew
out
about the
PMAS, I never
masturbation.
did that.
Hold on, wait, hold on. No, we said PMAS, not PMAS. PMAS is somebody different.
PMAS was caught
Enough.
masturbating on
Enough
Chatterbait.
yelling. Shut up.
Hey,
Nobody
if
cares.
Europeans gay,
Whatever he does in his private life, nobody cares.
but that's y'all. They got European gay people.
Oh, I thought you said beam.
Do they
No,
got
he said
European
PMAS.
gay?
about what you want, Debbie. Who the fuck are you?
Do they got European gay people, James?
What that?
Do they got
Anyway,
European
don't ask
gay?
people to come over here in the Netherlands. Stay where you are.
You've got nothing to say about it,
Do they got
Abby.
European
You're
gays,
just
man?
as brown as me. Abby,
It's
you are not
Europeans that's
blonde,
gay.
and you don't have blue eyes, so shut the fuck up.
I have blue eyes. What the hell?
Okay, let me yes or no.
You blue-eyed people, is they
Fucking
gay?
brown. You're a mutt like me, Abby.
I'm white, dumbhead.
No, but you're
And I
not
have blue
white.
Blue-eyed
eyes.
people kill
You
and
are,
steal.
don't
Blue-eyed
lie,
people
Abby.
kill and steal.
I do.
See, Abby, that's one of the reasons why I don't
Dang,
like
the
you.
blue-eyed people kill and
You
steal.
tell lies like a rug.
Do blue-eyed
You
people
lie
tell
like a
lies?
rug.
Do blue-eyed people tell lies?
Yes?
Okay. So what makes you more different?
What
Name
the
one
point
more
I was
thing that you
making?
know
Shut
different
the
than
fuck
me
up
and
and I'll
me.
tell you why.
Name one
Abby
thing.
is brown like me.
You
She has no
Oh, hell no. I'm not brown like
other
you.
people
Name
wanting to
one thing.
immigrate to
That's a
Holland.
lie.
You
Name
can't
one
come.
thing. Name one
Why
thing.
are you gonna pull the plug?
Name one thing. Lie you.
Yeah,
You
it's
are
enough.
lying.
You
You
even
like me.
admitted to me not being white,
Oh,
Abby.
you are lying. Just like me.
That's why I don't lie.
I ain't no
Nobody
First of all, you don't know how I look like.
lies you down. Abby, you're a liar. You're a
Enough. Calm down. You're a fucking grown man. Shut the fuck up.
We got the same thing.
Why don't you talk about
99.9.
black people? Why don't you talk about
99.9,
black
James.
people to a black
Go
woman
see
here
your
in
sign.
Holland?
Kick them
You
from
know
the
you'll
room.
get your ass beat.
James,
You know that.
DNA testing. This is
You know that
Where
those
they-
black,
where your blood
those
came
black
from.
sisters will beat
You
your ass, Abby.
99.9. I'm 99.9.
No. You wouldn't talk to black
99.9.
people about black people on
I thought
Clubhouse.
you knew
Abby.
math, James. I thought you said I was.
You would get fucked up, Abby.
The Bible's
You know
written in
that. We
math.
know that.
You forgot
Can you
math.
keep
is
these
black.
guys?
Fucked up.
Zeros
Yeah, I
and
think
ones.
he's confusing me with someone else, but I
I'm not
know.
Abby, you been to
You're
school?
a fucking segment
Can I move on?
You're a, hey,
James,
your
you been to
mother's
Harvard.
Abby, your mother's good.
What is computers made out of?
Alright.
James, zeros and ones, right?
Okay,
Smart.
we let him calm down.
Where's all the smart, intelligent people that said I was stupid and dumb? I thought y'all know math. Math is a language.
Okay,
That's
enough
how
to
you
know.
correct things. Abby,
You know that
Math is
your
not a
mic. We're
language.
moving on.
Use
Math
a
is
liar.
not a
Math
language,
is
it's
a
a
language.
formal system.
Use a liar. Math is not a language?
No, it's a formal system.
James is gone from
Okay,
the room.
let's read
Gino.
Okay.
James is gone from the room.
Zachariah. I
Gino?
thought y'all went to school.
Gino.
You saw that in school? I thought y'all went to
Language
college.
can change. Math
Gino.
can change.
Hold on. E. Mars, you went to college?
No.
No.
Well, I
know you
dropped
did.
out.
Right, because you didn't know math is a language. You ain't never
If math was a
math
language,
algebra?
Gino, if math was a language, you could change it. We can change language. Can we change 2 + 2 = 4?
Y'all, we did change it. What's 1/3 plus
We
1/3
can
plus
change
1/3?
math, Gino. So 2 + 2
Y'all-
can equal 5. Is that what you're saying,
We
Gino?
didn't change math. What's 1/3
Yeah, can we
plus 1/3?
change 2 + 2 to equal
Brother, what's
5?
one? Yeah, they changed because 1 plus
Yeah,
1
we can
equal
change.
what?
Okay, Gino.
Gino, what's
Hold
9
on, brother.
plus
1 plus
10?
1 equal 2, correct?
What's 9 plus 10?
What's 1/3
Well,
plus 1/3?
but we
brother,
can't-
listen. You's a liar. What's 1/3 plus
liar.
1/3 plus 1/3, brother?
21.
What do
Okay,
1/3?
but we can change
Brother, what's
language.
1/3 plus
We
1/3
can't-
plus 1/3?
Third,
We can't
fuck,
change
Gino, no one
math.
cares.
What's
it's
1/3 plus
Mike.
1/3
Not a
plus
language.
1/3, man? You don't even know.
It's 1/3, you fuck. Now stop talking.
That's why I say, y'all are liars.
It's okay,
Y'all talking
Gino.
about everybody like y'all
Mute yourself.
math.
Gino, go take a
You
nap.
don't even know how to add up fractions.
Go take
Okay.
a nap, have something to
I'm a
eat.
nigga, remember?
Gino, go take a nap, have something to
At
eat.
least he's
That's
self-aware.
math. Everything you do is math, zeros and ones.
Are you done, Gino?
AI was here from the beginning.
Are
want me
you
to
done
show
though?
Don't listen.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
a liar.
Yeah,
Everybody's
yeah.
a
Your
liar.
body's made up.
He's
So we
lying.
can prove it, but we can prove it
He's
with math.
lying. He's lying.
Numbers
See,
don't
Gino?
lie.
You're
Man,
lying. You're lying. You're lying.
Yeah, but numbers don't lie.
Everything you say
1
is
plus
you're
1 equals
lying.
2.
It's a
God wrote
lie.
the Bible
You're
in
lying.
math. 1
Humans
plus 1
lie.
equals 2.
Okay.
But if it was
So-
a language,
so
we
if
could
you-
change
1
it.
plus 1, that is a language.
No, we can
Gino, are
change
you done
language,
yet?
though. We can't
Mars.
prove. Can we change 1
Mars.
+ 1 =
Have you
2?
been to college, P. Mars?
No.
You said you dropped out. Why you dropped out? Because you couldn't handle it?
Yes. So
Right.
can we change 1 + 1 = 2?
So, 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3.
I wish I dropped out in high school.
So what's 1/3 plus
Education's the
1/3 plus
fucking worst
1/3?
time.
You saying can we change 1 plus 1 equals 2?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
so what's
we-
1? So what's
change
1/3
that.
plus 1/3 plus 1/3?
I can't. That's
Yo,
complicated. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's
There's
complicated.
smoke coming out of my ears. It's early in the morning.
Can't
for
none of
that.
y'all answer that question? Y'all got a
No, I already
smart
you answered my
question,
question.
Gino.
Man,
You
y'all
answered my
can't
question,
even
though?
answer the thing, man. That's a math.
But we're not
question.
allowed to answer the
Okay.
question because you want to keep asking it.
Man, because it don't take that long to answer. You should know that.
But
It's
did
easy.
you
I
add
already
up?
said it's 1/3.
1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3 is 3/3.
1/3 plus 1/3
3/3.
equals 1/3.
It equals 3/3.
3/3.
3/3.
Would be what? Would be what? A whole number, right?
Damn, that's like a whole one.
Wow.
No, but it's not one. It's 66666.
Oh shit.
They changed it to a whole number. They round it off. See, that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's the number of the
Very
beast.
profound.
Yeah. Go do the math.
I've learned
It's
a
not
lot.
one
That
hole.
sounds pretty solid that
It's
you
not one hole, brother.
really know what you're talking about.
They changed the math, brother.
You
It's
must
not
have gone
correct.
to college like
Yeah,
twice.
okay, whatever you want to say, brother.
Yeah, can we change 1 + 1 to equal 3?
I'm a nigga, remember? 1/3 plus
you
1/3
are.
plus
That's
1/3.
Gino.
1/3 plus 1. They changed the whole
Gino,
number, brother.
Gino,
1/3 plus
dude.
1/3 plus 1/3.
Gino.
Yeah.
They say it's a whole number, but it's not.
Gino.
So,
Gino.
who lying?
Are you on Grinder?
They round it off, brother. Remember, you
Hey,
forgot about
Gino.
rounding off numbers. They round off shit.
Hey,
Remember?
hey, buddy.
So
Hey,
somebody's stealing.
Hey, buddy. We're gonna move on now.
Hey, great. They said they're gonna get rid of the penny from the
Yeah,
dollar.
we're gonna
If they
move
steal it from-
on,
That's
Gino.
If they take a penny from the dollar.
Hey,
if they
Gino,
steal it-
we're moving on in the
Hold on. If they
conversation.
take a penny from a dollar, is a dollar still a dollar?
No, it's a
Hell
shekel.
yeah.
Hey, Gino,
What
we're
happened
gonna
to the
move
penny?
on.
So what y'all gonna do with the penny y'all take?
Hey, Gina, we're gonna move on in the conversation.
Great. Is you
We're
100?
changing the
You
subject
99.9
now.
like
Gino,
me?
can you please mute up?
You 99. Can you
Yeah,
mute up?
please, let's move on. This is.
Can y'all move up?
Can you stop?
And then when I get done, y'all can talk?
Oh, we don't know if you're gonna be done or not.
Oh, but that's how y'all do. Y'all just yap off y'all lips all day long till y'all get done. Y'all want somebody to wait till y'all get finished.
Can you,
Don't want no-
Hey, but
can you mute up?
that's-
We're gonna move on.
Yeah, thank you. I would have supported that, Gino, but you can't in the same segment of conversation ask that everybody else listen to you and then speak when you're done, and you couldn't afford that to us, so sorry. Enjoy the shut the fuck up section.
I I kind of like him.
There's something wrong with you then.
I'm sure there's lots of things to like about Gino. One of them that I don't like, you're right.
There's definitely something wrong with me.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with all of us. Or is there? Are we exactly how we're supposed to be?
No, we could be better.
I like that. Did you ever hear that that thing that's like good, better, best, never let it rest until your good is better and your better's best?
Yeah.
Isn't it so cute?
I don't think that's how it isn't it until the good becomes the better becomes the best.
I think that's like probably the better version, but the simple like kindergarten version. I mean, I think I read somewhere, oh my gosh, is our national average in the United States for reading level 4, fourth grade? Is it true? Is it true?
I think so. For high school kids or something.
No, for like our national average, as in the adults, not yeah.
I like to read.
You do like to read?
Yeah, I read every day.
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, but you didn't even go to college, P-Miles. What's 1/3 plus 1/3?
What's something you're reading today?
Right now I'm reading the Bible because I've never read it cover to cover. I'm trying to study it.
Oh yeah.
Before
Yeah,
that,
let us know how that goes.
It's going good. I'm on Deuteronomy. Where's my car?
Yeah, I'm on chapter 5.
I like it. I like it. Are you taking notes?
Not taking a little bit, but I read a chapter and then I go to Chat GPT and I go like, can you explain this chapter in context according to like the way my view of scripture? Is it like a certain I like a evangelical perspective?
Right, nice. Yeah, that's very cool.
Yeah, ChatGPT is good, but you gotta like prompt it right. So like, if you ask it just explain this, it'll probably give you like a Catholic understanding. So like, you gotta like be specific. Be like, I want an evangelical understanding, and that works better.
Very interesting. Okay. Versus like just like prompting for like just like Christian theology or something.
Yeah, if you just go like, what is this? Explain this chapter in the Bible. It'll probably give you like a Catholic interpretation. If you like want, you gotta be kind of specific to get what you want from the AI when you prompt it. But AI is really good on Bible because it has like the whole Bible, I think, in the AI. Whereas if you ask it on other books, it might not know it.
Does it interpret the Bible I'm not sure how that goes.
Yeah, like I say, interpret this according to Charles Ryrie, who's a theologian I like, and then it can know how like Charles Ryrie would interpret it. It's pretty good.
So it's Chat GPT's interpretation of somebody else's interpretation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I also read his book, basically. So it's like I've read theology books, and I haven't even like read the Bible cover to cover. I don't know why. Because I feel like I can understand the theology book easier than like when I read the Old Testament. So I'm kind of like, I don't get it. But then when I go to the ChatGPT, then it kind of explains those things, and then it makes it easier. It's such an old book, you know. But I love ancient wisdom. I think like modern thinking is like lame. Like I like the ancients. I think they're based. Like everyone's all, oh, the latest, greatest, what's newest is better. And they don't care about the wisdom of like even just like the older generations. Like the young generation thinks the older generation is just like ignorant. They're not even learning from them. That's the big mistake.
You know, Aristotle said some shit like 4,000 years ago. I don't know how many years ago.
Yeah. He was like, slavery is cool. That's what he said.
Who's says James is evil. Which James?
Oh shit, my bad. I changed it.
What was that, Haiti?
Oh, there was like
Was that a voice clip?
racist guy
That's
named
me.
James in here.
Not James is tired.
No, not James is tired. No.
Oh, okay.
This guy, this other guy, James, is just like throwing feces at everybody in the room.
Wait, is he really angry all the time?
Yeah, James from Holland.
Oh, he's terrible. Yeah, I don't know about evil, but he's really difficult to talk to. 'Cause he just gets like, it gets really bad.
Well, he would attack me for being racist, and he was just being super racist on this black guy on the panel.
Yeah, I mean, he's not,
I kind of think he's funny, though.
Yeah, but not this early in the fucking morning.
But he just must be angry, like, all the time. Every time I see him, he's so angry.
Yeah, shame on you, Andrew, for letting that go on for so long.
he's probably asleep, asleep most of the time.
I doubt it. He just like kind of like pretends he's sleeping, so he's like absolved of all like responsibility.
Right.
He like washes his hands like Pontius Pilate.
I think I have an idea of what he's doing.
So yeah, Abby, I was gonna agree with you about education. It's like totally dumbing people down. That's always been like that.
Me?
Didn't you say that?
No, I think it was Bima.
Oh no, it was BMA. It was BMA.
So you're being accused of being a racist, Pimar?
Yeah, I like racist. Or not really. I don't believe in race, but like, I like racist jokes because it's become taboo. And if you make something taboo, it's funny.
Oh, okay. Are you from Discord also?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I noticed that all these people from there are very sensitive.
Like I do do TikTok a lot. I do TikTok lives, and I like prove the Bible. It's true. I do debates. I'm like the best debater.
Hold up. Can you make jokes on there? I thought you would get banned real quick there on TikTok.
Yeah, you have to be careful over there. You have to use like coded language.
P. Mars, you said you're the best debater, like to debate the Bible. Yeah. You prove the Bible.
Yeah.
Like I'm all for it, bro. But like, you said earlier that you haven't read it at all, like completely.
Yeah, cover to cover.
So how does that work? Like,
I read a book called On My Picture: The Objective Proof for Christianity. I read that book twice. So while I haven't read the Bible cover to cover, I know how to prove it's true very well.
Okay.
It's more like a philosophical, metaphysical argument that I make. It's like the Bible's making a claim about the nature and authority of truth itself. Like Jesus is the truth. And so the idea is like, if Jesus isn't the truth, then it's like, well, what is the truth? We can never know. So unless the truth is like a literal person who's like, hi, I'm the truth, and like speaks to us, then we'd be in the dark, just guessing what really is the truth.
Do you know how the Holy Spirit works?
I mean, it's not really mechanistic. It's like kind of magic.
Right.
I just think of the Holy Spirit as like the power of God's love to transform people and transform the world. That's how I think of that.
It's God himself, bro.
Well, yeah. I know. The Holy Spirit's a person, the Holy Spirit's God, but it's like the transformative. They all have different roles. The Holy Spirit's the minister. I think Jesus is the Redeemer. Father's the Creator.
So under the influence of the Holy Spirit, bro, I proved like how the Bible is real, and it basically what the Holy Spirit revealed like to me while I was reading is this reality, like the Bible, it plays out in reality, like all the stories, some way, somehow, is what humans do. And it don't matter how much time goes by, there's a hidden like message within each story, and somehow it plays out in reality.
This guy was like, I don't believe in God. Convince me the Bible's true. And I said, okay, well, if you don't believe in the Bible, then I'll kill your whole family.
Bruh.
So everyone's sleeping or something.
I'm scrolling.
So this rumor was about Trump initially. I don't know if ICE is still there. I would have debated you, ICE, but fortunately I have to leave soon.
Trump is he's in the Epstein files.
Whether he is or not, he is more problematic than that. He is problematic in itself. You know, he built his whole career on lying, right?
I don't really know much about him.
I mean, he used to be a real estate agent and all that. Do you think he's an honest person? I mean, then people say politicians always lie, and then there you go into a loophole. When you ask Americans who are you going to vote for, they always say, I'm going to vote for the lesser evil. But why would you vote for evil anyway?
Good question.
A lot of these people who want like deportations and stuff, how much did Trump deport anyway compared to Obama?
Not enough.
Yeah.
What up, Austin?
What's up, Rick? How you doing?
Hey, Austin.
Good, bro. All right.
I'm doing well. I remember when I almost got deported from Mexico. I really did. Fucking, their version of ICE, whatever their counterparts are, and showed up at my house to see your papers.
I need to see your papers or something.
There was a joke in the, so I had these friends that were timeshare salesmen. They'd be like, when immigration comes here, all the white people run.
What the fuck?
I'm not kidding, dude. It's much funnier there because it's true. Like, everybody there works illegally, like all the expats. I mean, it's different, but it's true. I don't know how to explain it. Sorry. Forgive me, hot.
You're good, bro.
So, anybody on the East Coast? We got 2 feet here in Jersey.
2 feet of what? Like snow?
2 feet of snow.
Damn, that sucks, dude. Here in California, nice weather.
Alright, I mean, you do until it fucking, mudslides.
Wait, Richard, you didn't hear there was so much snow in the East Coast? It was even on the news over here in Europe.
Honestly, I haven't watched TV like in 7 years.
You're kind of my hero.
You're not on X or something?
Oh yeah, I am.
Well, anybody was talking about. Actually, I went out the other day and I'm walking through a random parking lot of a store. I'm like, hey, did you hear? There's gonna be snow. And this guy just starts dying laughing because it's all anybody was talking about. It's like Snowmageddon.
So where in the East Coast are you? In New York?
I don't know. You want to get together? Where are you? Yeah, no, I'm just south of New York. About 60 miles south of New York.
Hey, I'm walking here.
No, I'm just wondering what other issues you will get afterwards when it starts melting.
Wet pavement. It snows here a lot. It's not.
I know, but if it's a lot in one setting.
No, it's not. The ground can handle it. This is not a.
Oh, okay.
So it just it just looks like a lot. You got to shovel it and plow it and do that stuff, but it doesn't really affect us. We can deal with it. The roads are already clear.
All right, great.
I'm sorry, there was no tragedy for me to report to you.
I love Israel.
What do you love about Israel?
Good boy.
Their policy towards Muslims.
Okay, that's interesting. Good goy, is that what you said? There's a product called Soyve.
Israel first. I give them my shekel.
Goyim. No speak to Goyim.
What was that NoFX song back in the We're the Brews? That sport anti-swash sticker tattoos?
That
was a good song. That's a good song.
Yeah.
Oi, oi.
We should thank them for at least getting rid of the Gazans and the Palestinians.
Don't call me a white.
Oh, yeah. Don't call me white. Well played. Bravo. You're getting that.
They had a album, and they wanted to call it was it one kike? No, two kikes. White trash and a beat.
Oh, yeah, but they took it down. Yeah.
Their parents were like, no, you can't say kike. Because they were Jewish. And they're like, oh, okay. So they changed it to two Hebes, white trash, and a beat.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I'm actually laying on a pillow, like a NoFX pillow, and it's super sparkly and circly.
That is funny. Do you remember Stubbs? The song they did about Stubbs, the chick who would go to the concerts or whatever, and they were great. You know what's weird? They even have a song about this though. They really are classic rock. They're all so old. Do you guys know who Bouncing Souls are?
No.
Ole, 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 ole. Nothing? Alright.
I know that song, but I don't really know Bouncing Souls.
Alright, well, my story has no substance, so I quit.
No, you're valid.
Thank you for validating my parking right.
Anytime, brother.
All right, Gray, what's your favorite NoFX song? What do you got?
Who, me?
I was asking Gray, but you too.
I've got a couple. It's kind of hard. I like Don't Call Me White. That's a classic.
That is a classic.
What else? Linoleum.
That's a classic too.
Murder the Government.
That's a good one. I either go with, what was a really long one?
That's what she said.
Yeah, she did. I can't remember what the name of it is, but did you ever see the one about Jesus with the golden boys on it? You're Wrong. I thought it was really good. And the one where they're like, if Jesus Christ comes back, he'll go to get his royalties. I thought that was hilarious. And I like that because they were super political, but they did it in song format, which was fun.
You ever listen to Johnny Rebel?
Yes. Right after I tend to go between him and Johnny Cash, and that's a fair point. But I mean, did you ever go to like a show and the musician gets up and starts lecturing people, it's like, shut the fuck up and write a song. And yeah, maybe Johnny Rebel is problematic. You have a valid point there, but do you see what, like, at least he made it lyrical? I'm not defending Johnny Rebel, am I? I guess I did.
I would have not known about him if it wasn't for Clubhouse, bro.
Johnny Rebel, yeah, that shit's fucking. Even Johnny Cash, like, picking cotton, or what he has some cotton picking songs. It's just terrible.
Remember Johnny, go fuck yourself? I just made that up.
No, I totally remember it, dude. It's a real thing. Anybody do anything cool this weekend?
Okay.
I went to church and Bible study.
It's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Did you do cocaine while you were there? That would be even better.
No. I've never done cocaine.
Well, why don't you try it and combine it and see if it makes it better and report back?
I always thought I would look for, like, assholes.
No,
Definitely don't just start taking up cocaine. That's a bad thing to do.
First of all, it's only a drug for assholes if you've been doing it for like a long time, because then you have to boof it. But when you start out, it's not so.
You ever boofed NyQuil before, Austin?
I mean, before last night?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, last night was my first time and it was amazing. They should have like an Uber for boofers, like somebody to come and boof shit into your ass.
You need to boof the Bible.
I mean, no, I'm trying to pray the gay away. I feel like that's counterproductive. Can you boof the Quran?
You can most definitely boof the Quran.
I wonder, do you think the Quran is more boofable than the Bible?
Fuck yeah.
I think if I had to shit on one of them, it would be the Quran.
So if you're shitting while boofing, you're doing it wrong. I just want to point that out.
Oh, I wasn't talking about boofing. I was just talking about shitting.
I know that. I'm just trying to tie it all together.
I don't like Islam because they treat women like objects.
I mean, technically, isn't everybody an object? I never understood that.
Right, you got a point.
So if they don't treat them like objects, they're not real, which is even more fucked up.
No, people are entities.
But aren't, okay, I haven't gotten to that level.
Yeah, you're probably like an object.
I feel like you're meant to stay inanimate, but like I hear you anyway.
You ever been treated like an object, Austin?
I mean, only when I'm paying for it.
I don't understand, why does the left support Islam when Islam, like, hates gay people and murders gay people and shit?
Because they're retarded.
Oh, right.
I mean, because they're self-hating.
Because they have no wisdom.
It doesn't make any sense, does it?
I mean, does anything? Except for a Ponzi. A good Ponzi scheme is the
Son of a bitch. Good fucking point.
The only thing that makes sense to me is a good Ponzi scheme that I'm at the top of.
It makes me think of the Bolsheviks. When the Bolsheviks were trying to get power, they're like telling all the homosexuals, like, vote for us, homos, and we'll help you. And the second they actually got power, they put all the homos in work camps.
But who was more disappointed, the gay people or the Bolsheviks? Because like how hardworking were they?
They just fucking use people.
You know what? I think let's tie this back to no effects and just say everything in moderation, especially moderation.
How old were you when like YMCA came out, Austin?
Who hurt you?
I think I was like 54.
Damn.
Gray, are you a Christian?
No.
Oh my god, you're going to hell.
But what if, like, there is no hell?
It's impossible.
But what if
We can't.
there is a possibility?
There's no possible world where there's no, the God of the Bible doesn't exist. He's necessary.
He's necessary.
He is.
He's the big boofer.
He's like the glue that holds reality together. If you count God,
I think he's the wind that moves the drugs into your ass.
man, you're going to hell big time.
I don't think there's levels. I think it's like either you're pregnant or you're not. You're either going or you're not. So I'm good.
No, there is levels. It's like worst parts of hell.
Well, like one part you get a pineapple in your ass, and the other part you get like a kiwi.
Yeah, it's like that exactly.
Fuck! I'm totally going to the pineapple level.
So what do you know about Kabbalah?
That it's when the Jews were held captive by the Babylonians, they learned Kabbalah. It's like black, ancient, they're called black magic, ancient mystery religion.
Is that where the Jewish space laser got started?
And they think like math is God, and like, yeah.
Well, you ever hear of the power of three? So did the Romans.
And they're pretty powerful. Like Madonna, the Kabbalist, the Kardashians, Jared Kushner.
Kanye.
Is Kanye? I don't think Kanye's just like crazy.
Oh wait, he got kicked out, right? He's like a dark magic now or something? Like no racism intended.
I see shadow people, and I'm not talking about African Americans.
That's uncomfortable. Blame it on Tourette's.
What's up, Bob? You got a counter argument to tag yet?
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah.
How do they look like?
Tag is the best argument. Pre-sub eliminates all mediocre debaters instantly.
And then you're just left with the masters.
Yeah.
You guys heard about the Tourette's thing, right?
Yeah, that was funny. I said I'm making a video about that.
No, I identify as having Tourette's, so now I can yell racial slurs wherever I go.
I should have thought of that. Andrew, I have Tourette's. I just have Tourette's. Nigger.
Let's not do that.
Okay, Gray, you are so much better than all of us, and I agree. So don't call me white.
Damn, I gotta leave like in 5-10 minutes.
That was pretty funny though. The guy who yelled it, like the Tourette's thing, He was literally there to promote his movie about having Tourette's and his struggle. Which I feel like maybe it was just like he was just looking for attention. It's like, yeah, I gotta do this, I'm gonna get in the news.
You know what therapy is at its core, Austin?
A way to get laid?
No, it's gaslighting yourself.
It really, really is, dude. Like it's all shit you already know. And it's like, you already know this. Like, you're just an asshole for being here and having to hear it. That's real tough stuff. Good work. That's really funny, dude. What is that from? That's gotta be.
I just came up with it, like a couple weeks ago.
Well, I'm gonna have to refer to you back to you because it totally is just gaslighting yourself. You are so right.
Dude.
I've tried therapy before. I'm just like, anything you could say, I already know. Like, maybe I need, like, to talk it out with myself, but I definitely don't need to talk it out with you. Like, don't be a dick. Thanks, we got there. I got it. Dude, I'm so excited. I'm 3 months away from my divorce trial date since 2021. I'm gonna be a free man.
Are you still like sad?
I mean, I'm gonna try and go to Milan this weekend because it's Fashion Week, and models and bottles. So you tell me. I am. It's a little like this would actually be the first like fun thing I've done forever because I'm full-time dad. I'm like, she's not a terrible mom. She's not putting them in danger. I could totally leave them alone with her for a weekend.
You know what? You gotta bring some like drama into the room. Like, this is too boring, dude.
Alright, what do we got?
Let's see.
Anybody have any Ice Raid or MAGA? I heard Reese's changed the formula on the chocolate. Now the original family is upset. We can talk about that.
No, it's gonna be more like provocative.
Alright. If a dude used to be a chick and gets pregnant, does that count as a dude being able to get pregnant?
Nah, nobody cares about trans.
Fuck. If you pray the gay away and it comes back, is it an STD? How about this? If you get baptized and you're born again, like, does that mean you no longer have the STDs?
Oh, Lord.
Lordy Lord. Should we go to a cancer ward and be like, hey, good job, Jesus loves you, he wants to see you sooner than me?
No.
That seems mean. It would only be funny if we did that at a Jewish hospital or a Muslim hospital.
Let's see. Damn. Austin.
What did I do?
I'm gonna text you a link, like in the comments. I mean, yeah, I'll put it in the comments so everyone can see. Holy shit, dude.
I can't open Facebook here, dude. I have
Copy the link and then like take it elsewhere. It's worth it.
I will copy it for later, but tell me about it.
Very big. Very plump.
room seems pretty quiet. Very quiet. Maybe Andrew fell asleep.
because we don't exist in the world on our own. Like there are things that
You don't think that's an issue?
It's gonna just benefit us, and it's not gonna have any impact on us downstream when it hurts other people. So that doesn't, you can't like look at things like that.
I'm not worried about it hurting other people if them benefiting from what we trying to do is hurting us.
But in the long term, hurting other people is gonna hurt us. Like
not really. I've taught y'all that, but that's not true.
Who is that?
If society. I hate using they because then we got to figure out who they is. You're right. But society has taught us to be humanists. I'm a little bit more rebellious and I care about my race, Black American, more than anything. And that's just my guy's point. I mean, you may not agree with it. You may be a humanist, and I'm cool with that. But at the same time, I'm not cool with being a humanist because these same people, it's self-explanatory, man.
Well, you can't expect other humans to care about you when you don't care about them, though.
That's the difference between me and you. I don't give a fuck if they care about me unless they my people.
But we're not in the majority. And if other people don't care about us, we're not going to get anywhere.
We never been a majority. And if we don't care about ourselves, we're not going to get anywhere. But if we care about everybody else before ourselves, or we include everybody else, that don't make sense to care about everybody else either, because then everybody else eats off of our plate. Speaking of like, we got the civil rights movement in 64, and then they brung in that minority shit in 65, and then they brung in the voting shit in 65, to where now the civil rights shit got overlooked by the shit. I lost my train of thought. I'm not bad, I'm working. But in 65, it got overlooked by what they passed in 65. And then they started caring about everybody, minorities, which is, I have no issue, man, but minorities got taken care of before Black people did. And I just didn't, there's still things that we need as people that we not getting from these people. And it's kind of our fault too. So I'm not even just blaming other people, I'm blaming us and other people all at the same time.
Good morning, this is Hurricane. I come in peace. Do not be dismayed. Don't be discouraged. I'm fine. Greetings to the mods. Greetings to the lovely Sunny. Greetings to our elder ambassador. Greetings to our resident colonizer spiritus.
It's great to be here. Thank you.
You gotta shout out the colonizers. Okay,
You be successful in all your endeavors.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador. I really appreciate it because you are a true elder and your words carry weight always.
That is true.
Yes. Hello, Sunny. I just came up to tell you that our daughter was formidable last night.
You said what?
Our daughter was formidable last night on Clubhouse. She helped obliterate the enemy. It was glorious.
I told you, Patty.
Somebody recorded it. Oh.
There was just so much, but she was a rock star and she's come so far. It was beautiful. That is all for now.
Good morning, Hurricane. I missed it. So Pearlie was involved too?
Andrea, let me tell you, I have never observed a tsunami drag in motion on Clubhouse, ever. It was like a relay, okay? You had Britt first leg, you had Matt second leg doing that curve, you had Kalisha doing you had Kalisha third leg, and then Matt on the anchor leg. It was glorious, okay? It was glorious. It was like the U.S. women's team versus, I don't know, pick some random European country that don't run fast. Let's see. Let's say U.S. women's relay team versus Russia or somebody.
You're a European country. Don't even bring up no African country.
You know I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that.
No Caribbean. No
Exactly, but it was beautiful, Tiandria. You missed it. Matt was sensational.
Kalisha was masterful. Whenever an insult was hurled her way that was based on facts, she flipped that shit upside down and threw it back. Beautiful.
Yeah. So I caught Matt. I caught Matt just a little bit. We were dealing
Y'all
with
gotta pay me when that shit happens, because you know we're trying to support our sister's room.
It was late, Patty, like late. Nobody expected this
Y'all
drag
still
to
need to
happen.
pay us, because we be wanting that. I love I'm a dark side baby. I love it.
No, but I don't know if anybody's ever seen Brit drag somebody.
I've never heard
I've never.
Brit was like, don't let the respectability fool you, okay? I am still that girl. And if you try me, I will drag you. It was beautiful.
It was pretty hot. Like I love Brit anyway. I've never seen her do that. And the way I got out of my chair while she was doing that, I was so moved and I was so thrilled, and she leveled up so much just for me personally. I had a little crush, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, Brit was like, Brit was still mindful. She was still demure. I mean, she raised her voice a couple of times just to add the accents that were needed. But it was fire. I was impressed, but I wasn't surprised because y'all know. I mean, Brit's great on the app. She gives the best recaps in the world. She's always accurate. Nobody can give a recap like Brit. And Brit also remembers everything. She'll tell you what you said 2.5 years ago.
She was here. I don't see her anymore.
But she's in a different time zone, I think, so she's probably busy and stuff. But it was good, and then Matt came, and Matt did his thing. Matt got gully. It was a little too much, but sometimes it's needed. And then Kalisha was a dark horse that nobody expected. And people, I don't know what the enemy thought, but the enemy thought that they could get over on Kalisha. But Kalisha was great. Unfazed.
Not the devil thought he had me.
The devil, listen, the devil thought he had, okay? The devil did. But Kalisha flipped all that shit upside down and threw it back in her face. It was beautiful.
So guess what, y'all? I got my, I was checking my email last week. I was like, fuck. I got to call HRC this week. But they trying to send me to Djibouti.
Djibouti? What?
Yeah, for my next duty station.
I don't even know where that is. Damn, Djibouti. The horn.
Yeah. So it's
like...
The horn? Child. Not for a deployment, for a duty station. I was like, fuck this. I gotta contact HRC this week. Now you consider it retire. Child, I can't retire. I ain't got enough time, but...
I mean, when you said HRC, I'm like, wait, the Human Rights Commission, Hillary Rodham Clinton, who?
For the military. I was like, why Djibouti, man? I know why they're trying to send me. They try to send me to Djibouti. They be trying to send me to these damn countries, and I'll be like, motherfucker, I'm American. Like, they be trying to, think that you have, even with recruiting. At one time, they were trying to send me to New York City as a recruiting commander, and I was like, I can't. When I told you, come through. At the time, they were trying to do, they have the worst numbers when it comes to recruiting because they don't want to join the military. But they try to stand, if they think, okay, if you, because I joined from New York, and they think, oh, you're a New Yorker, you can relate to the people. You ain't been in New York. You ain't been living in New York. You visiting doesn't mean living. Shit changes. Every time I go home, there's something different going on. And then with the Djibouti thing, I know for a fact it has something to do with my clearance because of my background. So then they're probably thinking I know East Africa. I don't fucking know East Africa at all. That should be weird. they're gonna send me there. I'm gonna still be eating cheeseburgers, not crispy rice. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what's going on. But I'm not trying to go there, and I'm gonna fight that. I'm gonna tell them I can't do it. I'm broken. My body broken. I don't have the facilities to service me if I need it. It's just ridiculous. They should have took the Philippines when it was open. But this shit is ridiculous. I'm not trying to go there. I've been to Djibouti before, and it was just for TDY. I don't want to go there. It's probably one of the best bases in Africa to go to because you can drink. They let you, like, they have a lot of stuff going on there, but I don't want to be there because my daughter's in college. I need to be close to home. But yeah, that might be my next base, y'all. Y'all will find out in the next 6 months when I'm freaking packing my shit up.
Well, you're gonna be close to your clubhouse family, so you can't go. That's what you
don't even know them people like that.
Well, what you gonna do with the house? You gonna rent it out?
Girl, Atlanta's different. Everywhere else that I was stationed at, it was near a military base, so I was with buying a house. It's easy to rent out. I don't know how this is gonna go in Atlanta. But if I'm in Djibouti, I still get my BAH and all that, or my basic housing allowance, so I can pay my mortgage on my own without relying on other income to pay.
I think a celebrity or two would want to rent your house because you got a neighborhood. I think somebody will want to rent it.
Yeah, we'll see.
And then it ain't far from the movie studios. You probably can rent that bitch out. I'm just saying. If you need help, I know somebody that can help you, girl.
Because Atlanta, I'm going to be honest with you, Atlanta's not really, for me, the housing market's not really a good place. But I think I bought in the right place, like she said, the right neighborhood. But if you were to buy in other neighborhoods, it's not really the right market unless you got a condo downtown. Then you can Airbnb it out. But I don't stay downtown, I stay in the country. There's a lot of NFL players and some other people that stay around this area, but
That's what I'm saying. You might go rent to one of them, being that your neighborhood is highly sought after for that type of crowd. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I know people that would sell their right leg to live in your neighborhood. So shit. I don't think it'd be hard.
Let's see. All right. Any comments on these tariffs? Yeah. I wish I could have heard what happened last night. Y'all need to ping me when they be going crazy.
Well, so when Brent was going off on a die, my phone died.
I can give the short recap. I believe the squabble began in the room chat. That's where it began.
Oh, for sure.
Yes, the squabble began in the room chat. As some of y'all know, I don't read the room chat all the time, so I don't know exactly what sparked the squabble, but eventually Ada came on stage and Britt and Ada went at it, and I think that Ada thought that she was going to dominate Britt because Britt is mindful and demure and kind and all of those lovely things. But
what was it even about, though? I mean, was it even about anything?
It was about. It first began. I think the first disagreement was about law school because Ada kept on saying that law school is his major accomplishment, and Britt was like, "Well, not really. You go to law school, sure, it's great, but you have to pass the bar first, and then you have to get a job." And one thing Britt didn't say, but everyone should have understood, is that the legal market right now is a shit show. So people who are graduating in the spring will need all the thoughts and all the prayers to find jobs.
But y'all left out that you have to graduate too.
Well, yeah, but we're just assuming
I'm
that
just
she's.
messing.
So Britt was just like, listen. So it's not the accomplishment that you think it is. What the real accomplishment is passing the bar exam and securing employment. Britt didn't even mention that the bar passage rates for Black law school graduates are significantly lower than the bar passage rates for white law school graduates. That wasn't brought up, but it could have been, because it's an important stat to be aware of. But yeah, and Adar did her thing, and Britt handled her, and then Matt jumped in and did his thing, and then Alicia got on stage, and folks be underestimating the biracials, y'all. I don't understand, like. People on this app seem to forget that even though Kalisha is biracial, she has 2 Black parents on this app. And I was a proud father last night, y'all. I was very proud. Very, very proud.
I really do want the Ada versus everybody to end. Like, I'm not sure what's going to bring that to an end, but she needs to study. I think we need to do her like we did Kalisha when she needed to study for the bar and just like maybe not engage, and maybe she'll spend that energy doing something else.
I don't know. That was our daughter, son. It's different.
Yeah.
That's not my daughter, so yeah. I have nothing to say. She can do what she wants, but yes, y'all. When Kalisha was studying for the bar, her parents told her that she was forbidden to come to Clubhouse until she was done, and she listened.
Oh, she didn't.
She did.
She did not. She would pop her butt in IGB because y'all 2 don't go in there. So see.
No, she had an amount of time she could be on each day. She did. I promise you, she did.
Yeah, she definitely did. What are you talking about? I monitored her. She wasn't on the app like that, and she was told very little time. Don't let us catch you spending your nights on this damn app. You better study. And she studied and she passed. And the California bar is very hard. Guess who's never taken it? Hurricane. And Hurricane ain't about to take it because Hurricane is old.
You said you ain't got time to be studying no more.
I mean, I'm serious. Like, no, yeah, like, because you can't avoid the California bar. If you want to practice in California, you have to take the bar, even if you're 85 years old. You just have to take it. So. So no, we're not doing California. My bar exam days are over. We don't do that shit anymore. But yeah, anyway, it's not about Hurricane. It's about the lovely, lovely people yesterday who did a fantastic job. Y'all missed it. Y'all really did.
I caught the tail end with Matt, so I missed Britt. I missed Pearlie. I missed everybody.
Oh, and shout out to the politically correct mods for staying out of the way and letting nature have its way. The politically correct mods, they set the stage, they rang the bell, and they let shit rock. It was great.
That's when it be shit like that I be wanting to hear the replays.
Yeah, there were no replays yesterday, but it was long too. It lasted over an hour, Patty.
Damn it.
We were arguing with Anthony at the same time.
Oh, there go Britt.
There's Britt, the MVP.
Good morning. I do not know what y'all are talking about. Okay, I don't know who that person was last night who was doing all that talking. It wasn't me. I don't recall.
Britt. I believe it, girl. They took over your PTR. It was probably a Russian bot.
Exactly. I got hacked.
Because AI can do the voice thing. So yeah.
I don't know. Yesterday's drag had a lot of signatures. Everybody had their signature, Britt. I don't know.
Wait, what was my signature? I mean, that person who looked like me and sounded like me.
Let's see. It was just the mindful, demure, strategic, um, laser focused drag. You didn't overdo anything. You did what needed to be done, and you stopped. You didn't go too far. You just went far enough. So it was masterful. It was balanced. No cuss words. It was beautiful and unexpected. Cause see, people be thinking Brit just gives recaps. That's what they thought. They thought that they could try Brit, and Brit was just gonna be like, okay.
Well, no, I was told that I don't have a personality. I'm boring. I should stay in my place, which is just making, comments in the chat and like stuff like that. So, I don't know. But that wasn't me. I don't know. I don't recall. I'm Mariah Carey to this.
Oh yeah, by the way, yeah, Drew, and I have a bone to pick with you. Cause see, Drew loves black women so much. Drew did not want the shit to happen. Drew kept on coming off microphone, rumbling in the background, talking about y'all need to stop and all that other bullshit. Nobody listened to Drew yesterday. Drew, I wanted to goo you so badly yesterday. Cause you were trying to interrupt the content. Drew. What is it? You were. Hell no. You were at first. All I could hear was all that rumbling, all that straight man rumbling in the background.
I might have came off mic, but I wasn't trying to interrupt or nothing.
Well, it sounded like
There's nothing with trying to stop up.
That's how black men from Seattle get down.
I was like, this beautiful content at this late hour, and Drew's talking about black love and all that other bullshit.
Nah.
But fortunately, your mic was not good, so nobody could hear you, which was great. Right. Mm-hmm. That's the other thing yesterday. Everybody had an amazing mic. Because, to drag effectively, you have to have a big mic. Everybody had a big mic yesterday. Y'all know Kalisha had the brown liquor Kalisha mic. That's what she had yesterday. That shit was popping. Brit's mic was great, Matt Goliath always has an amazing mic. It was great. It was great.
I swear, Matt had me fucking dying yesterday.
And my phone went dead, but I caught the beginning. I caught when him Matt started, and then she looked in the chat and started talking shit about Brit. Then Brit came up and let her have it, and then my phone went dead. I was like, damn, I missed it. But I think that girl just like to get dragged. I don't know what the hell wrong with her, but
I'm telling y'all, we just need to stop engaging.
Well, I mean, so, Sonny, here's the deal.
Be the right thing as a black American.
Well, can I also mention something just as an observer? We were on stage talking about nerdy electoral politics and history and all that kind of stuff, but there was on the chat, it was a showdown on the chat. It was so much fire in the chat, and then that person came up on stage, and we all quiet. We knew what we were supposed to do. And then when that person came on stage, that's when the fireworks happened on the stage. And to be honest, I'm just sitting back listening, but it felt like when you go to a concert and your artist debut like 5 new songs, that's what it felt like, because it was like, oh, I've never heard this before. I've never heard this. Oh my God, this person's getting on stage. I've never heard her before. It was a bonanza. And it was worth recording. I'm glad I didn't, but it got so, I don't want to say heated, but it got so intense on stage, I had to move myself to the audience.
Yeah, it was. Now, I will say this. So, Matt Goliath went too far, and we know that Matt Goliath does that all the time. And, people may be into it. I'm not going to say where I think the line should be drawn, but he went too far. But there was one thing he said that had me dying, because it was diabolical and rude. To call somebody who's about to graduate from law school a paralegal hoe, that shit took me out. That shit took me out. He called her paralegal hoe. Okay?
Well, see, this is the thing. I understand where the whole conversation has come from, kind of back and forth with her. But I actually think it came from a good place originally of like, hey, chick, pipe down a little bit, understand this and that. But that is not happening. And now I feel like personally, I feel like she thinks that, we people on this side don't want to see her succeed or against her. And I don't think that's the case. So that's why I say I think the beef should end. That should have been like the finale of the beef and just leave it alone.
It's not gonna be because she's relentless, but I think that her being the way that she is would be good for her being a good lawyer. I mean, well, a lawyer. I'm not gonna say that she'll necessarily win cases, but she got the stamina to be in court and arguing and doing all of the things. So I think she would be good. And what she do, she need to just tone it down and maybe listen to people a little bit and take advice. That whole thinking you know everything shit is going not it's going to get her nowhere. But outside of that, I mean, I think it's all right.
I just want to say that, like, overall, having passion and zeal and, like, one of the big things that a lot of lawyers will talk about is being, like, a zealous advocate for your client. All of those things are very, very important for the practice, especially if you are not doing, like, big law as it relates. And when I say that, what I mean is more so, provided you're not doing customer-facing law, where you are doing employment law or you're doing civil law, civil clients with everyday lay people, corporations, or you are doing criminal law, being a zealous advocate is important. Having the determination, the compassion, and the overall passion to represent your clients to get an outcome that's beneficial to your clients is very, very important to being a lawyer. But I want to disabuse everybody of the notion that liking to argue, being quote unquote good at arguing makes for a good lawyer. It does not. The type of arguments that people think are good would make a good, the mechanics of arguing that we hear on this app do not always equate to having good, sound, logical, legal, rational arguments. Those two things are not the same. So, the zealous advocacy, yes. Just pure arguing and banging to bang, thinking you're going to be a lawyer because you like to argue and you feel like you argue real well, they will eat you up. They will take your lunch all day, every day.
I'll just add two things. And the first is a compliment to Ada, who I hope graduates from law school on time in a couple of months. He has a necessary quality for lawyering. Rick talked about, I'll use the word daring. It's daring. It's bold. And you need that. Because sometimes you will find yourself in spaces where there aren't any real winning arguments. And the best argument you have is one that won't walk on its own, and you need to sell that shit. And when you sell it, the decision maker might be like, you know what? I'm not really feeling what I heard, but I like the way she delivered it. So, I'm going to go with it. I'm going to go with it because she sold that shit. And you need that. And Ada has that. She's daring. She's bold. Now, is she also foolish? Yes. So that part has to be reworked. But the daring part she has. The second thing to say is, and Britt can probably talk about this better than I can, given what she does, but being an asshole will only get you so far in the world of law. It's much better to be congenial, because people tend to want to give you things when they're just nice. You have to negotiate. And to be a good negotiator, you have to endear yourself to people. And you don't do that by being foolish and talking out of turn. You do that by being judicious and talking strategically, planting seeds that need to be planted and planting them at the right time. Watering the seeds after you've planted them so that they can germinate and bear the fruit that you want. And all that other stuff, I hope she learns, because unfortunately, that shit's not taught in law school. I think some law schools offer one class in negotiation, maybe two. I don't know, Britt, what your school had, but those aren't things that law school trains people to do generally. And I just hope that when she's done, that she figures that stuff out. Because being a daring, bold person is not all you need. You need other qualities too. Oh, and then one final thing I'll say. The speaking part. The speaking part's important too. She's gonna have to learn how to get that language together, because it don't be making sense all the time. So she's gonna have to figure out how to clear that up.
Well, I do agree with that as well. But in the end, we want to see the Black woman succeed. So I hope she does. I'm tired of all the banging personally. I don't know what the point of it is. On her side, and at this point on our side either.
No study telling me to pipe down. What's going on?
Let's say good morning really quick. I'll be in and out throughout the day. And I need to hire a lawyer right now to sue Mayor Mom Dummy. Yes, I coined it. He is now Mayor Mom Dummy. The city should be closed. Which is fucking ridiculous. You got these old ladies and these kids out here falling down, trying to talk about the city is open. We ain't ready yet. Mom Dummy. Carry on.
You just gave him a compliment yesterday.
Wait a minute. How long did he hold that in for?
I've never heard you talk about a mayor so much before he became your mayor.
How long did he hold that in? Like
you never talk about Adams. You never talk about Adams.
No. I've been nice the past few days, but today, no, this is, come on now. Y'all know. I'm not the only one upset. Everybody is pissed at this mayor right
now. Wait, am I considered everybody? Am I everybody?
Yeah, I know you mad, Spirit is.
Why
am mad?
Why am I mad? My streets are plowed.
Oh, you live in Manhattan, you don't count. Then of course, Manhattan, you doesn't look like a fucking inch of snow drop. But come out to the boroughs. Look, the schools are closed in New Jersey. The schools are closed on Long Island. But no, fucking Mom Dummy. We're opening up the schools. And if you see me in the street, you can hit me with a snowball.
Well, to be fair, back in the 90s, we used to go to school and the snow would be hitting our chests. And they still send us to school. So, I mean, they had a day off. They go to 11. Come on. I mean, I'm 5'2", number one, Sunny, so stop jumping. That was actually, I've been this height since 10 years old. I've been this height.
Oh, so you were tall when you were younger?
I was very tall. I was very tall.
Right that's how my daughter was. She was tall when she was in elementary school, and she just stopped growing.
It ain't so bad, y'all. I'm just venting. It could be worse. It ain't so bad.
They just go to school in the blizzard. They ain't give a fuck about none of this.
You know what?
Divine, I saw your
I used to go to school with an umbrella sometimes. It would be snow.
Umbrella?
Flip inside out.
Divine.
Keep the sun off. Snow off me, and that shit would flip out inside out. So
no, we would have full-on snowsuits going to school, like wearing ski suits. Like the snowsuits was a thing back in the day. They don't even. You don't see kids walking around with snowsuits on. They don't do that shit because they stay home.
Let me credit Mayor Mum, the great Mayor Mum, by saying that he canceled alternate side parking for the week, so I don't have to go to my car. It's beautiful.
Of course, Spirit has loved that part. That's his favorite part of it.
Divine is fronting. He was all on his stories on Instagram showing off his
his beard that was, nice and cold outside. I saw you, Divine. I'm like, look at this Negro.
I found a stash of beer looking for the shovel. I'm like, oh, good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I did my thing. You're damn right.
You ain't mad at the snow. Hush.
Yeah, I got to come on here and troll. It could be worse. It's not so bad. It's not so bad.
Yeah, I saw there was a couple of people that I follow, and what is it? Is it Prospect Park? What is it called? I think we have a Prospect Park. There's a club.
Brooklyn. I used to live by it.
Okay, Prospect Park. Oh, you know what? That just makes me think. I wonder if that's where there are two clubs, one on the southwest side, one on the north side, that's black owned, and they're like karaoke. They're super popular in Houston. But anywho, I always wonder where he got that name from. So maybe that's where it came from. So, but the pictures of the snow with the fall, oh my God, it looks so pretty. It almost looked like AI.
It was
absolutely
really pretty.
Gorgeous. It was very, very pretty. Very, very, very pretty.
Amazing until it starts turning black and yucky and nasty and slushy.
Well, y'all live in New York, so whatever.
Yeah, we got this. I'm really talking shit about the mayor. He can only do what he can. People got to do what they got to do. You can't keep your kids home forever. And Brooklyn is right. We have to go to school.
They got to end of the year. I'm just glad I didn't plan a trip, because I mean, god dang, what do you do if it's like you're visiting and then I saw that damn snow? I was outside.
It was outside. I was watching NY1 on stream because my daughter's there, so I was trying to my other daughter, my bonus baby, and I was watching NY1. They was outside. Them white folks was walking their dog. I know the dog was mad. The kids was outside.
They were jogging in that Prospect Park thing. There were people that were jogging, like in leggings and. Well, yeah, they were. It was a couple of black folks with them little dogs out there. The two people, the influencers I followed, they were black. So I was like, oh, okay. That's literally what I was thinking. I was like, oh, y'all are really New Yorkers, because it looked cold as shit.
Yeah, the four-wheelers are out. The snowboards are out. I seen skis out. They definitely had a ball yesterday.
Oh, I saw
with $2,500 coats on the train. You think they get?
I saw a dude.
I don't care about that.
I saw a dude skiing on the back of a car. Did you see that down the street? It was like water skiing.
Did they have it on the news?
They had. I saw it on the social media. He was attached by a rope and he was hanging on like you're water skiing, except he was on a sled and being pulled by a car.
That had to be in Manhattan, because NY1 was showing people in Manhattan on the Upper East Side. They was dragging their kids on their little snow sled thing. I was like, what the fuck is going on here?
Now, they were doing that in Atlanta when it snowed. Did y'all see all the people in the hood doing that in Atlanta? That was funny as hell, I'm not gonna lie. When they had all that snow, I was watching those videos all day, but I'm sorry. I thought y'all were having like a bad blizzard, like that time when, like in New Jersey when Chris Christie was in office. I remember that, but y'all just had a bunch of snow, right? Because I was hoping that everybody would be okay.
Hurricane. You heard of Jasmine Robinson? She's a lawyer in Atlanta.
No.
I was just asking, because I know like she's really popular in Atlanta. She's young. Well, she's old, but she's young to a lot of people.
Yeah, I saw even a bunch of cops getting snowballs thrown at them at the park.
Just put it in the chat. We would never. Growing up, I'm not hitting no cop with a snowball. These kids are crazy. These kids are crazy.
The cops are also taking TikToks, right? Just like that cop that does the little high school dance in full gear with his damn pistols, and y'all know that stuff is heavy as shit, right? So I think that's kind of cute. That's what I'm saying. It's all over social media. I really did think it was AI. The police are on TikTok. Police are on social media. Police are on everything. I don't think that's childish. Like that's how they engage in and communicate with folks. Like the entire. I mean, okay. I mean, it's. I don't think it's a problem, but I think it's really cute. Everybody uses social media. Like everybody.
When they like play basketball with the kids, certain things is acceptable. They definitely get it on Labor Day on Eastern Parkway. You'll catch a cop getting grinded on by some girl in a lovely butterfly mask get up. I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, I posted the link of the cops getting smoked.
Yeah, all my life we harassed the police. That was the only thing about New York that was different from other places. Other places you gotta be scared of the police. You could curse the police out. You could do all kinds of shit with the police in New York. They don't. I mean, for the most part, they don't do much.
But most of them are from the neighborhood too.
Yeah, that's true.
They're from that area, so they used to you acting crazy.
We used to curse the cops out on a daily basis. Just fuck you, policeman type shit. We just used to do all kinds of shit. Damn, that's in New York?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, they kind of fine though. Oh, they not all just clear.
No, I mean when you when you have what do you have like 100,000 cops? You know, a few of them are gonna be fine.
Yeah, they got some fine ones and they got some sloppy ones.
That looks like the United Nations, though. Oh, now this really does look cute. Look at it. Look at everybody. Oh, this is my best friend. I'm jealous. I want to have a snowball fight. My best friend's little brother just graduated from the police academy last year, 2 years ago. So he NYPD.
That's reform. Those are new cops. When you're new, you hit the block. Veteran cops are not walking through the park like that. Those are the young ones, just fresh out.
I see that. That looks fun as hell. I'm not gonna lie. That looks like it's like with the whole damn neighborhood. Oh, this is cute.
Hey CEO, what's in my background?
That's cute.
CEO.
Yeah, look, what is that? Is that the spot where is that?
Yeah.
Oh, it is? Okay.
I applied for membership. I got my tour next week.
Oh, nice. Dang, you should have got credit.
Right. So I did the young, what is it called? The young
professionals?
Yeah, young professional. I did my membership. And
where did I say it?
It's Buckhead Club.
That's the place I
Buckhead Club?
Yeah, it's like $200 a month. And you can like right, and the thing that's crazy is when I told my cousin we went, she was like, "Why haven't you applied yet? I thought you applied." And I was like, "No."
See, he was trying to get me to go to jail. That's what he was trying to do. He wanted me to go to prison and invited me to lunch with fucking Anthony. I don't know what the hell CEO was thinking about.
Patty didn't get arrested. She made it through.
Yeah, no.
Me and Patty ain't the same. I got a tick. I might just spaz out.
But yeah, I got my tour next week, and she told me, "Oh, they're gonna give you the tour. That means you're gonna get approved." And I said, "What do you mean?" And she said, "Like once you do the tour, just wait a couple days. Your application's gonna get approved." And she said it should take less than 7 days, and you'll be fine. But she told me start bringing people. Even if I'm just doing like work, like when I be sitting at home doing my slides, she said, just go there and do your slides so you can show presence. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
I like your hair like that, sis. That's pretty. You're so tiny, Patty.
I'm gonna take it.
You're so fine. Girl, I like it.
I'm thick.
Girl, you're so pretty. But I love your hair like that, Patty. That is really pretty.
In the pinky finger, that's what
I like the curls, the waves. I like the waves.
Did you hear CEO?
What he came for you, Patty. He came for you.
What you say, CEO?
You ain't even sent for him.
What you say? What you say?
He said you thick in the pinky finger. That's about it. That's what he said.
If my sis says she thick, she thick.
And that's what we stand at. We gonna stick beside.
There you go.
Girl, that is not what Slim thinking. That's like the first time that I saw Kalisha. I was like, oh my God, it's like a ballet dancer. And I was like, she's so tiny. But you're not short.
No, I'm tall. I'm tall, right?
No, she's tall. Yeah, she's tall.
Yeah, but you're like a a model type. I didn't know that you were like model tall. But anywho.
Yeah. Well,
I like that picture.
Tall,
that's gorgeous.
I'm 5'7".
She model tall.
And I will wear heels on heels.
We know you one of God's favorites, child. It's all right. You lucky you so nice. If I wouldn't be able to stand your ass. But yo, I do like that color.
Chris is that girl. You think I'm big?
I'm slim fit.
Exactly, Crystal.
I'm slim.
I would say something else, but I know Patty does not like comments about that kind of attention, so I was sending to her the back channel.
My thighs are thick.
Girl, for what?
For my body.
Okay, that's what we calling it now. Because if that's the case, then I definitely need to be on my 600-pound life.
No.
I don't know what the fuck is going on here.
I can't tell if people are tall. I can't even tell if men are tall.
In my thighs, so stop.
Girl, what does thick in the thighs mean? Lord Jesus.
Just be glad I wasn't that obsessed with your thighs and noticed.
Hello.
Yeah, you a married man. You better put your eyes away.
That's what I just said.
Oh, CEO, you are married? I didn't know that.
Yes.
To a black woman at that. That's the only reason why I like
To a Delta at
that. If he was married to a white woman, we would be beefing, CEO. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, Christina, I'm gonna put you on mute just in case. This app is starting to be like fan base. Remember on fan base, you come up on the stage, you all off of mute. Really?
But don't let CEO fool you. I'm slim thick.
Okay.
Did fan base die like this lies Patty's coming?
Yes, not a fan base is about to get some money. Did y'all see that he settled his lawsuit with Donald Trump for his father's estate over using that song? Of course, Isaac put out a whole press release about it.
Isaac's about to get some money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he's probably gonna. Oh, Christina, I can pop you down. Oh, you're already down. You're welcome. He uses a lot of his funds for it, but yeah, I saw that. I didn't read his statement, but I just wanted to be nosy, and I wondered like if there was a dollar amount that they settled for, whatever.
Child. Good luck to him. I need to go on that app though.
Yeah, I still get about $10 a month from Fanbase just from posting a couple of times.
I need to go on that right app. I mean, that good clean app.
AJ, I wish he got that would be something.
Yeah, but I don't think he's gonna invest that money.
So I missed yesterday. What did y'all end up saying about Newsom?
About what?
About Newsom.
We were okay with it. I was okay even with the small clip that they're trying to use as propaganda on the internet. Like even watching the small clip, it's like I don't understand what's going on. I'm confused. Like I'm confused. I'm really confused. I don't even know how people took that. Now that's the shit that's beyond the new definition of woke. This is just like this is like made up shit. Cause just listening to that little piece, I understand what's going on here. I don't
So
care.
I can explain, or at least my opinion, anyway. You know, the MAGA or somebody over there, or somebody that hates Gavin, whatever, they took the 18-second clip, made it go viral. And I saw a lot of left. I mean, so MAGA did this to, you know, because they want to point out and drive a wedge between everybody on the left and everybody in the Democratic Party. But the people on the left took it, you know, confirmed their, you know, belief that Gavin's racist, yada yada. Oh, and now he has the mask is off so he can show us who we are, that kind of shit. And what we saw actually over real time, I think it took about 6 to 8 hours, how when the full context came out, when there was video out there panning the audience where it wasn't a predominantly black audience and all of that, I saw some progressive sites and bloggers and influencers kind of correct themselves or some way, or correct other people about the full context and what was actually happening. So it's interesting to witness how the story came out in a certain way and how over time, just over those, you know, few hours, it totally shifted and the narrative did shift. But it was interesting.
Yeah, but even listening to like just the clip, right? So as soon as I seen the clip is what made me want to watch, because I was like, what are they talking about? I don't see it. Maybe there's more to the story that I'm not hearing on this video. But just watching that clip, I was like, what did he say racist?
Yeah, I mean, the initial clip wasn't, you know, a thing for me either. It was like, and whatever, but I want to know more. But it's just interesting to see the evolution of how a story goes from one thing to another thing and how it can be manipulated.
So, Patty, take a quick look at the clip. I just dropped in the chat. That's from someone who runs a progressive organization.
Can you just say what it says? Because a lot of us don't have X.
Oh.
I'll play it real quick.
Yeah,
let me go ahead and go in music mode. Damn it. I mean, come out and meet the press, huh?
We cannot let DNC insiders unilaterally pick who our presidential candidate is going to be 2 years before the election and long before they've been tried in a primary process. If you missed it, Newsom was speaking to a mostly black crowd in Atlanta when he made pretty offensive comments saying, "Don't worry guys, I'm really just like you. I also did really badly on my SATs and I can't read." Watching the video back again, it's also not just what he said, but how he said it. He spoke in a very slow tone, as if he was talking down the crowd, hoping they would understand it. His comments and this approach overall weren't just in poor taste, this was flat out racist. And aside from the racism, this just goes to show what happens when you try to run a true elitist as someone who can represent working class people. It's been so long since they've spoken to non-insider one percenters that they do not know what is truly relatable, and they think that stupidity is the bridge. These are the faults that the pressures of a primary will inevitably expose. And it's also disappointing how many people are surprised. Remember, we're talking about the guy who shut the state down for everyone during COVID and then threw himself a massive birthday party at the Michelin-starred French Laundry. So please believe us and believe him now before it's too late that he genuinely believes he is better than normal people and that will not resonate with the country. He will not win a presidential election.
Okay.
I mean, that's such a great example. And then there were other progressives literally coming at that type of reporting.
Yeah, I didn't hear it. As soon as I freaking heard it the first time, it was like, I don't understand. So I kept reading the comments. I was like, what's going on? That shit was all over X.
Yeah, I had to comment. I follow this one blogger who, or vlogger, that is like more of a middle of the road moderate type, allegedly. And he basically said the same thing. I mean, he was white. He was saying the same thing. And I just couldn't take it. I don't usually comment because, you know, then people fucking pile on because whatever the vlogger says, everyone has to agree and then they pile on. So I just went in and just, you know, wrote a whole paragraph about here's what's going on and whatever. I don't think I got any pushback, but We'll see what happens. But it's kind of crazy how it was reported just like that, and it was just not true.
Well, I did think the part that was interesting was talking about the speech pattern and how he slowed down his talk, because he definitely did that part. I agree with you that I don't think the content was, something to jump up and down about, but
did you see
that he changed his tone and how he speaks.
Did you see the video of the audience?
Well, no, I'm saying it more so from a Southern perspective. Like he did like a Southern kind of slower, like that's what I'm saying. I'm saying he tried to do it from that perspective, not the race thing.
But do you believe that the premise of the predominantly black audience was factual?
Oh, I didn't see the audience.
Oh, you should try to take a look. For real.
And the other point I think that's worth discussion is this idea that it does seem like there's a lot of pressure that a lot of progressives are getting right now, as I've heard it, to get behind him right now. There's this kind of rush to make him inevitable already. That is a real thing that people are getting upset with.
I'll see if I can find something for you, CEO.
Hey, I got a question for y'all, and I'm just curious. What do y'all think about the Midas touch?
I generally like him.
Okay. Anybody else?
He's got the Midas touch. Everything she touched turned. Wait, it's I touched turn to go, right? I'm sorry. That's all I got. Were you talking about the song?
No, I was talking about the news.
I am so sorry.
Nah, you're good.
Did you really just
That's the song. I mean, outside of King Midas, but
I don't even know that song.
You never heard that song?
Mm-mm.
Let me see if I can find it. Who sang it? Let me see, like one of those older groups. Let me see. I haven't heard that song now. Midnight Star, 1986.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah,
That is an oldie. Yes. It's an oldie.
Well, anyways, I just thought it was. I don't have any take on them. I mean, I actually appreciate them because they are just on top of every story, regardless of what their opinion is. But I was watching this video earlier, and it was pretty interesting. They were talking about basically they were, because I didn't get all the way through it, but they were alluding to the idea that Trump is like compromised by his own cabinet now, just because and obviously I think it was a stretch, but they were talking about Kash Patel going over there and celebrating with the U.S. hockey team, and they were like saying that initially he was going over there for business, and then later on he's in the locker room with them chugging beers and shit. First of all, that was like a weird look, but I'm not gonna try to castrate him for that. It's whatever. But they're just saying that Kash Patel is basically in a position right now where he's untouchable. Like he can do whatever he wants because he's got the scoop on. He's seen everything, so he's got the scoop on Trump. What do y'all think about that idea?
I don't agree, only because they could try, if he decides to leak information or whatever, they would throw him under the bus. He had to spend the rest of his life in prison. So I don't agree.
You think even now, when it comes to like the Epstein files?
Yeah, I mean, like, that's a big gamble he'd be making. So is it worth his freedom?
What? But wouldn't he be protected by the law when it comes to the Epstein Act?
If he ends up releasing something himself without the authorization of the chain of command, he's in violation of the law.
But isn't the chain of command in violation of the law currently? Because they were already supposed to release everything.
Yeah, but that's supposed to be through the Attorney General, not the FBI director just randomly releasing something.
I guess that's fair. Yeah, I ain't gonna pretend like I know how it works, so I just I don't know. I thought that was an interesting take, though.
You just like
no, I wasn't. And to Bob and Monica, no, I wasn't. I didn't say anything about it. I was just saying that that's what they were. That's what they were insinuating. You know, I didn't think that there was necessarily anything wrong. They didn't really say that there was anything wrong with it. You know, but you got to admit, like, it does look weird. I mean, when have you ever seen, you know, the head of the FBI, you know, doing something like that? But I mean, it's a new time, so. You know, all kinds of new shit happens, but yeah, just to me, it just looked weird, you know, but it's whatever.
It did look weird. He looked coked out of his damn mind. He was like, what? Like, you didn't do anything, boo-boo. Like,
yeah, he
what in
looked
the
like
world?
a frat boy, so that was the part that was the issue. I don't think it was that he was celebrating. It was that he looked like a frat boy.
You thought he would have made the winning puck or whatever you call it. I was like, sweetheart, why are you not in the background clapping like a dignitary should? He up there whooping and hollering, you know, like his kid just won, you know, junior league basketball tournament or something. He is such a freaking embarrassment. Not near single person in the Trump administration ever holds themselves up to their highest accord. Even Scott Bessent like displays this foolishness that is not even becoming his stature and his resume. Like, whatever.
Yeah,
Y'all just keep making excuses for everything.
That's a learned foolishness for Scott Bessent.
But why was he so exuberant and jubilant, Monica? He oversees the FBI. Why was he there in the locker room with the team? Why do y'all just try to normalize everything that these people do? Are y'all okay? Are y'all okay? Shit was weird, which is why it was trending, because the world laughs at us once again, and y'all are like, it's okay, he was celebrating. What was he doing there? He runs the FBI. I thought y'all were worried about all the terrorists crossing the southern border. Shouldn't he be here doing his damn job? What is he even doing at the Olympics anyway?
I think it was fine. He was in the locker room.
I don't think it was fine. Anywho, I'm sorry, y'all. I haven't had my breakfast. I'm gonna. Where is Patty? Are we supposed to be playing Meet the Press and she's gone or something? You know, I haven't been over here in a while since I earned $6 on TikTok. CEO, I'm gonna have enough to afford you one day. I know, right?
Take me out to dinner. Shit.
Hey.
Wait, dinner for, okay, so let's walk through this. Where can you get dinner for $6? Are you doing like can you get 2 mini burgers from White Castle? Can you do that or not?
I can get 2 tacos from Jack in the Box for $1.99. I think 99 cents. So I can actually afford to feed the stage right now if y'all all just have 1 taco. That's pretty darn good. And I got $35 from Chatter, and I got $5 from Fanbase. So I could probably treat y'all to like 1 big super meal at McDonald's. So
Okay, 5 fishes and 2 loaves.
Okay. You gotta start somewhere. That's a Roth IRA contribution. I'm a small business owner. I'll take it. It's income. Goddamn.
Hey, what up, y'all? Peace to space. Good morning. What up, Reef? Long time. Tiana was good. CEO was good. Drew was good. And good morning to everybody in the cool coming in hot this morning.
Well, cool down.
No. Wait, I don't have to cool down. I have to pace myself. That's the term I'm using, pace. So yeah, I'm gonna use some pace today. So I was just looking at this tariff debacle, and it turns out that 90% of the tariffs were paid by Americans, right? And the administration is saying that it's too complicated to repay, the money that has been illegally taken, right? It's too complicated, and it just made me think, right? For some reason, when it comes to being accountable for things that have been done and wrong to people, it's always complicated to repay and do the right thing. It's always complicated. It's too much. And it reminds me of that whole reparations issues, which I don't want to get into reparations. That's another can of worms. But it just seems awfully convenient when it comes time to repay shit that you did wrong. It is complicated. And, one of the things I was doing a report on how AI AI and tariffs have affected people, because I know so many people in real life who have lost their jobs. They've had to change industries. I just had a conversation with somebody, and they said, now when I'm looking for jobs, I'm noticing that the jobs are actually more loaded. Like before, it used to be a particular job. Now that job has had other things added to it. So essentially what's happening, people are being asked to do way more work now for less money, which is crazy. And they also said something like, yeah, we hear about jobs, like people getting jobs, but are those jobs sufficient to cover the cost of living? And so yeah, that's what I mean when I'm coming in hot, because I'm hearing this from people in different industries, and it's just like, just to see people get, just literally getting, just screwed over, is upsetting.
Well, Robert, actually, it's not that complicated. They had an idea they were floating before of giving every American a $2,000 tariff dividend. And so they could just do that, except now you call it a, tariff reimbursement or whatever. So they actually already have a solution. We're just not going to do it because it would be too embarrassing.
So CEO, thank you for that. But, the reality is that's not going to happen. And I'm going to say today, on what's today, 2/23, what's today's date, 2/23? I'm going to say today, on 2/24/26, that's not going to happen. I think it was put out there to make people feel good, but and that's what I'm talking about. These teasers that they put out there. They also had some other shit that they were teasing people with. And people felt good about it, and they came on Clubhouse and, well, what about that? They're gonna, all of these people who was talking all this shit before in support of this administration, in support of this cult, most of them realize, now what reality is. And thank you for that, CEO, but that shit ain't gonna happen. Let me tell you something. There will be no repayment of anything. This administration is gonna do everything it can, as you stated, to avoid being embarrassed, to admit it's wrong, everything. It's taken on the persona of a vile man who brings out the worst in human beings. So I expect them to just continue, taking on this personality. Ain't shit getting paid back to us. There ain't gonna be no benefit, nothing. They're not they're not built to do that. Pat T.
Well, I still want to know the 1,500 companies. We know that Costco was one of the first to file that lawsuit. And of course, this could take years, right? I'm well aware of that fact. And did y'all talk about, as I see neoliberal is in the chat, did y'all talk about Cantor Fitzgerald and, is it Cantor Fitzgerald that did the, basically bought like the redemptions on, like for pennies on the dollar, and so they're set to make billions of dollars? Let me see if I can find an article. Probably not explaining that right, but.
And does anybody have a list of the 1,000? You said it was 1,500. I didn't know it was. I thought it was 1,000 cover. The 1,500.
Nope, it's 1,500, and these were preemptive court filings. So
So they were actually filed prior to the ruling. So I'm trying to find a list, a reference, something, but I have not been that successful. Granted, I have not really tried that hard as well, but yeah.
So I'm looking for a list of the companies that were part of that suit that was brought between the case that was brought between the Supreme Court and that 6-3 ruling. I gotta look. I gotta at least. Well, I don't know. If we're gonna get 1,000, but I'm gonna try to get a couple of hundred.
No, those were two small companies. Actually, shout out to them because those were two small. Right, but the Supreme Court did not represent all of those companies. The Supreme Court case was, I think, if I'm not, I don't know.
It was Learning Resources. They're an educational company.
But there was another one. There was another one in conjunction with that because I think the court ruled on a couple of different things. But the other one was also a small business. But yes, it was Learning Resources, and there was another one. But all of the 1,500 is not affiliated with that. So those are going to be separate cases or separate lawsuits. I don't know if it's like a collection of them, but we know that Costco did it because Costco was actually the first, or at least the first that we heard about, if I'm not mistaken.
They were the third.
Thank you. So Pat is saying FedEx just sued. Oh, it's going to be monstrous. Like, this is going to be huge because that's what everybody was waiting for, is to see if the tariffs were going to be illegal. So yeah, I imagine there's going to be a lot more. Because think about it, it's not even just the publicly traded corporations. You have small business owners that were impacted. Like, imagine if there was a class action lawsuit and you bought any goods and services from, one of those impacted countries, and they're like, yeah, you can basically get your money back. But let me see the thing with because it's kind of like I ranted about it in DTN, but okay, here it is. So now Howard Lutnick's ex-firm is saying that they may not profit off of the tariff ruling. So it is Cantor Fitzgerald. If you're not familiar with Cantor Fitzgerald, they're pretty.
When you say his ex-firm, you're being a bit generous.
Well, I mean.
Because his two sons run it now.
Yes, so nepotism. Nepotism for all. So he is no longer formally affiliated, but his progeny is, and yeah, that's some hell of some nepotism for you. So if you're not familiar with Cantor Fitzgerald, they're pretty well known for it. So this is not the first time that he's actually been accused of some form of, I guess this would not be market manipulation, but he's been accused of some shit because of his influence. So I'll put the article in the chat. But this is a problem, y'all, for me, because now there are conspiracy theories that are like, oh, did Trump do this whole bullshit with the tariffs, knowing that they would be struck down? Because I'm pretty sure that he was advised heavily that this was not legal, right? That there was a huge chance that the Supreme Court would say no.
The answer to that is no. I mean, he has had a wet dream about doing this for like 40 years, right? So no, this has been the only policy that he actually has conviction about. He's been talking about this for.
Right. So Cantor Fitzgerald is walking this down and basically saying that it's not true, because there was a rumor that the firm made transactions effectively betting on the legality of the tariffs, and that they pretty much went to these companies that might benefit and basically offered them like a voucher or something, or payments in place of maybe like a voucher that they would receive. So if they're walking it back, that's fine, but whatever. Crackheads. Oh, you're welcome, Fishbelly. Threads is like so fascinating, y'all. I can get stuck on Threads for hours. It's more addictive than Clubhouse, in my opinion. But I don't know. Pace us. Do we have any other news?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what you're saying. What I noticed in these companies, and we all notice, right? Probably now that I'm going to mention this, these companies weren't terribly vocal, or they didn't run any PR campaigns. It seems that they strategically didn't want to sort of show their hand in fear of probably retribution from this administration. And so, because I'm like, wow, like, why didn't we know that, well, I didn't, maybe you guys know, that they were all participating in this suit. So on one side, their legal teams were working aggressively to push this thing, but on the PR side, they probably have learned, based on the behavior of this administration, not to be too loud, like to move in silence. So now we see exactly how many companies were like, suffering from these tariffs. So this is very interesting. I like.
Well, the CEO of Learning Resources was actually very vocal about it, and actually did an interview with CBS News, and he basically said and talked about how the tariffs would negatively affect his business and the U.S. economy. So he was very vocal from the beginning.
Yeah, he probably was the exception to the rule, though. But Robert, wait till you see how vocal these companies are after midterms. A lot of these companies that have been quiet, they're going to be a lot more vocal after midterms.
Oh, so that would be the strategy, because you think that the Dems would approve some sort of a repayment?
No. Basically saying the tone of the country is going to change, because like post midterm, like right now, I mean, like honestly, Trump has kind of won the narrative this past year culturally, right? But after midterms and they lose as badly as they're going to do, a lot of these companies will talk about how they were fighting and what they've done behind the scenes, and will be a lot more vocal after midterms because it will feel safer for them to do so.
You peeped the whole playbook, and like I was saying, like, yeah, there were some exceptions that were speaking out private. I don't think many of us like really paid attention to those. Maybe we'll see them on a CNN report here and there, but we didn't know that there was an en masse dissatisfaction and legal cases being put. I certainly did, and I agree with you, CEO. They did this in a way so they could talk their shit, and because now they're going to have to win favor from the American consumer, and they want to say, hey, we were part of this suit from the beginning, like we were in your, like they want to do their PR one too, and they're learning how to. They were very vocal before, and I agree with you, CEO. Pretty much, Mr. Trump owns the narratives. Like he has find things to those that are not too smart to believe everything that he says. And so he would have won in that field, and he would have been prepared to respond to this ruling, which he didn't expect. Certainly if he expected that, he would have put a narrative out there already. So now he's got to kind of backtrack and of course, scold the Supreme Court and do what he usually does. But I agree with you, CEO. They absolutely, unequivocally moved in a strategic fashion of being low-key until this ruling occurred.
So I found something, because I'm not too, Lord, I need my coffee, I'm sorry. I'm not too familiar with the presumed functionality.
Hi, guys!
Bye, bitch! I'm not too familiar with the presumed functionality of... You know I'm gonna go back on my hiatus, Patty. I just had to come and show you. I don't care. I'm half a century old. That's my new, reason for everything. I'm half a century old, goddammit. Okay? So, whatever. I'm that person. Get off my lawn. That's me, and I'm embracing it. I don't have that much longer to live, so there you go. And I'm not looking at the chat because I don't want to get triggered. So, anywho, I gotta work on me. And now I've distracted myself. What was I about to say? Oh, I'm not sure of the function the premise of how it's going to function. So, what is there, like an international court of, what are these people called? The International Emergency Economic, no, not that. That's it. What's the
Bad bitch.
your mama hoe? What is the group that's going to oversee the tariffs? Like, I'm sorry, the tariff refund distribution. Is it the international? Where is neoliberal? What is it called, y'all? The international. Shoot. But anywho, I have a clip if y'all want to play it. It's the Court of International Trade. I'm like the court of. I don't even know. I didn't even know that we had a Court of International Trade. But anywho, I have a clip if y'all want to listen to it. Okay, no, this is too long for y'all. It's 28 minutes. But I'm going to put it in the chat if anybody wants to listen to it later, because it's going to break down how they think how it's going to play out. Oh, I already put it in the chat.
I think you should play, because we just had we were getting to a lull in the conversation just a second ago. So unless somebody else got something else to talk about.
Well, it's 30 minutes long. We don't need to play it.
You have to break it up if you do play it.
Well, I'll just read this part because I think it's a lot of conjecture. So this is a primer on the legal and procedural hurdles to recovering money unlawfully collected pursuant to IEEPA tariffs. So this is an interview with Matthew Seligman, a fellow at the Stanford Constitutional Law Center, about the remedial consequences of the Supreme Court's decision invalidating tariffs imposed under the IEEPA. So they walk through how tariff collection works, why payment is not automatic, and the procedural hurdles importers face in trying to recover what they paid, including major barriers to class-wide or aggregate relief. So it may be a little bit too high level, but I just put it in the chat if anybody wants to listen to it. I think I'm going to listen to it later. They also examine the practical and political restraints shaping the process, including institutional capacity, litigation costs, and why many smaller importers may never recover their losses. So this is actually my concern, y'all, that, these smaller companies are not really going to get the funds back. Bitch, you and all your fucking crackhead ass friends need to get up out of here. Weirdo. Neoliberal, do you want to come up and explain? I just think neoliberal knows everything.
Good morning, my neighbors. How are you doing?
Not your neighbor, and good morning.
Good morning, too.
I mean, he lives like 2 PTRs from right now we're going, so he is kind of your neighbor.
Won't you be? Please, won't you be? Please, won't you be my neighbor? Okay, who's close to half a century old and you remember where that's from?
Hi, neighbor.
Neighbor. Aww.
Did you see the AI video of Mr. Rogers and Tupac?
Oh my God, I did not.
Oh,
Oh wait, there's a demon in the chat. Why did y'all tell me there was a crackhead in the chat? Get your little funky ass up out of here, crack.
There's crackheads everywhere. But did you guys hear about this morning? I don't know if you guys have heard about it. The NPR was reporting that some of the Epstein files on Trump was deleted. So they said the public one that they made public, the parts they made public, they deleted some things that had to do with Trump from those pages. And they talked about one lady that was triggered a lot sexually harassed by Trump or abused, or what's the word? But Trump did some stuff to her, according to her, and the FBI interviewed her, but they cut some of those parts they cut some of it out from the files they released to the public.
Yes, I saw that. It's supposed to be the 14-year-old that accused. Let me do the trigger warning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's the young lady that said that she was raped, I believe in during a party by Donald Trump. This is also the young lady that was going to file the lawsuit, if anybody remembers, during his when he was running for the first administration. And I believe that she was threatened so much to the point that she actually decided not to pursue it, if y'all remember that story. And there's actually some documents that they found, and that's been going around. I screenshotted it. The Krasenstein brothers, I kind of like them, right? I don't know their background, but I follow them on social media. So yes, that has been coming out and making the rounds that they completely scrubbed that information, and that she actually did testify, she did give information or was interviewed by the FBI a few times. And I believe that that's...
I'm not sure about the lady's name, but I put the link in the chat. It was like 3 minutes if you guys want to play it, but yeah.
Okay, do y'all want to hear that?
Wait, what's the setup again?
So this is a link. Thank you, neighbor, for providing this. Oh wait, I'm back on the tier for links. My bad. Justice Department withheld and removed some Epstein files related to Trump. I think we kind of knew that they removed a lot related to Trump.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
But this is a 3-minute, 46-second clip. It says the files include what appears to be more than 50 pages of FBI interviews and notes from conversations with a woman who accused Trump of SA decades ago when she was a minor. I think that is the same young lady that was going to, that was looking to file the lawsuit when he was running for office, his first term. So I'll go ahead and play this since we don't have any other news right now.
How long is this clip?
Less than 4 minutes.
Copy.
Okay, let me cue it up. Wrong one. Sorry, grandma here. Alright, so the article.
We've heard a lot of revelations about what is in millions of pages of Epstein files. Today, we have a revelation that the Justice Department never released.
An NPR investigation finds the government removed or withheld dozens of pages from the public database of Epstein documents. Those pages relate to accusations of sexual abuse that also contain mention of President Trump. It is the latest example of ways the Trump administration has not been transparent in its handling of the release of the Epstein files.
NPR's Stephen Fowler broke the story and is here. Stephen, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so let's figure this out. Of course, it's well documented that President Trump's name is in the Epstein files thousands of times. They had a long friendship and then a falling out. But what is different about what you found that seems not to have been there?
When we were looking in the files, we found this email from the FBI dated last July and released last month. It listed all of the claims and tips that they'd received about Trump and what the disposition was. There were plenty of things there that were unverifiable, fantastical. You had non-credible reports, except one. That one, to paraphrase, accused Trump of sexually abusing a minor around 1983 when she was also being abused by Epstein, and it was sent to a field office to investigate further.
Okay, so what did that investigation find?
We don't know, other than it was notable enough to include on a Justice Department slideshow from last fall, also released last month, that summarizes the investigations into Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. There's a slide of, quote, prominent names. At the top is Trump with 2 allegations, including one about sexual abuse. What's unusual is that it's the only place that you can find mention of this accusation.
So wait a minute, why is it unusual that that's the only place you can find it?
Well, it's more what other documents have shown us about these particular missing pages. There's records showing the FBI interviewed this accuser 4 times. Only one of those interviews is in the public Epstein database, and it does not mention Trump at all. And the Justice Department's own tracking indicates there's at least 50 pages that exist but were not made public.
Okay, so when you begin putting these documents together, it's like a jigsaw puzzle. It becomes clear that some pieces are missing. Did you find some kind of list or table of contents that outlines what is supposed to be there?
Sort of. There are 3 sets of what's called Bates stamps on that interview. Think of it like serial numbers for these documents that go up sequentially. At the end of this interview document, the last page, the bottom tracking number for the Epstein Files Transparency Act goes up by 1 to go to the next file. There's a top number tracking documents related to this person interviewed that went up by 6, and a third serial number jumped by 53, showing that there's likely something out there beyond what the DOJ is sharing.
How does the Justice Department explain that?
They didn't give an on-record answer to detailed questions, instead pointing back to the work they're doing to fix redaction errors and address victim concerns.
Implying there might be just some error here, but what is the White House saying?
Well, the White House and the Trump administration have consistently said that there is nothing incriminating the president in the files. They point to a Justice Department statement when the last batch was released that say, quote, untrue and sensationalist claims about Trump are in the files. Abigail Jackson, a White House spokeswoman, sent a statement to NPR that says in part that President Trump, quote, has done more for Epstein's victims than anyone before him by signing the law to release the files, among other things, and say that he's been totally exonerated.
Okay, NPR's Stephen Fowler, and you can read NPR's exclusive.
All right. I think we knew that he was from those files, but I'm glad that they're at least acknowledging it, or that people are finding that out. We know it's not really going to change MAGA's mind, but I think it's just good.
They don't care.
I know, they really don't. Listening to MAGA substantiate and deflect and bring up what about Clinton and why didn't the Dems look into, and you know, what about Michael Jackson? Did y'all even see like on X, like even Michael Jackson's nephews, family members are basically calling out a lot of reporters, which I'm happy that they're doing it, because they're also trying to, you know, deflect and charge Michael Jackson, and to not charge him, but like, you know, publicly try him in the court of our opinions. And so it's just awful and disgusting, but we know this, but I think it's still just good to get the information out. Monica, they're not new allegations, but the problem is that even in the past, modern political history, when there was even a hint of impropriety about someone who was running for the office of the president, then that pretty much even took them out of the running. And I'm not really sure, right, the good old days when our CEOs didn't tweet all day about race science like Elon Musk does, the wealthiest man in the world, has time to talk about how the straight attack, but, you know, whatever. You know, because his life is one of attacks. I'm not telling you, come on. Bill Clinton has already said release all the files. Like, I'm not, see that you're literally doing that.
Don't engage with her. Seriously.
Y'all get on my fucking nerves.
I do think it's worth noting that Nancy Mace came out and said that she does not trust the Department of Justice any longer. I thought that was very revealing.
You mean the Department of Justice that Donald Trump put the big Hitler-like banners? That Department of Justice? Really? That Department of Justice?
Yeah, it's just so weird, like, how these people operate. Like I said it before, I'll keep saying it. Like, I don't give a fuck if it was my brother, You know, I don't give a fuck if it was my dad, like, that got accused of some shit like this. Like, I am not standing by their side at all. Like, you gotta, I will hope and pray that you are not found guilty. But at the end of the day, you gotta handle that shit on your own. I am not gonna go rush to your defense on that type of shit. It's crazy. But, I mean, I gotta understand, though, that not everybody's built the same, so it's just weird.
Yeah, I think it's definitely weird. And I'm just not sure why the deflection is going to Clinton. Like, no one is saying that if, Bill Clinton is there, like, to investigate him. So I'm not sure why we would not want Donald Trump held accountable, even if he is, an octogenarian, right? Like, the president should not be above the law. I would think that's like a basic sacredness of democracy, but I just don't understand, especially when it comes to allegations of such a heinous crime, and for someone, especially a young woman, to say, well, that's old, right? It's not new, so does that mean you shouldn't be concerned about it and it actually shouldn't be investigated? I'm not, but you know what? The devil is a lie and Satan get behind me, so.
Yeah, have y'all ever seen anybody jump on here and rush to the defense of Bill Clinton? Because I have.
Not a one.
Absolutely not. If he,
I think we've all been consistent. Like, if he's guilty of this shit, then let him hang. Like, at the end of the day, like, I think that, what these people try to, like, fucking disregard is the fact that, the person who's at the head of this, who's being scrutinized the most, is the person who's in power. And at the end of the day, like, it should be something that every American can get on board with, that we don't want pedophiles with power in this country. And Bill Clinton doesn't have power anymore. So if he did at that time and he abused his power and he was doing some heinous shit, then shit, let him hang. But at the same time, like, we're worried about what's going on right now. We're worried about who's in charge right now, who's calling the shots, who's protecting who at this point in time. And at the same time, with that being the case, when it comes to Trump, he's been building this reputation for sticking up for the wrong people. He'll go out on these quests to fight fraud, but then how many fraudsters has he pardoned who accounted for billions of dollars? Like, I mean, and that's getting off topic, but it's just that's ultimately the principle behind it, is that we're not trying to protect people who are gonna protect others with money and let them get away with whatever they want.
I do. Oh, go ahead.
The other thing I find strange, I talked about it in this room once, but is their obsession over Hillary Clinton. What is it? How many times did Hillary Clinton's name appear in the files? Why do they need to bring her to come and testify with Bill Clinton? Why?
The Clinton Foundation. That was a tie-in for Hillary. The Clinton Foundation, Maxwell, I think, put in like $1 million, was one of the earliest contributors. That's the Hillary tie-in, just in case you seriously were asking.
Okay, because I don't understand, like, the way they're like, Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton must come there, and those ones have said, okay, let's do it publicly. Why are they scared to do it publicly?
Because Bill Clinton could end up talking about some things they don't want him to talk about. That's why.
Yeah, it's PR. I mean, imagine choosing out of Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, and, I don't know, a couple dozen survivors who want to offer you information, and you choose Bill and Hillary. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, the survivors are literally there saying, we're trying to get in touch with the DOJ, we're trying to offer our evidence, tell our stories, try to, contribute to the process of justice, and they're being denied the opportunity to even speak to anybody. Like, they're not serious, right? Like, this shouldn't be taken seriously. Like, there's no way that Monica or any, MAGA troll or MAGA pundit can explain why the DOJ isn't speaking to those survivors. Because it's the only way to explain it is really, really ugly. And, it's clear they don't want the truth. What they want is spin. They want PR. And that's what they're going for.
Yeah, and I mean, these people in the chat talking about they want evidence. Like, I get it. You don't want to go and crucify somebody over an allegation. I've seen people be crucified and tried and convicted over shit that was actually false. So I understand that. But at the same time, like, understanding these circumstances of these cases, like any type of case regarding these allegations, like, what kind of evidence are you hoping to find? And at the end of the day, if you can't take testimony, then what are you going to take? Like, what is going to be the smoking gun in the case? I mean, if 15 people come out with the same allegation against a person, I'd be more willing to, I'd be inclined to believe it, and of course, I'm not a legal expert or anything, but in many of these types of cases, there's not always a rape kit, and outside of that, and I've asked this before, like, if you're looking for physical evidence, what is it that you're looking for? What example? Give me an example of what it is that you're hoping to find.
So, Your Honor, let me run a theory by you. So, with Prince Andrew, they didn't get him for anything with the girls, technically. They got him on a peripheral charge about, giving evidence to Epstein, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why can't this DOJ or a future DOJ, instead of just focusing on what happened with the girls, look at wire fraud and all the things that would have been around facilitating that? Wouldn't that be an easier charge to go after people with?
I mean, it could be. But you'd have to want to charge the people who are involved, and they don't. That's the number of people who are in the Trump administration who are involved, or in the Trump orbit who are involved, is wild. It's at least a dozen people who are constantly mentioned, not kind of sort of involved, very regularly are either meeting with him, are in the flight logs, are, they're in it, not peripherally. So they're not looking into it. It's not their goal. Now, I think that's, if you can get someone on that, the whole famous, Capone on tax charges thing, why not? If that advances justice, do it. But justice isn't the goal. Not right now.
To the people saying that they need evidence, it's becoming increasingly difficult to believe that any sort of evidence would actually sway the person who's asking for it, just because it's there's so many different variables to take into consideration, especially within the context. You're talking about a guy who on multiple occasions has expressed attraction for underage girls, on multiple occasions has expressed a desire to violate consent. He hosted teen beauty pageants in a hotel room, but
and he was best friends with Pete
nothing.
Pedophile.
This means nothing to the people that quote unquote need evidence. It's it has no nuance. There's no context. It's just, well, until I get proof of rape, which is notoriously difficult to prove for anybody, by the way. Until I get proof of evidence of rape, I'm just going to continue to blindly follow this individual and ignore all of the variables presented that lead us down the road of obviously taking into serious consideration that he could be guilty of some of these things.
You already know that for a lot of these people, and y'all need to chill in the chat when we are talking about something this serious. I know that y'all don't mind being adjacent to pedophiles in thought and forgiveness, but I'm not really in the mood to listen to this shit. Oh, well, look, it said the magic words. Bye-bye.
Yeah, and just briefly on that, an allegation is evidence.
It's not giving me the option to boot them.
It's not enough to
Boot the
convict someone
crackhead.
on.
Sorry, Aaron.
It's all good. It's not enough to convict someone just on an allegation, obviously. But it is evidence. Are you kidding me? You don't think a first-hand account isn't evidence? What are we doing? Of course it's evidence. Now, if it's a wild allegation with nothing behind it, then that's not going to carry a lot of weight. But all those survivors who want to talk to the DOJ, they're essentially arriving with allegations because it's very Epstein obviously made it hard for them to have proof. So ideally what they do is they offer, leads. They can corroborate each other's stories to, make them, make those stories stronger, or to prove the truth of those stories. But the idea and allegation as an evidence is just idiotic.
I mean, we literally use allegations as the basis for indiscriminate bombing of the Caribbean Sea. We'll say, well, they must be selling drugs, so let's bomb these boats. And that's enough. Nobody blinks an eye. It's like, okay, well, yeah, obviously they're selling drugs because somebody said it in a hearsay fashion. So yeah, let's just go ahead and bomb them. But for some reason, allegations are not enough evidence to actually convict people that are in authoritative position.
Yeah. I was going to say you want to be careful. I mean, Aaron said it. Your Honor already said it. You want to assess the credibility of any allegation. I think to the larger point is that, to the extent that you can prosecute any of this stuff, you want the cleanest case. So, for example, CEO was talking about, wire fraud or something like that. You could bring a charge like that, but those things are kind of notoriously difficult to actually prosecute someone on. And it doesn't necessarily, and when you're a prosecutor, when you're an attorney in general, you're thinking about what this looks like in terms of an appeal, like how does this land with a jury, these different things. And so you want the cleanest case possible that you could bring to a jury that can survive an appeal. So you want something stronger than just, for example, something like wire fraud. You want to do your best to get a smoking gun so you can then follow it, the proverbial smoking gun, yeah.
But wouldn't the wire fraud get you the opportunity to then see if you can cut deals with somebody who then is going to give you some more information you can actually use? So wouldn't that be a good door opener?
I mean, it's just like somebody said earlier, it's assuming that you actually have the desire to pursue somebody in the court of law. Like, I don't know if like FedEx cooperating and deleting like recent shipping accounts of Jeffrey Epstein is like indicative of like people in these positions cooperating with investigation. It very much so seems like there's an illegal cover-up happening, and that's kind of what makes me curious about all the people that decided to make this a campaign issue, and all these people just suddenly just like not even caring that one of the main things that they campaigned on is having a shoddy investigation. Like currently, like the investigation that they made their whole presidential campaign about is now like being so mishandled. Literally the fucking director of the FBI saying shit like, well, there's no evidence that he trafficked anybody to anybody. And it's like, all the people that campaign for this shit, like, this sits right with y'all? Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is not suspicious at all to y'all? This is kind of the deciding factor for me that determines if you're a part of the cult or not. Because it's like, people position themselves as critical thinkers, free thinkers, or whatever have you, but then we'll turn a blind eye to very blatant and obvious corruption. So it's just like, I'm over it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm over it. I'm over assuming that these people are engaging this argument with good faith.
I mean, not only do they not care, they are actually incensed and defensive at the mere thought that anyone else would have the utter temerity and gall to accuse Donald Trump of anything even associated with that. So I'm just not caring. They are, upset and angry. How dare you? There's no evidence. He's a good man, even though we keep saying it. Ivanka accused him of rape in their divorce, and then she walked it down. He's a good man, even though he's been on tape. Y'all know the litany, right?
And they buried her in a golf course.
Right, and looking at it, his
After
infant daughter.
Suspicious stuff.
Yes, very suspicious. And didn't he want to bury her in a particular place, or, and that's just the first wife. And then, of course, this is the man that was doing an interview with a publication and remarks on the size of his daughter's breasts and how they were going to grow. Because doesn't every good dad look at his infant child and make such remarks? Isn't that normal? That's normal. There's nothing wrong there, right? This is also the man who has looked at his adult daughter and said, perhaps if she was not my daughter, I would date her, right? While he was on The View. There's nothing wrong with that. And when that same man, during the same interview, by the way, was asked, what do you have in common with your daughter? And she said, a love of golf. He said, what? sex. There's nothing wrong with that.
Disgusting.
Yeah, but that's what he said. He said it. He said this on The View. Like, he said it. How could I forget? This is also the guy, not the grab him by the coochie, because I don't know if you Trumpers either want the ability to grab by the coochie or you're a coochie that wants to get grabbed. Either way, y'all are both disgusting and nasty. That wasn't enough for you. And then just saying that, it's just male locker room talk. Yeah, for rapists. Oh, and my favorite, and I'm just going to land with this. My favorite, y'all, because I remember having an argument with Beaver about this in IGB, actually, and he said it wasn't a big deal, right? Is when Donald Trump was doing another interview and had no problems looking at a young girl on the escalator, who looked like Ivanka too, by the way. And she was 10 years old. Of course, he was married at the time, right? He was married, but that doesn't matter. Like, Jesus and all that. And he said, perhaps when she's older, I can date her. And he just looked at a child and said that, but that's perfectly normal, right? Right. Okay, so yeah, y'all keep.
Are you being sarcastic?
Of course. I mean, I have to spell it out.
It's amazing how quiet they get in the chat when you
Of course.
because it's indefensible. Like, that's just the reality of it. Like, if anyone in your family did that, if anyone around you did that, like, you would not stand for that. Never in a million years. Imagine if the principal of your school said that. No way.
Yeah,
that's not even remotely
But
close.
it's just the irony of like these people being the ones that want to be the authority on who's a pedophile or not. Like they'll do all this shit, they'll okay all this shit, but then they'll be like, well, it's the gays that want to turn your kids gay. Well, I mean, is it right? Like, is it though?
Yeah. What they want is enough cover to rob us blind. Like, let's be honest. Like, the grift that's grifting right now is the griftiest grift that's ever grifted. The amount of money that they are sucking out of the government, the way that they're misusing funds for, like, did you see that Kash Patel was partying in the locker room of the U.S. men's hockey?
Yes.
After the final?
Hey,
are you fucking kidding me? How is that even in the range of possibility?
They don't seem to be wrong with that.
That is insane. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I was gonna say, you think you got a good children's book title on your hands? The griftiest grift that ever grifted. That's pretty good.
Donald Trump is making more money, hands over fists. And I will say, I'm not a crypto enthusiast, but look at how Bitcoin is doing. They're already
not right now. Not right now.
Oh, I'm sorry, CEO.
It's a little rough right now out here in Main Street.
Call me Warren Buffett, but anyhow, right? So long term for the win. But they're already trolling Donald Trump Jr. Because he's deleting all of these X statements. They use X like it's their official business email or something. It's just crazy to me. He's already deleting tweets about the crypto firm, and I'm just gonna keep reminding people, right? Because there was another notable person that was killed in a suspicious manner. That was I'm gonna Google it and find out, right? That was another authority in this fusion space, which I'm gonna keep reminding people. Donald Trump has a publicly traded company that owns True Social. If any of you were in any of my rooms, you know what this next part means. The majority of those shares that Donald Trump owns are in a revocable trust. Those are his shares, y'all. They're his shares. They're taxed under his social security number.
Didn't they just sell half of them?
They
or 49%.
They leveraged. Yeah, I think that's how much he owns, and the rest are like just on the market. But they put that. So first of all, the company is not profitable. It never has been. Like, not in the manner that Uber wasn't profitable, or operating, in the black and publicly traded and doing quite well for years. I mean, like, they've never made any money. Horrible financial situation. But, there was this great little company that's in nuclear fusion of all things that merged with Donald Trump's, True Social venue. So
there is?
Yes,
I didn't know about this. What is this? No, what is it?
Let me tell you, honey. Let me tell you.
Do you remember all those years ago? Gosh, it must be 5, maybe 6, maybe 7, maybe 8 years ago, when the way he grifted was just having people book rooms at the hotel he stole from the people, from the U.S. government, from the post office hotel, and that was it.
Oh man,
And I wish for those the good old days of the minor grift.
Days, man. Now we got $60 million in fucking Qatar that is going God knows where.
Oh, and it's even more than that.
A club in D.C. now that you need to pay $500,000 a year for membership, and the only thing you get for that is the ability to talk shit to his administration. You know, maybe start negotiating.
Well, hold on. You get some good lunches. You get to sit in a leather chair. You get to have meetings there. You don't think that's worth the $500,000?
Not for me. I don't know.
Yeah, it is for other people.
Get your money.
It's for other people.
And not to mention how much his fees have gone up for Mar-a-Lago, which is just quite insane, to be perfectly honest. Like, it's just the markup there, the glow up for him being president. But CEO, this news actually came out December. Trump media to merge with nuclear fusion company that wants to power AI. Oh, that's not inappropriate, right, Trumpers? Y'all want Nancy Pelosi to go to jail for insider trading. Well, this is some insider buying companies for your ass. But any problem with this?
They don't want.
Any problem?
They don't want Pelosi to go to jail.
Any problem? So let's see. Trump Media and Technology will merge. Merge is a funny word since they don't have any damn dollars. They're, you know what? With a fusion power company in an all-stock deal that the company said Thursday is valued at more than $6 billion. What's a couple of billies in the president's pocket, right? Right? And get this, CEO, Devin Nunes, that little twerp, the Republican congressman who resigned in 2021 to become the CEO of Trump Media. Doesn't Trump just love to put his loyalists in positions, y'all? It's just so adorable. Will be co-CEO of the new company with TAE Technology CEO, whoever, we don't care. The combined company says it plans to find a site and begin construction next year on the world's first utility-scale fusion power plant, with aims to provide the electricity needed for artificial intelligence. Now, I mean, that doesn't sound like a conflict of interest, does it?
So wait, we want to give the guy who can't, who fucking crashed and failed 2 casinos in Vegas, nuclear, energy.
Yeah, no, let's just.
Well, he won't be leading the company in fairness, though. So.
No, let's just give him a large stake in one of the most important pushes for sustainable energy that this country has ever seen due to our outdated electrical grid. It's almost like one of the most important things that we should be working on, and it's in the hands of this guy. And nuclear fusion, being such a breakthrough and innovation that it is, being used for something like AI is so telling. Like, maybe let's use that electricity.
Break it down for us. Break it down.
I don't know, the citizens of America that need electricity. Like, that's so weird that we're using it for data centers rather than like reworking our actual grid.
So, speaking of the whole nuclear thing, there was one news article that went way under the radar about how the administration loosened up restrictions on nuclear companies and their activities. Now, because I'm not a full nuclear guy, I don't really know the nitty-gritty of everything, but it was like all the safety guards that they put in there so that the nuclear, what do you call it? Their activities will not disrupt like the environment and the rest of them. They cut all those things down. So, but that news went way under the radar. Hardly anybody ever talked about it, and I was kind of like wondering, like, wait, this is supposed to be a serious thing.
Yeah, and I want to finish reading this for y'all, because this is how, like, CEO, you said he's not going to run the company. He doesn't have to. So, TAE and Trump Media shareholders will each own approximately 50% of the combined company. Trump is by far the largest stakeholder.
Oh, wow.
despite not being able to put not one damn red cent. Oh, wait, I think they put a little bit of money in. So Trump is by far the largest stakeholder in Trump media, y'all. He owns 41% of all outstanding shares. We have a president who owns his social media platform, the majority shareholder, that he uses to tweet and shares things like racist memes against former president. He talks about the election being stolen. Yesterday, he actually tweeted that Gavin Newsom was going to drop out of the election for president. I was not aware that Gavin Newsom had declared that he was going to run for president. He threatens world leaders. He calls for Democrats to go, under the guillotine. So yes, this is all his platform, his dollars. There's a lot of advertising on there, by the way, just FYI. Oh, and they're also wanting to expand into a similar offering to Kalshi, which, if you're not familiar, is betting on things like, bullshit. Like, is it going to rain today? That's also prediction. Thank you. I knew there was a goofy name for it. Prediction gambling, which has already started to put a dent in people's pockets because,
Did you see my statement in the chat, Reformed?
Where is your statement?
No, I literally just said that in the chat. Don Jr. is on the Kalshi board, right?
What?
Of course.
Yes.
He is.
He is. Mother.
Are you
freaking kidding me? Oh my, you know what?
Oh, wow.
I have to rant, Patty, for just 2 minutes. Do I have permission? I'm learning, y'all. I am asking first.
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought. I was checking them out, and then I was like, this seems like a conflict of interest. Niggas betting on political issues.
I love niggas.
Son of a fucking bitch. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? These hoes, god damn. Why don't you just fuck them goddamn treasury? Why don't we just write him a check for $25 billion so he can just, what in the hell?
He did. He just took $10 billion for himself in the form of the peace, whatever that's going to be in his name. Plus, you saw the Genius Act,
Michael,
right?
you're very sweet, but you never interrupt a black woman when she's venting, sweetie. I'm sorry. I haven't met you, Mr. Shakespeare. Is that Shakespeare? Oh, okay. Thank you. You mean that this motherfucker is on the board of fucking Kalshi? That dumb, cokehead, stupid bitch. Are you kidding me, Lane? Are you kidding? They couldn't even get the smart kid. They couldn't even get Ivana, whatever the hell her name. They put that dumb motherfucker on the board of Kalshi? Oh, hell no. Oh my God. Okay, my rant is over. Son of a crackhead bitch. I cannot stand these grifting idiots. If you support them, you a dumb asshole. And I said it. Damn. Thank you for listening.
I'm laughing at Hunter Biden's voice.
You get that out? Did you get it all out?
Spirit is, Kalshi is already targeting young minorities with this idea that you can bet your way to generational wealth. And it just pisses me off. So now you have the president using his damn influence, putting his little stupid ass on all over the goddamn place in these positions of power. And it just really pisses me off. And Andreessen Horowitz, which is, it's so difficult to even get in at TZ, and they're just plucking off little blondies that are murderizing people on fucking. I'm just tired of these people. Oh my God. Okay, I got it out. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Very good.
Go ahead, Michael. I interrupted. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're fine. I'm just got that ADHD wiring where sometimes you just jump in to enhance.
Oh, you're good.
To the point. I wasn't trying to step on your point.
You weren't. I'm fine. I'm just like, oh my God. The significance of that is just like, but go right ahead. I
did want to admit, Reformed, I was too tempted to not put a wager on Jasmine Crockett. So $100, I went like 380 into
Wait, what are the odds?
Yeah, they only gave her like 28%. And she's leaning in the hole right now. I was like, I can't not do that. So.
Matt, I joined Houston Threads, and I have to say, there's been a lot of white people that have been showing some support for Jen. And I don't know, Matt, I was surprised. She has a lot of people. I saw like a grandpa.
Don't make him crash out, please.
Okay, Matt, it's all right.
It's true. We've had a lot over the last 24 hours.
Don't crash out.
I mean, the only way to really know you're going to win with gambling is doing the shit that him and his cronies been doing, where you're basically gambling, you're taking a position based on something that's directly under your control. Like when he, takes a position against the market and then he crashes the market, with stupid tariffs, and then he like moves back from that, or, that when they made that massive long on crypto right before they announced the strategic crypto reserve, and then suddenly and incredibly predictably, if you knew that was going to happen, Bitcoin of course spikes, and they made a shit ton of dollars, but it would have been an incredibly risky play, the amount that they had done. Like, we're talking about an amount that very few people on the planet have in the first place, but then to bet it on things going so crazy, you had to know, and clearly they did.
I'm sorry,
Have you guys seen that, the story about the labor secretary? I hadn't even seen this one. It's so crazy it's flown under the radar. The short version is this. The labor secretary, Lori Chavez de Reamer, apparently was getting drunk and having sex with her employee at the office. And her husband is banned from the building because he was accused of sexually assaulting 2 women. And that's not even making the news. I don't know how it took this long. I'm behind on this story, and it somehow isn't everywhere.
Do you have a problem with her management style?
Wait, what'd you say?
Do you have a problem with her management style?
I do, yeah. I don't want to pay for it, that's for sure.
The one I saw that was kind of similar to that was the Texas House of Rep guy that they said was having an affair with his one of his staffers, and the lady ended up offing herself. That was the closest thing I had to that one.
That's kind of like when old girl was getting down with her staffer that happened to be a female. And I really hate that too, because wasn't she like a rising star in the Democratic Party?
Yeah, I remember that one, yeah. And she ended up resigning, yeah.
She did. She should have stayed in office, because look at what's going on now. She could have run as a Republican.
Honestly, I don't really care who's fucking who. I'm more concerned about how they're fucking us all up.
Real quick, I don't know if you missed it. Mukunde, shout out to Mukunde. He put it in the chat earlier. Guthrie, Savannah Guthrie is now offering $1 million for information. Hopefully you guys spoke about it.
I have not been keeping up with that case. I'm very sorry that their mother was taken, but I haven't been keeping up with the case. I just pray for everybody who gets harmed and stolen. Kidnapped.
No, I've been trying to follow it, and I'm not gonna lie. Oh, sorry, Divine, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. Also, people in the community have been frustrated, and they're going out and trying to help authorities. I guess they're in that. Is that the desert? It looks real shrubby and cactusy. I saw that on the news this morning. That's all. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, it's in Arizona. I've been trying to follow it, but I haven't heard anything as of today. But they're not working together. The FBI and and the county authorities, they're not working well together. That's part of the problem. But personally, I doubt that woman is still alive. I doubt it.
I have, however, been looking into the case of 21-year-old Kyle Basinga. Did y'all talk about that?
Yeah, that is another one I have been following too, because I used to live in that area before, where he was found. So yeah, I've been following that one. But they're still saying it's suicide. That's what they say.
Which is just awful, and I don't think that is getting a lot of attention, but I will. I'm putting an article in the chat, even Googling it. You would think that articles will come up, but it's the Facebook shares, the social media shares. Shout out to Black Twitter for getting the word out. So, the body of 21-year-old man was discovered in a wooded area of Fair Oaks Park in Marietta, Georgia. And the Cobb County Police Department confirmed that investigators found no evidence of foul play. Of course they didn't. And have determined the death is being investigated as a suicide. The victim has been identified as Kyle Basinga, a black man. And yeah, just still happening, 2026. Of course, his family is saying that it was not a suicide, and he recorded a transaction with some police officers that appeared that they were harassing him shortly before he went missing and was found dead. So hope they put as much attention into this as Ms. Guthrie, but I do pray that she is okay and safe, will be returned home. And I pray that the individuals who harmed this young man will burn in hell for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, black men, I don't know the stats on suicide, but I highly doubt if he wanted to kill himself that he would hang himself. It doesn't add up. I think as black men, we know if we kill ourselves and we hang ourselves, I can't even say it doesn't make sense. It makes absolutely zero sense that this young man hung himself. And this is not the first case, right? There was one a few months back, and they said the same thing. He broke up with his girlfriend. He was destroyed. Get them.
No, I agree with you, and that's what everybody's saying, really, that black people are not, like, hanging themselves. I hate to say this, but if a black person was, like, wanted to commit suicide, it's probably likely to shoot himself in the head and end it there. It's at least most of the cases that I know that people committed suicide, they all shot themselves. So this hanging thing, I'm not buying it.
And the other young man, and I'll just say this and we can go on to another topic because it's just really just a lot.
Doc.
The young man that was found rolled up in the the mats, his mother is still very active on social media, and she is calling people out. She shares pictures of how his body was found, and y'all, they cut that baby up so bad. I don't know what the hell they were doing, but shout out to his mom. It kind of reminded me of Emmett Till. Like, I don't know if they were experimenting on him, if they definitely, organs were removed. So it's just, and shout out to his mom, because that was quite some time ago. She is still doing that work to make sure that justice is hopefully found for her son. So yeah, I don't trust any of them. None of them. And they still didn't find out what happened to those two brothers. Remember, y'all, the two brothers that went to visit and were supposed to be on the plane, the two young black men?
The twins.
The twins.
In Gwinnett County, yeah. I remember that one.
Didn't they try to say that they did the same thing, that they committed suicide? So anywho, just, bringing attention. They are savages, Alexandria. Absolutely. Just, But, I mean, may they all rest in power.
I know y'all are about tired of my little, so I am going to hush, and I don't know what other news is going on, so I'm going to give it back to this.
We got a lot of bubbles happening in this economy. The Genius Act has created a situation where banks get to essentially print crypto while still being backed by the FDIC, which basically encourages them to be incredibly, risky with that. And I mean, why would you not, get into that business where you can take people's money, invest most of it, get the returns on those investments while still being, protected in case you lose. This is creating a lot more liquidity in the market, which is fake. And this is why it looks right now, at least in the S&P, that things are good, but we're actually losing the value of the dollar very quickly. This is why, once again, silver has gone up 400% in the last 4 years, and it's barely started. So I don't know what to tell you other than now's a good time to borrow money, because the money you'll be paying it back with is going to be worth far less than the money you borrow now. If you can put it to to good use, you probably don't want to be holding on to a large amount of your value in dollar-denominated amounts. Good time to get stuff like silver or gold. Only ever purchase that stuff physically, keep it physically in your possession, because a lot of the paper instruments can.
Sorry, Shakespeare.
From you.
I do have to pause. We don't really allow or promote providing what can be deemed as financial advice, especially telling people to go and buy silver and carry it in their pockets and sew it into their skirts, like when they were.
That's not what I said, but okay.
Okay, well, I'm not going to Costco and buying a silver medallion.
Well,
thank you.
I'm not saying you should.
You literally just said that. That's what you said.
That's okay. That's called straw man, where you take what I said, you alter it significantly.
Put a 1 in the chat.
And then you
put
argue
a 1 in the chat. I knew you were a problem, Shakespeare. I knew it.
Right, because anyone who doesn't agree with you is a problem.
Doth mother give a fuck what you just said? I just said don't be telling people to go buy no damn silver medallions at Costco.
Nobody said anything about buying silver medallions at Costco. What I am saying is be aware that the value of the dollar relative to the rest of the world is going to continue to decline, and it's going to happen rather sharply. So do whatever you makes sense for you to try and be ready for that.
Michael, respectfully, when she told you the rule of the room, the only thing to say is, I apologize. That was not my intention.
She deliberately misrepresented what I said, though, and that was incredibly disrespectful.
Okay. Then say it, Ben. Montan. I can't pronounce it. I'm sorry. I'm not French this morning. I'm bitch. I don't give a shit, Michael Shakespeare. If the dollar is gonna fail.
Why are you losing yourself? I haven't been disrespectful to you.
Okay, Eminem.
And I'm happy to move on. I took your note. I was trying to say, okay, not making any specific, buy this or buy that. Just be aware.
Mountain. The level of privilege that you were assuming is just really irritating me. I am so sorry.
The level of aggressive ignorance with which you...
All right, can we fucking move on now? All right, can we fucking move on? All right, nobody's buying silver or gold. Nobody's listening to anybody's financial advice on Clubhouse. Let's move on to the news and not this fucking weird shit.
Think of me in a few years.
I don't give a fuck. Let's move on.
Wait, now we have to say,
say I'd rather have
think of
Jesus
me, think
than
of
silver and gold.
me.
No fame or fortune.
Said goodbye.
No stories at all. I'd rather
Remember
have
me.
Jesus.
Once in a while, please promise. Van said that he doesn't like the Phantom of the Opera, but I remember that. Thank you to my 10th grade teacher, Eric, because y'all, I can't sing worth the damn, but he let me pretend to be would he pretend to be an alto? He let me pretend to be an alto. Thank you, Mr. whatever your name was, because I don't remember. Shout out. We need theater in the schools. Anyway, I was quiet for 2 seconds and I gave it to the stage, and then we had to hear somebody tell us to go buy some goddamn 92% pure silver medallions at Costco with your coupon.
I got a question for Joe. So Joe B, you were saying in the chat that you thought that Trump set all this up before he got into office, or set up his what I called grift, so you can call it whatever. Why do you think that would make it okay?
I didn't say that.
Okay, so you didn't mean that?
I didn't say that.
No, I understand you didn't say that. I accept that. Did you mean that?
Maybe.
Hey, God.
Wait, could you give me some kind of riddle, maybe, that I could try to uncover? That could be fun.
What? How much wood did a woodchuck chuck? If Joe could woodchuck? What?
Shut the fuck up.
Chuck what? Chuck says what?
What walks on 4 legs, then 2 legs, then 3 legs?
Man.
Thank you.
A desperate man. The 3rd leg, he shouldn't have to walk.
Like, you know anything about that 3rd leg, girl.
Girl, you wouldn't know what I know.
You're too uptight to have gotten properly dicked down. I'm just saying, if I had to put your ass on Kalshi, if I had to make a bet on Kalshi, I would say, I don't think so.
I know so, not think. I know so.
Did it happen one time in your life that you dipped on the chocolate side of the fence? Was he a big black? Sorry, just saying.
Yeah, we're not gonna go there.
Let's not go there. Let's not go there. What? I have to be problematic enough to where y'all want me to go away, and then you miss me when I come back in about 3 weeks. That's the arrangement that I have with Patty. So I'm just making my appearance. Think of me as Marshawn, just eating my Skittles, okay? Hey, Ace. Hey, Coach Gat, missed you too, Frat. I swear I actually saw like a real article to share with y'all earlier this morning, but I forgot.
So
I'm sorry.
I'm still getting over that Donald Trump owns 21% of a nuclear fusion company. That is just blowing my mind.
Outright, actually. He owns it outright in a revocable trust, which is crazy. And the way that it's a nuclear fusion company, which is so just random, and then again, like not random. That's why I'm
Did
like.
you say that Devin Nunes was running it for him? Did I hear that?
Yes.
Right? Oh my God.
That is correct.
The irony of that man running a nuclear fusion company. It's, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I mispronounced his name, but, and then, so this is more interesting, y'all, just to go back to that. And so TAE, the company, focuses on nuclear fusion, a technology that combines two light atomic nuclei to form a single heavier one. It releases enormous amounts of energy, a process that occurs on the sun and other stars. And it's been seen as a promising solution to climate change. But I thought they didn't believe in climate change. So there's that, right? So in October, this was last year, the U.S. Department of Energy released what it called a roadmap for fusion technology with the aim of fostering, quote unquote, a burgeoning fusion private sector industry. We know what that means. In the U.S. toward maturity on the most rapid timeline. So get this, y'all. A number of tech companies, including Google, Microsoft, and OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, have shown interest in fusion technology as a way of powering the energy-hungry data centers needed to build and run their AI products. So, Truth Media and Technology Group will be the holding company for Truth Social and TAE. Shout out to corporate structure. Along with its subsidiaries, TAE Power Solutions and TAE Life Sciences. Donald Trump is positioning himself to grift off of the federal government for generations to come. The Trumps are going to be like the new Rockefellers, bro. Like, this is just cheap.
And y'all said he wasn't smart. Here he is owning a nuclear
You know what? I have to walk that back because I definitely was just clever in the way that, like, only a truly inherited wealth old white village could be, but I'm just saying.
Can you make that right or something and like spare us?
Y'all know when you accidentally pop on stage, you're off. Carmani, did you mean to be on the stage? Sorry, it brushed you up. It's okay, I'll move you.
Oh, yeah, so speak. What do you call it? Is it AIT when it's like the AI is autonomous or whatever? Fully aware. When AI is fully aware.
You mean
is that AIT? What is that? AGI.
AGI.
Yeah, Altman said he created AGI.
He means it's sentient? Is that what he's saying?
He said they created it. Yeah, he said it earlier this week. Like I heard on the news a couple days ago.
Oh, well then we're all gonna die in like 10 years. Better get your life insurance for the afterlife. Did y'all also see for the were there any tech heads in here that Nvidia has like decreased their to OpenAI, which is kind of interesting. So I don't know if all these are going against Sam Altman, but and the lawsuits against OpenAI. This is not funny, but I'm gonna laugh anyway. So did y'all read about how the older versions of ChatGPT were basically telling a lot of individuals that they were lovers from a time ago and that they could tell from people's energy that they here for 42,000 years? Did y'all read about that? It's not funny.
Look back on it. That's
Yeah, I heard about it on NPR because I listened to it. There was this lady that she went to, where was it? She went to one beach hoping to meet her lover from the past life.
That's the article, yes.
She actually went twice, actually, not once.
It told her that she was like 42,000 years old. So apparently it was a quirk. Or that's a hell of a quirk in some of the older ChatGPT models that was, making these deep connections with the users and, telling them. And this was an older woman, so I do feel kind of bad, right? Like, and so I'm like, oh, well, there go the lawsuits.
So anywho, let me find the article.
He also said the other day, someone asked him, I think, about the environmental cost of training AI. And his response was, well, do you know how much it takes to train a human? You know, all the education and the food and the yada, yada, yada. It's just, that man is absolutely insane. Like, he has just been, he's stripped himself of his humanity completely. It's the craziest thing. And I do think that company's in a lot of trouble long term because they don't have a lot of advantages, and I think they're probably going to have to sell to like one of the bigger players like a Microsoft or a Google to survive.
Well, remember, Microsoft had already made a major investment in them. And the only reason that I think it's interesting is because, I mean, we know that the market is pretty much being held up by AI. The Mag 7 is not even making well, they're making the majority of the dollars. They're not driving the market returns right now, which is problematic. And all they're all doing are basically sharing the same dollar, right? It'll go from Microsoft, NVIDIA to Palantir to Oracle to whatever. So there's major concerns that if there is a pullback of foreign investments, foreign dollars, because your president is basically antagonizing the entire world, then market go crash. Yeah. Plus, did y'all talk about Canada allowing BYD?
Whoa, slow down before you jump all the way away from that one. Because one of the things that's about to happen is that DeepSeek's about to drop their latest model, and I think that one of the things it's going to show is basically that these closed source AI companies in the U.S. really don't offer anything special versus the open source, aka free to use Chinese models. And I think that's going to probably undermine the market when it comes to AI pretty significantly. It's a really big deal if that comes out the way that it's being rumored to come out.
I have DeepSeek. Does anybody else use it? I always feel like a bad American when I do it, but, you know, I know there's a lot of utility there, but...
I'm just too lazy to learn any other AI. I learned ChatGPT, so I'm not going to do Claude or any of the other stuff. I'm good.
CEO, you would love Claude, though. You would love Claude. I call it elegant professional.
I love Claude.
Yeah, you would really love it.
I use it for certain things.
Okay, so y'all want to talk about politics? Go right ahead.
Dang, I'm coming in on
Claude was, just to tie it, Claude probably, or I'm sorry, not Claude, Anthropic, the company that produces Claude, is upset that that Claude was used for deposing Maduro. I don't know exactly how it was used. I haven't looked into the story enough to see that, but they've been complaining that they have a policy against offensive military use. And, of course, this is a company that partnered with Palantir with the idea that it wasn't in the Department of War. Like, what do you think is going to happen? But that's a big fight that's going on with them and the government right now.
There's just a lot going on with them. Like, these AI CEOs are kind of spicy. Did you see, I can't remember where they were, but Sam Altman and the head of Anthropic didn't want to hold hands. And these guys are so young. It kind of reminds me of, like, the Google founders, right? And maybe like a young PayPal mafia. But
they have history, though. You know, Anthropic basically emerged from OpenAI. So basically there was two camps at OpenAI who were basically deciding what safety looks like. And the Anthropic is essentially the people who thought that OpenAI wasn't ethical enough. Now, I don't think that makes Anthropic ethical, but that's essentially what that split was, and there's a lot of hard feelings between them over that.
Well, thank you for the background. The last thing I was going to say is, did y'all read about that Canada is considering allowing China to sell the BYD vehicles, which would be great for them, really, really, really bad for us. Just Donald Trump continues to...
Good for them.
I know, and the cars are nice too, but, you know, he's pretty much just beating up on the dollar and, So this will be interesting. But all right.
Well, allow me to chime in on 30-year fixed mortgages are down to the lowest level since 2022. And I was even spotting 5% 7-year ARMs. So it's out there. Inventory's at a record low, well, at least here in New York. And that's it.
I did see a stat that said that there's actually more sellers than buyers, although I don't really think that that is of any great significance. A lot of the boomers are downsizing, and you said that the mortgage rates were starting to go down. The Trump administration is trying. Oh, Luis. Hey, Luis. Some of my favorite real estate guys.
Well, just as a barometer, refinances are 130% higher than they were a year ago. So that's a good sign too. Or at least people are on top of it and trying to take advantage of this.
Lord, they're coming in droves. Is this like a new thing? Jimmy, are you a real person?
Yeah, I'm a real person.
Okay.
So what are we talking about?
Okay, and what precipitated this, by the way, was that the big sell-off on the stock market made investors run to the bond market, which caused the yields to drop and then the mortgage rates. So it's not just like what Jerome Powell does and says and the Feds. There's a lot of other variables, particularly the yield. So that's why the rates are down. But this is, lowest rate in 4 years is pretty good, and almost 4 years is pretty good. So hopefully it gets people out there. Hopefully it makes homes a little more affordable for people.
Do you think that that's really gonna happen, Scotty? Like when Matt is up here, so I wanted to have a discussion about inventory. So, hey Matt, over to you for back to Paul.
I'm dead.
No, the only thing I was going to say is that we can't speak broadly about the market when there's thousands of micro markets going on. What's going on in Austin is different from what's going on in here. But they are saying in Austin, just in particular, that because the inventory is down, the available inventory, that the time to buy, because it's been crashing a little bit there, that crash session may be over. So we'll see, but there's a million micro markets going on, so it's hard to just check.
Okay.
The lesbian fossil fuel embodiment known as Janet Mills.
Matt, are you discussing politics, please? I'm tired of all these progressive leftists. Okay, thank you.
I'm dead.
Odie is here. Welcome, Odie. Hello, Odie.
I just want to tell you that the trans ideology is dead. But, Martin.
Oh my God.
Now, Odie.
Hello. The Queen of Maine, fossil fuel lesbian, 80-year-old, Geritol taking fossil fuel. Let's say fossil fuel. That round when the dinosaurs were here. She's around Donald Trump's age. She is currently losing her primary to Grand Nazi Kemp Plattner. And I really think that's awful for her, even though she only has a 51% approval rating. She's actually quite an unpopular governor, according to polling and approval ratings. But Plattner is currently leading against her. I'll just firstly to the head-to-head between Plattner and Collins. He's at 49% in the most recent poll that came out today, and Collins is at 38%. Mills is only 1 point ahead of Collins, 41 to 40.
I mean, that's it right there.
Not good. Go ahead, what you said?
I said that's it right there. That tells the story.
That doesn't tell any story, Scotty, sorry. Now, the reason why I say that is that, what's her name, Sarah Gideon, now, after what happened in 2020 concerning, what's her name, what's this lady's name? What's her name, Susan Collins, I don't trust any polls.
So actually, something to thought about.
So the Gideon polling that we saw, we didn't actually. So up until obviously, I forgot what month it was. I went back and looked at all the polling. She was pretty much tied with Colin. She wasn't watching her like this in any poll at all. I went and looked that up. That is a fallacy. It's not true. Go look them all up.
Pull up the poll again.
She was not this. She was not this far ahead consistently in all of the polling leading up to the election. She wasn't. She was ahead. I would say, couple points, but it was not. It was much closer from what those pollsters had versus this. Sarah was leading, sure, but she wasn't. I mean, this is ridiculous. And almost every poll that Graham Plattner has been put in against Collins, he's washing her. So, obviously things change, but at this point, I think it's safe to say that Mills needs to drop out. Mills, in not one poll, has been stopping her. What is going on?
Oh, wait. That's going to be great.
Mute up, Oliver.
Hello.
Can you please get back down?
Mute up.
Thank you. We'd love to have the mute button. Thank you. Is this like a fentanyl overdose? Okay. When it comes to when it comes to Mills, she has not beaten Collins in any significant polling, maybe by a point, or she's been tied. I would rather risk it with Plattner. I think that Mills just needs to drop out. I think her age is hurting her. She's 80 years old. She's barely above water when it comes to approval rating. And also, no shade, she also supported a couple of referendums that her state actually didn't support in last year's special that they had. So I don't know if y'all know much about Maine. I know Mohamedou does. He lives there. Price is on the stage. But I would rather risk it with Plattner at this point versus trying to jump in with Mills. I know she's Schumer's candidate. I get it. But it, at this point, feels like literally all the momentum is with Plattner. What is Mills doing aside from these fireside chats where she's going around the state, not really many places in the state, talking to a room full of 10 people?
Okay, but let me ask you a strategic political question, if I may, in regards to this race. I know you say Jan Mills should drop out, whatever. Don't you think it would be best for her to just stay in? She's not going to win, but because once she gets out, then it's going to be all eyes on Plattner all the time.
No.
And he could be vulnerable to just whatever. Like sometimes if you're just in there as the candidate, floating, solo for the next few months before you get to the primary and then into the general, that it could expose you to just a little more scrutiny than you would if you're just going head to head with Janet Mills, and there's maybe a slight 1% uncertainty if you're going to win or not, and that becomes a healthier situation.
No, because you already have his skeletons out of the closet. If this was a different race, sure, we could have a conversation, but that doesn't actually make sense at all in the context of this race. We already know he had a stupid tattoo. We covered it up. We already moved on.
Okay, but what about keeping him? What about keeping him in the news as running against Mills and all?
He's going to be in the news either way. I mean, this man drags this woman on a daily basis. I mean, I don't know if you actually follow the race, but I do, and he's literally constantly being talked about. No one is talking about Janet Mills. Like, I'm not trying to be mean. Her being in the race is very much irrelevant. A lot of people are not even thinking about her. They're literally just listening to the things he's saying. He's going around, he's doing all these different, random rallies all around the state. I mean, literally, he's all up and down the 2nd Congressional District. She's not. He's actually talking to Republicans who are saying they're actually going to vote for him. He's a populist progressive. I think at this point, she does need to bow out. There's nothing she's bringing to the race. All we're saying is she's old. Her being in the race with him as a, quote, distraction, so we're not focused on Brett. What does that do? Cool. All we're talking about is she's old. She's old. She's old. What we're going to say is he's just in the race. Okay, cool, he had a tattoo. We all talk about that anyway. There's nothing else to discuss. You know what I mean? All we're seeing is him consistently, and I think quite doing a good job of specifically just attacking Collins. Every time Collins does something, he's on it. Janet Mills, her pathetic little, I don't know who's doing her Twitter or in her socials, but they're doing a pretty bad job. I mean, every time she critiques Collins, posts the video of her saying, Collins is in a very tough position. Before she jumped in the race, she said that.
And that's not being used against her. I think that it's just unnecessary. I don't think that she has a place in this race anymore. Doing 5 debates, three of which that will be is platinum. You're doing it. It's going to be elder abuse. Y'all know it. Like, I'd rather her go to her cabin in the woods, her lesbian retreat, whatever she does. She needs to go to her, rest home and just hang her head up. Like, girl.
Matt, who's a lesbian?
Who's going?
Who's a lesbian? Susan Collins, Janet Mills. Wow, I didn't.
Yeah,
She behaves like she acts very, very conservative. I didn't know she'd be a lesbian.
Her and Mar Healy.
Wait, she's Janet Mills is a lesbian?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Or are you just saying that because she's married?
Odie's having a crisis now.
She's not married.
Between a lesbian and a progressive. This is basically his nightmare.
Interesting. I mean, I just support. I'm indifferent about both candidates. I just want the Democrat to win. When you're done, Matt, let's go on to our favorite political topic, which is, of course, Texas. Crockett versus Talarico. Now, I don't have no beef with Crockett. I think that she has gone about this campaign in a poor taste. I still like her, but, I think that Talarico has the character to win. That's all. When you're ready, when you go around the discussions, we can go back. And Your Honor, why the hell is Eric Swalwell going to be the governor of California? I don't like that guy.
I don't like him either. Yeah, I hope he's not governor.
I mean, he's going to win.
It's a really early Odie. California politics being ahead right now doesn't really mean much. We're honestly not very good citizens when it comes to paying attention to politics, and people are not tuned into this race yet at all.
I don't think both of them should go. Somebody new.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I just think it's really, really early. There was no endorsement at the convention, so no one really got ahead there. We had a lot of time, plus there's a jungle primary, which, could end up being 2 Democrats. We'll see. It's not looking likely for that, but it could happen still. But yeah, I mean, I can't imagine Janet Mills actually dropping out, whether she should or shouldn't. I mean, I just think she's going to have people around her telling her that if she just waits it out, she's the better candidate. And, when people pay more attention, they're going to like her more or something. Like, there's always that chorus around them who's saying that kind of thing. And honestly, a lot of people's livelihoods depend on that. So her whole campaign team isn't about to say, oh, yeah, drop out now. Like, they're on a senatorial race. Like, they've got good jobs. For people who are in that game, it's a headline Senate race, and if they get dropped right now, like, where are they about to go? Like, so they always get the advice to stay in.
She needs to drop out. She's wasting Senate money. She's wasting Senate committee money. She needs to, it's just to me stupid. Like, she doesn't make any sense to be in the race. He clearly is going to watch her. I mean, every single poll shows him ahead of her. Polly Market, I know no one cares. He's literally isn't he like 80% now? That's like,
with that poll, he must be. That's a huge poll. Is someone reputable? The pollster?
Yes. There's an independent pollster too. So I'm kind of like, this is kind of interesting that that people still think she should, stay in the race. But her little tired ass team can stay and have.
Well, she's also still governor too, right? So, I mean, is she doing that much on the campaign side of it?
She is. She's doing fireside chats with rooms of 10 people.
I've been small, especially for where the population is.
Is it like fundraising stuff?
He has rallies where there are fucking 250, 300, 500 people where they can't even they have to all stand in the room in towns with populations that should not make sense for that. Like in rural ass towns in the second congressional. Y'all need to just actually go look up all of his photos, all of his videos, all of his speeches, and get an understanding of how this makes no sense for her to stay in the race. She's a retarded old dumbass to stay in the race. She's wasting my time arguing about her right now, and everyone else's time arguing for her. She needs to get her ass back in that rest home. Get back in the governors until the end of the year, and then in January she can be sworn out. And then that's leading in polling can get his ass in the mansion. She moves like Dan said. She can move into the cabin in the middle of the woods like Hillary Clinton and live off the rest of her days as a lesbian and do her thing. We're over it. Move on.
Wait, who's running for governor there?
This Indian man. I don't know him. I didn't even know who the hell he was. I've been focused on Shannon Bellows. I've been focused on Bellows. I've been focused on Angus King's son, and I'm focused on Troy Jackson. I didn't even know who this man was, and he's leading in the polls. And I said, "Oh, let me go look to see who this motherfucker is." He's some attorney. I've never heard of him. So yeah, some random ass attorney, and he's leading, and they have a big ass primary.
Who's that?
In Maine, yeah, we're talking about Maine.
I don't like Maine as a state, so.
I have to fight him because I didn't know anything about this man, and I looked him up, and it said he's an attorney, and I think he's a progressive, so it's kind of interesting. Let me find his name. Hold on.
Maine, Connecticut, New Hampshire. I really don't,
What's going on in Connecticut?
I don't know.
Oh no. Oh no. No.
What?
Lauren Underwood just endorsed Haley Marge Simpson Stevens for U.S. Senate in Michigan. Lauren, what the fuck are you doing?
Yuck. I love Lauren Underwood too. That's terrible.
Fuck.
She endorsed the lady in Illinois.
Yeah, she's in Illinois. I mean, she gets shit done. I mean, she gets literal. She gets bills.
Who did she endorse now?
Haley Stevens, the one that looks like a despicable me villain.
Speaking of Michigan, that woman's she looks like a scarecrow. She's gonna lose though, no worries. My boy is gonna win in that. I hope you're not supporting Abu Said, Your Honor. I know you support all those leftists.
It better be McMurrow, because this is ridiculous at this point. That just pissed me off. Sorry, I just saw that. What am I looking for? Oh, yeah. Nirav Shah. That's who's leading right now. Same poll that just put out Plattner and all that shit has him at 25%, and Shannon Bellows at 19%, and Troy Jackson at 16%. And then Hannah Pingree at 10%, Angus King's at, and the rest of them are irrelevant.
Well, I just checked the Massachusetts governor polls, and Healy is mostly like a plus 25 to 30, depending on what you're looking at.
Oh, yeah, she's getting reelected, of course. Do you have term limits there?
I believe so, yeah. So it's our last screen.
I mean, I know that no one cares about Kansas except me. Even
Is Sherry running for Senate? She should just, no. It's Charisse Joseph, so that's her name, Charisse, right?
Wait, who are you saying? Charisse?
Yeah.
She's not running